Percy moves in with your mother, we can just sell my flat, the yacht flat. We should have enough for a deposit on a place of our own. That's if he goes through with it. Mind you, I suppose El Alamein was as good a training as any for life with Maud.
Reggie!
What? Percy, good morning, and a very nice morning it is too.
Is it really?
Yes. A little bird told me there's love in the air.
So it's public knowledge, is it?
No, not public knowledge, no.
Well, I suppose the world has got to know sooner or later.
Percy, have you ever thought about flowers?
How do you mean?
Well, we've had a delivery of roses in this morning, all the way from Jersey, and I happen to know that the lady in question is very partial to roses.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah, roses, yes, especially yellow ones. In fact, she loves that song, you know, Yellow Rose, it's Thursday.
And how would you know?
Well, I do.
Give her these with our compliments. They'll work wonders, I can assure you. Give them to her today.
Is this an April Fool?
No, we just want to wish you all the best, that's all, isn't it, Reg?
Yes.
Well, I don't want to cause offence. I'll pass them on to her if that's what you want, and I'll take these to myself.
Right.
There you are.
You.
Considering he's about to get married, he doesn't seem very happy, does he?
No, he doesn't know. Hope she hasn't turned him down already. Let's hope them flowers work, eh?
Mr. Sugden, just going through a few brochures. Bernard and I are going to plan our honeymoon after the service today.
These are for you.
Oh, Mr. Sugden. Oh, that is kind.
They're not from me. Reg Holdsworth sent them. Seems to think you've taken a shine to them.
A present from Mr. Holdsworth? Did you tell him then about Bernard and me?
I didn't have to. He already knew. Half the world seems to know.
Is that him knocking the door running again? Right, well, if he wants an April Fool, he's going to get one.
Oh, Martin!
Oh, no, I'm going to beat him at his own game, aren't I? This'll be a laugh. Right, you two, you've been asking for it, you're going to get it.
Mr. Platt?
Oh, Mrs. Baker. Come in.
Hi, you thought it was us?
Yeah, I know. Now, listen.
April Fool, again.
April Fool! He was going to throw that watermelon over.
Yeah, can you just go and play?
April Fool, April Fool.
Oh, I'm sorry about this.
Hello, Gail. I really just called to say thanks for the wreath.
Oh, Martin, will you take me?
No, really.
Where's Manda?
She's not here today, love.
Go on, upstairs.
Oh, I take it that the plumbing arrangements are now all to your satisfaction?
Ah, splendid, yes. Exhilarating pressure, effective shut-off, all you could wish for from a kitchen tap.
All right. Does this mean you might be interested in becoming the sole owner of your charming pied-à-terre?
No, I don't think so.
Well, what do you want, an ensuite jacuzzi and a rooftop swimming pool?
Well, that's a very tempting offer, but to be honest, I've no intention of seeing out my days above your shop.
Hey, did you hear that? A new tap and labour he's had out of us, and for what?
Well, it doesn't make any difference now, do it?
Make any difference? Do you know how much I forked out for that tap?
Reg, there is no point in selling the flat if my mother's not going to marry Percy Sugden anyway.
Maureen, she is going to say yes. Now, you've got to think positive of these things. Good afternoon, Mrs. Bishop.
Hello.
What can we offer you today?
I just called in to thank you for the flowers.
Flowers?
Those lovely yellow roses you sent via Mr. Sugden.
Oh, no. They were not for you. They're for another lady altogether, then.
Oh, I see. Mr. Sugden seemed to think they were an engagement present.
Yes, they were, yes.
Well, they were meant for my mother.
But surely I'm the one who's engaged.
Oh, no. It's her that's engaged, not you.
But I am engaged.
Are you really? Well, congratulations. Well.
You're not engaged to Percy Sugden, though, are you?
No, of course not. To Bernard.
Because he's already spoken for, and we'd take a dim view of any extracurricular dalliance.
Did you say Mr. Sugden was spoken for?
Yes, he's going to marry Mrs. Grimes. In fact, he could go for a double wedding.
Well, I'm astonished. He never mentioned it to me.
Well, I wonder why not.
Things have been a little strained between myself and Mr. Sugden of late. Perhaps he just didn't like to tell me. My goodness.
Well, he didn't even give her the flowers.
He's going to marry her.
But she's turned him down.
He'll be pressing his suit. He'll keep asking till she says yes.
How can you be so sure?
He's got no alternative, has he? Emily's going to marry the vicar. Not going to have a ménage à trois, is she? She'll kick him out. And if Maud doesn't take him in, where will he be? On her park bench, that's where. Oh, he'll marry her. Oh, yes.
But will he make her happy?
I wasn't there when it happened, you see. I think that's why I find it hard to believe that it has happened. They sent me home, you see. They said the operation had been a success and I should go and get some rest. And when I got home, there was a phone call and...
I can't imagine it.
If the operation had gone wrong, if she'd died in theatre, I could cope with that, I think. But when they sent me home, how can that happen?
I don't know. I lost my husband, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right. It's years ago and I've got Martin now, but I know what you're going through.
I can't even get upset about it because I can't believe it. It just seems so stupid. I was always there when she needed me, you see.
Mustn't think like that.
And then going back to that empty house and the phone ringing.
Must be awful.
And that's the trouble of being on your own. There's no one to cry with, so you don't cry. There's no one to shout at, so you don't shout. None of it seems real somehow.
I know. I've been through it.
I shouldn't be talking to you like this. I only came to bring you these.
Oh, well, that's very kind, but...
I don't need them anymore. Seems a shame to throw them out.
No, you mustn't get rid of them. Not yet. They'll help you remember.
This one's broken. Look. Oh, this keeps happening. I'm sorry. I can't cry over her, but I cry over a stupid doll.
It's all right. I was the same when Brian died. I couldn't cry over him. I sobbed my heart out at Little House on the Prairie. You just let it out.
And it's not heavy on gas, no, not at all. You can get 35 mpg on the motorway and 20 odd around town.
Ken, there's a spare seat here if you'd like to come and join us.
Oh, no thanks, Mavis. It's just a swift half for me, I'm afraid.
People are avoiding us.
Don't be silly, Mavis. Why would they avoid us?
Well, I think you're going to try and sell them something.
I don't know. I mean, he's fun. But is he right for me?
Oh, it's very good looking.
Yeah, he's good looking. But a girl can't live by looks alone. She needs a bit of sophistication, a bit of glamour.
You don't like country and western, then?
Oh, I've tried, Raquel. God knows I've tried.
Hi, ladies. Hey, Raquel, any chance of you covering for the hostess tonight while I wine and dine her?
Oh, I don't know, Charlie, you see.
I was thinking about this French place I know. Somewhere a bit sophisticated.
Oh, see?
Every now and then you need a bit of glamour in your life. Don't you think?
Oh, I do.
Great. We're on then. Oh, that's if it's okay with you, Raquel.
Oh, it's fine.
Terrific.
You know you were wondering if he was right for you.
Yeah.
I think he might well be.
It might be right.
Why does he keep talking about his car?
Well, he's proud of it. It's a very nice car. Do you know how many miles he does to the gallon?
Yes, I do. I know only too well. Derek, you have made it plain to him that we're not buying that car.
Yes, fairly plain.
Well, when he gets back, I want you to make it very plain. Plain as a pikestaff. Plain as the nose on your very plain face.
We are absolutely sure, are we? Hello again. Thank you.
Go on, Derek.
Yes, all right, in a moment.
Derek's got something important he wants to tell you.
Oh, go on, Derek.
Fire away, Derek.
It's all right, all right. I've said all right. Doris, Mavis and I have been talking, and, well, the thing is, we're going to have to say no to your very kind offer for the
car.
Oh, now, a salesman never allows a potential customer to say no. You taught me that, Derek.
No, but we just can't afford it.
Yeah, but we haven't even discussed terms yet, have we? That's another one of the tricks you taught me. Never talk about money until the last possible minute.
Yes, but you're not here as a salesman, are you, Norris? You're here as our guest.
Oh, but when you're a salesman, you see, everyone's a customer. That's another one of
I
Derek's.
know, but I mean, since you're no longer behaving like a guest, I want you to stop being our guest.
How do you mean, Mavis?
I'm asking you to leave, Norris, today, before I get back from work. Excuse me.
You know her trouble, don't you?
Yes, I think so.
Fear of aging, pre-birthday nerves.
What? Oh, my God, Mavis's birthday. I've forgotten all about it. Oh, no, it's all right. It's not until next Thursday.
How do you know about her birthday? Always find out all you can about your potential market. Information is ammunition. That's another thing.
Yes, I know. Told you that. Enjoy chapel, Mrs. Bishop. Say one for me, won't you?
Mr. Sugden, I know we've had our differences these last few months, but have we really drifted so far apart?
I don't follow you.
Whatever else has happened, I do wish you well, and I'd like to have been the first to congratulate you, but it seems Reg Holsworth knew before I did.
Knew what?
Well, knew about you and Mrs. Grimes, about your engagement.
About my what?
I can't think why you didn't mention it before. I'm delighted for you, for both of you. It's an excellent idea.
Mrs. Bishop, if this is your idea of an April Fool, I think it's in pretty poor taste.
Well, of course I'm not joking. Oh, Mr. Sugden, I've been insensitive and indiscreet. If Mrs. Grimes has refused your offer, I can assure you...
She's not refused me because I've never asked her.
Then I'd advise you to think back carefully over all you've said, Mr. Sugden. Because I understand Mrs. Grimes is under the impression she's about to become Mrs. Sugden.
No, in point of fact, it's Mavis's birthday next Thursday, but I thought if we had the party on Monday, it would be more festive, it being bank holiday, you see.
That'd be lovely.
So if you and your husband could put in an appearance...
Oh, I'd love to. Oh, there she is. Mrs. Bishop, could we just have a quick word, please? Thanks.
Anyway, I thought we'd start early, say 7 o'clock.
Yes.
I could organise some nibbles.
Oh, that'd be really lovely.
Oh, and Emily as well. I was just explaining to Mrs. Holsworth, it's Mavis's birthday next week, and I was just wondering
I
if...
could tell her about the party, couldn't I?
Oh.
Yes.
Well,
bye-bye
if you're
then,
sure.
Mr. Wilson. Yes, of course. Let's be all right. Have you seen Mr. Sugden since this morning?
Yes, I must say I found the whole situation very unsettling. There seems to have been some confusion. Mr. Sugden insists that he never asked your mother to marry him at all.
Never asked it, but he must have asked her.
Apparently not.
Oh!
Of course he asked her. You know what this is, don't you? This is breach of promises, this. He's getting cold feet and now it's time to worm out of it.
It was all a misapprehension, he said.
Misapprehension, my eye. How can he misapprehend a proposal of marriage?
He's gone round there now to explain matters to her.
No.
And how's he going to explain a broken heart? That's what I'd like to know.
Well, I really feel this is none of my concern, so if you'll excuse me.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, Reg. She's going to be ever so upset.
She's going to be upset. How do you think I feel?
She must have misunderstood.
Misunderstood, my eye. She's been toying with us. Like a python with a mouse.
Reg, do you think that she might have imagined it? I mean, do you think that she could be losing her grip?
She's not losing her grip. Her grip gets tighter by the minute.
Lovely. That's what I like about you, Percy. You're a man who understands women.
They're not from me. I was told to give them to you by your son-in-law.
And that's another thing I like about you. You're modest and unassuming.
Mrs. Grimes, there's something I want to say.
Now, Percy, I think you had your say last time. It's my turn now. You asked a question and I'm ready to answer it.
Yes, but I don't think I made myself plain. I think there's a bit of confusion.
That's hardly surprising. You were tongue-tied. But you needn't fret. I knew what you were getting at.
No, Mrs. Grimes, I don't think you did.
Don't be so nervous. You thought you didn't put your case properly, didn't you? You needn't fret on that score. Because the answer is yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, I would like to be the next Mrs. Sugden. And I don't mind telling you, I'm very grateful. You've made me happy for the first time in years. I don't know what I'd have done without you.
I'm sure you could manage.
No, I couldn't. There was nothing left for me. To be beholden to a shirt button like Reginald Holsworth, like being in jail. You set me free, Percy. I don't deserve you.
Now, don't talk daft. Of course you do.
Well, maybe I do, at that. Come on, then. What was it you came to say?
All right. Hi.
Hiya. She gone?
Where have you been?
At the park with the kids.
You've been gone all afternoon.
Oh, hello, Martin. Nice to see you. Sorry your afternoon's revisions got totally written off.
Oh, well, I suppose you had a whale of a time, Gail, listening to Mandy's mum try to figure out why there's no Mandy anymore. Upstairs, you lot. No, I wanted to spend bank holiday with the kids and it's almost gone.
Well, I'll have to get this out of your system first. Right, go on, upstairs, like your mum says.
She brought some of Mandy's toys round for the kids. I've hidden them in the cupboard. I mean, I didn't want to have to start explaining all that to them. For one thing, I can't. Why did she die, Martin?
Because she was sick.
You said it was a straightforward operation.
Well, there's no such thing as straightforward operations. People only have operations because something's gone wrong.
You said they sent a bouquet because they felt guilty.
Did I?
You know you did.
Look, Gail, they did the best. They did all they could. I mean, people go into hospital because they're sick. Sometimes when people are sick, they die. There's nothing you can do about it. They die. I mean, it's sad about Mandy, but in the end, she's just... In the end, she's just another one.
Oh, Martin, you've changed. You never used to be like this.
Like what?
Cold and callous, like you don't care.
Yeah, well, maybe I've got to be. Hey? I mean, look, Mandy's not the first, you know, and we don't get all afternoon to wallow in it at work.
You're talking like a nurse, Martin.
Well, I am a nurse.
You're talking like I don't know anything and I don't need to know.
You don't really need to know anything, do you? I mean, she's not your daughter.
No, but it might have been, mightn't it? It might have been Sarah Louise, and then what would you have said? Just another one? We did our best. You don't need to know, Gail.
Oh, of course not.
Where did you get that?
From the cupboard.
Oh, Sarah, what have I told you about rooting in cupboards?
It's all right, darling.
Have I done anything wrong?
No. Of course you haven't. Of course you haven't.
Listen, don't mention Percy, engagements or anything.
What do you mean, don't mention anything? I'm going to ask her point blank. We can't go on like this, can we?
Look, she's obviously very confused. If you confront her, it might make matters worse.
Worse? How can things be worse?
Hello, Mother. How are you feeling? Have you had a nice day?
What a marvellous day. Have you seen my flowers?
Oh, they're lovely. Look, Reg.
I don't have to look. They're from my shop.
I've decided to accept Percy's offer.
What?
I'm going to marry Percy.
Oh, well, that's wonderful, but, are you sure?
Oh, she is. She's a grown woman. You know your own mind, don't you, Mother?
Of course I do.
Well, are you sure that, that he actually proposed to you?
Of course he proposed to me. Do you think I imagined it?
No, of course you wouldn't, would you?
Well, are you going to congratulate me or what?
What's up, Percy, old lad? Your budgie's not dead, is it?
Give me another one of these.
What, another large one?
It's for medicinal purposes.
What is it? General anaesthetic?
I hope so.
I don't want to say goodbye to
No,
him.
it's just one drink, and then there might be a little surprise.
Oh, don't you look smart?
Try my best.
I was trying to teach her a bit of French earlier, but she reckons you've got it all off pat. Whoever that is.
I didn't know you could speak French, Raquel.
Comme ci, comme ça, you know.
Son regard est pareil au regard des statues. Et pour sa voix lointaine et calme, elle a l'inflexion des voix chères. Qui se sont eux?
Oh, well, voila. I'll just go and get her then, shall I?
Excuse me, I was just wondering...
None today, thanks. We've already got one.
You thought I was going to try and sell you something. No, no. I'm arranging a little surprise party for Mavis next week, and I was wondering if you and Bet would like to come along.
Well, if I'm around.
Derek, leave him alone. If he's got any money to spend, he's spending it on me.
No. You see, I'm arranging a little surprise party for Mavis
I'll
next
fill
week.
in the details, Derek. That's fine.
Right.
Allons-y, chérie.
Oh. Oh, don't they look, love?
Oh, aye.
Très jolly, as we say.
Jack, I'll have another double.
Now, come on, Percy. I can't give you any more. I can't have it. Now, you're taking that as medicine, then the medicine isn't working. What I would do if I were you, go home and have a kip.
Would you?
Yeah, and then you might just wake up and it'll all have been a dream. Whatever it was.
I see.
Maybe, Sam. I'm sure you realise this already, but I just wanted to say it. You see, I consider your husband a giant amongst men. He taught me all I know. He changed my life. He gave me back the will to live, to dare to be a man, to go out there and live life to the core.
Well, it's very kind of you to say so.
I just wanted to put things straight because, I mean, we haven't always been on the same wavelength, have we? But at least we can agree on one thing. The greatness of Derek.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for our little surprise.
Oh.
That new car is ours. How can we possibly afford
Not
it?
the new one, Mavis. That's Norris's. I've got Norris's car. Oh, just think, Mavis. We can go on our little outings again. Away days to the Dales. Do you remember?
I remember you promising me not to buy that car.
A great sales technique, that, Mavis. However low I brought the price, he kept saying that Mavis doesn't want it. Until in the end I had to bring it so low he couldn't refuse.
Oh, Derek, you promised
I didn't think I could drive such a hard bargain.
The old master's still got a few tricks up his sleeve, eh? But he certainly got the better of me on this one. Anyway, happy motoring, you two. Well, goodbye. Thanks for everything. I won't forget you, Derek. Look after him, Mavis.
You promised me, Derek.
It really was a bargain, Mavis.
Well, it'll always remind me of Norris, and I do not wish to be reminded of Norris.
Not even at the time. I got him to sell me his car at half the asking price.
Half? Oh, now that is impressive.
You wait and see, Mavis. This car's going to make all the difference. Come on, let's go for a little spin. Just the two of us.
But will he be good to her?
She's found a man who does homemade spotted dick. What more could a woman want to do?
I've heard he's not that easy to live with.
Hey, believe me, they are made for each other. Welcome to paradise.
Comfy.
Yes, surprisingly comfy, actually. It really is quite roomy, isn't it?
It has the optimum space compactness ratio of any car in its class. Now. Norris did say there was a knack to this. No, it's just a matter of...
I think something's fallen off.
No, I'll get it in a minute.
No, I'm sure something's fallen off.
No, don't panic, Mavis. It'll be all right. If we have the food in there and the drinks in here, that'll help keep people circulating.
Derek, you're talking as if it's going to be hundreds.
Well, it's a bank holiday. Nobody's working. It'll be quite a crowd, I should think, yes.
For my birthday?
For your birthday, why not?
Well, for one thing, it's not till later in the week, and then it's not a special birthday like 50 or 60 or anything. People will wonder why I'm making so much fuss.
What you don't realise is there are a lot of people around here who are very fond of you.
Oh.
Yes, there are. How long have you been living here and working in that shop?
Longer than I care to remember.
Exactly. And in that time, you've become a very well-loved institution.
You make me sound like the Weatherfield Horticultural Society.
No, I just mean that you're very well known and well liked. And there are a lot of people only too delighted to come and help celebrate your birthday.
Well, they never have before.
Trust me, Mavis. Today they will.
My bishop called me last night. I think he must be worried I'm going into a decline.
Have you had any breakfast?
Oh, you know I can't face it at that place.
Sit down.
And he said, how are things going and what am I planning to do with myself? So I said, well, actually, I'm planning on getting married.
What did he have to say to that?
I don't think he knew quite what to say. A rare thing for a bishop. Oh, and talking of other people's reactions.
Mr. Sugden.
Is he in?
He's gone to do some shopping.
Well, I've been thinking. It must have come as a great blow to him, all this. For one thing, he must have formed an attachment to you over the years. Yes, he must. Now, don't look at me like that. This has been his home, and now we're elbowing him out.
We're not elbowing.
Well, from his point of view. You see, I think Mr. Sugden is more sensitive than you give him credit for.
We are talking about the same person. Glasses, flat cap.
Yes, we are. He's probably quite upset by all this. Now, I know I've made one attempt at talking to him already.
Yes.
But we mustn't give up. We must give him the opportunity to express his feelings.
You know what this is?
What?
This is the clergyman in you coming out.
We have destroyed the established pattern of his life. Now, we didn't mean to, but we have.
As he destroyed the established pattern of mine.
Oh, Emily.
No, you think you can talk to him. You talk to him.
Bye.
Yeah, see you. Bye.
Hey, we're open all day. Tell your friends.
Oh, hello.
You see, I still haven't learned how to cook.
Oh, why should you? Life's too short.
See you.
Bye.
Bye. Bye then.
Hey, you don't think I should take Percy Sugden to one side and question his financial status, dear? See if we can keep your mother into the manner she's accustomed.
No, I do not. I don't think you should say anything that might embarrass him.
No. Anyway, who cares how he keeps as long as he does?
Oh.
You know, I was thinking. What? 10,000 and I might consider moving.
10,000? You must be joking.
Oh, 9 then, special offer for Easter.
35p.
I thought your teaching was supposed to be unworldly. I thought you were supposed to be above all this scrambling round for a few quid.
Oh, once upon a time, maybe, but we learned different.
Bye.
Bye.
Do you know, every penny I get out of that fat, I pay on taxes, me. Keeping me chalk and leather elbow patches.
Oh, hello, Mr. Sugden.
Morning.
Percy, I'll tell you what. Maud looked very fetching this morning.
Did she?
She had a certain bloom in her cheek. Didn't I say to you she had a bloom in her cheek?
I'm sure Mr. Sugden's not interested in what you might say to me.
Only tried to compliment him
I'm
on his
sure he
choice.
doesn't want complimenting. I'm sure he knows what a good choice is made without being told. Don't you, Mr. Sugden?
Yes.
Yes, of course you do now. £4.68, please.
I think that's just about right.
Thank you very much.
I think I'll pop down to the cash and carry. Get some more bottles, packets of crisps, that sort of thing.
I've got the awful feeling that there's only going to be about 5 people here and we'll end up eating crisps and vol au vents for the rest of the week.
Nonsense. There'll be more than 5. 50 more like.
I hope not. We can barely afford to cater for 5, let alone 50.
Just you let me worry about that. This party's in your honour. You shouldn't be worrying about anything.
Well, I wasn't till you took it into your head to do all this.
I've always wanted to give you a party, Mavis. It's just that in other years there have been reasons why it hasn't worked out. But this year we've got both time and opportunity.
Why aren't you working, Derek? I mean, I thought you said this was an ideal day with everybody being at home.
Yes, it would be. But we're celebrating my wife's birthday, and that's more important.
I'll put that away. I think Bernard wants to have a word with you.
Eh? What?
Well, I thought that perhaps both of us.
No, I'll leave it to you.
You want me out, is that it?
No, goodness me. Please sit down.
Because you won't have to say it twice, you know.
No, it's nothing like that. It's just that I wanted the chance of having a word with you about how you feel.
About what?
Well, about Emily and I and how it affects you.
Don't affect me at all.
Well, not in one sense, perhaps, but It's going to inconvenience you.
Do you think I've got nothing else to worry about, only you and Mrs. Bishop? Well, I can tell you, I only wish it were.
Yes. Well, I wasn't always a great success as a clergyman either.
Come on through.
Hey, look at it.
Oh, hello.
Hiya.
Here again.
I am, yes. How are you?
Oh, I'm very well, thank you. You know you'll be sleeping in my bed tonight, don't you?
By the hell, you're quick. How do you manage that?
No. I mean, the one I used to have. No, not in it anymore. You didn't think that?
No.
No, she's in somebody else's bed now, aren't you?
Yeah. Oh, this is Jack, and this is Tanya.
Pleased to meet you.
Ah, yes, son, about the older women. Leave them to us older men, eh?
Well, I think he looks very nice. Have you got any older brothers at home?
No, I'm afraid not.
Come on through, you can dump your stuff. Yeah.
Wait, you're embarrassing me.
You know he's at public school like she is.
Aye,
Only's at the boys' school.
aye.
She's at the girls'.
With a tunnel between them, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh. Well, it looks like they're made for each other, doesn't it? Hello, love. Large scotches here?
Yes, please. You got anything to eat?
I'll get better for you.
I'm not that hungry. The menu will do. Hi.
Okay,
Do you want a drink?
That's very kind of you, Michael. I'll have a pint, thank you.
And a pint, please, Tanya.
Right you are.
What's it like then, running that poky little shop after your supermarket chain, eh?
Well, you know, it's open all hours. Gives me a chance to work alongside the wife, as well as giving the service to the community.
Sounds like nightmare to me.
Right. Who wants what?
Oh, can you do us a sandwich? Ham, cheese?
Yeah, I could do cheese and pickle, or ham
No,
and...
cheese and pickle. That'd be lovely.
Right.
I bet I'll have the same.
Okay.
Really, any time this afternoon.
Oh,
Betty.
yes?
It's Mavis's birthday.
Is it really?
Yeah, well, almost. And we're having a little party. If you care to come over, well, you know, when you've finished here.
Oh, very nice.
Right.
Yeah, you know, it's Ken Barr.
Yeah?
Well, been in negotiation over the flat, but it's difficult to weigh him up, isn't it?
I know what you mean. So you want me to advise you about his character and personality, do you?
If you would, yes.
I don't mind, no, not at all.
Excuse me. We're having a little do this afternoon. It's Mavis's birthday. And if you care to come over any time, you'd be most welcome.
That's very kind. Thank you. Very kind.
Right,
Yes,
thank you.
cheers.
Give that a miss.
Send the wife up. Can't afford to offend long-standing customers. Cheers.
Cheers. Now, Barlow, yeah. Feel sorry for him, really. One of life's misfits.
Really?
Yeah. Everything he's ever done's gone wrong. Well, if I was you, I'd get him out there as quick as I could. Oh, and check the meters before he goes. Very clever with a penknife, you know. Get the odd 50p out.
You know, them two are engaged. What, Emily and the vicar? Bernard, he's called. I think, strictly speaking, he's an ex-vicar. But yeah, they're engaged to be married.
Well, this is quite a spread. Oh, too much, you mean?
Oh, no.
Well, I think it is, but Derek seems to be expecting coach parties.
Oh, goodness.
Excuse me. I believe congratulations are in order. Oh, well, thank you, but it's really not a special birthday.
Oh, no, I meant, haven't you two got engaged?
Oh, yes.
We can't deny it.
And wouldn't want to, I hope.
Well,
Rita,
Oh, Derek.
I had a ring round earlier, and I caught most of the people I wanted. And I popped in the Rovers and spread the word there.
Well, that's very nice for Mavis. So long as
What?
you haven't invited your friend Norris.
No. No, I thought it best not to.
Very wise, love. I didn't think I'd see you today.
Well, it's a question of where I can show my face.
Well, what have you done?
Well, you don't know, eh? Word hasn't reached here yet.
No.
Oh, I'm grateful for that. I'll have a cup of tea and a Welsh rarebit. I'll be sat over there.
Right.
So what have you told your parents about me?
That you're small. And beautiful and intelligent.
And what did they say?
Oh, Dad gave me the big talk, you know, on how I've got to respect you and behave like a gentleman.
Like a gentleman.
I just listened and nodded. I felt sorry for him. I think he found it hard going.
Did you tell them that you were staying with my grandfather's separated wife in a backstreet pub? No.
I didn't think it'd be fair.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Well, come on then, don't keep me in suspense. I mean, what have you done that you can't show your face anywhere but in here?
What have I done? I've done what any decent human being would have done.
Oh?
I've showed a bit of sympathy and concern for an elderly lady everybody's turned their backs on. But it's gone and been misunderstood. I'm in a right mess. I don't know what to do.
Well, do you want to tell me about it?
No, I don't. I think less people that know the better.
love.
Ah, beer and my little piranha.
Oh, give us a bottle of light.
Right.
It's quiet in here, isn't it?
Right, well, you won't find me complaining, look.
I think there's a lot at this party across the road.
Right.
What party?
Maybe it's Wilton's, do you not know? Derrick's been in inviting everybody.
Yeah, 70, please, like. Yeah.
Oh, no, keep that. I might as well go when I can get it for free.
Theatre?
No, I'll see you later.
Theatre?
Shouldn't have said out, should I?
No, it's not your fault, love. It's just a customer changing their mind, isn't it? You're my witness, all right?
Oh.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Listen, you don't need me, do you? Only I thought I'd just go over to Mavis's.
No, go on.
Sure?
Go on,
We'll still be
Betty.
overstaffed then, love.
OK, don't try.
Yes.
That's 198.
Right, tell you when yourself. Tell me what you've been doing this Easter. And don't tell me you've just been working.
Why? Is there anything else?
10 years ago, I could have shown you, but as it is, I'm waiting for the wife.
Alma,
Yep.
have you two got any family?
No, we married late.
And you don't regret that?
Well, sometimes, but you can't have everything, can you?
No. But if you could start all over again, what would you do then?
I have started all over again more than once. No, what I'd do is, as soon as I got married, I'd have kids. You see, a marriage with kids, they're the ones that stay together.
Well, not necessarily.
No, but you stand more of a chance. Not many men that will walk out on their kids.
Just get you changed.
Hi, hello. I just thought I'd call and wish you happy birthday.
Oh, that's nice of you.
I mean, I know we've had us ups and downs, but I mean, we are neighbours, aren't we? And friends.
Oh, we are, yes. Now, what will you have to drink?
Well, have you got any drinks?
Well, Emily, I'm so pleased.
Oh, thank you.
You're a very lucky man.
Oh, I know I am. It's just that Emily has so many friends. It frightens me. Can I live up to what they all expect?
Derrick, thank you.
Why?
Oh, for all this, and for your faith in me.
Oh, of course I've got faith in you, Mavis.
I haven't. I wasn't sure anybody would come.
Oh.
I wasn't, but here they all are. Just as you promised. Oh, Derrick, I don't deserve you.
Of course you do. I wouldn't have married you if you hadn't deserved me.
We're still living at home, but I don't know if you know this. Percy Sugden has asked my mother to marry him, and she said yes.
Hey, they must be putting something in the water. First Emily and the vicar, now Percy.
Well, who cares what they're putting in, as long as it's working.
Yeah, because...
Betty, just help yourself to anything.
Oh, thank you. Hey, they're grand houses, aren't they, love?
Have you never been here before?
No, I haven't. Well, I've had no cause, have I? I mean, everybody comes into the Rovers to see me. I don't go to see them.
No. Come on, let's find something to eat.
Derrick, what are you doing?
Hello, Rita.
Hello.
Don't worry. It's just a little party piece of mine. Thought I might perform later on.
I told her I'd married her daughter.
Oh, yeah, I know her. She's been in here, yeah.
Well, I seemed to call him round, give her a bit of company, and we had this talk about marriage.
Oh, yeah?
And since then, everybody thinks I'm engaged to her.
And what about Maud? What does she think?
She thinks the same. That's what makes it so awkward. I don't know what to do.
What do you want to do?
I just want to put the record straight.
Well, I'd have thought there was only one thing for it, then. I mean, you'd have to go around and see her and tell her face to face.
But I've done that.
Well, you'd have to do it again then, won't you?
Oh, dear. She'll be upset.
Well, I'm sure she will, but she'll be more upset the longer it goes on, won't she?
She will.
And then once you've told her, then, well, you can start by telling everybody else. But, you know, I think you've got to tell her first.
See, I've got a lot of time for the woman. We get on very well. We have similar views. But marriage, well, it's not something that I want to be going in for, not at my age.
Well, it's up to you, but it seems to me at your age you stand a better chance of getting it right than most.
She's a very nice woman, very capable. And she doesn't let her infirmity get her down.
Well, you know, I'm very glad to hear that. Now, do you want anything else?
No, thank you, no. And she's got that house. That's hers, you know.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yes. She'd make a very fine wife. I'm not saying otherwise. But for somebody else, a younger man.
You know, we've had all sorts of people living round here, but I don't think we've ever had a vicar, have we?
I don't think we have.
Retired, actually.
Well, you might be. But I bet you've still got one of them back-to-front collars in back at the car, just in case you get caught and speeding.
If I could have your attention for a moment. Thank you. And thank you for helping to celebrate Mavis's birthday. Only while you're here, because you're our friends, there's something I have to tell you about. Something so good, it would be wrong of me not to. And that is... Envirosphere. Now, what is Envirosphere? Well, you could say it was an exciting range of new and innovative products, and you'd be right. You could also say, and this is how I prefer to see it, it's a way forward into the future.
No, Derek.
It's a response to the problems that we face today and our children will face tomorrow.
Excuse me, Derek. No.
What's the matter?
These are our guests.
Yes, I know, I invited them.
You can't go making them buy things.
I'm not making them, Mavis. They'll want to buy them if you give me the chance to explain what they are.
No, I'm sorry, Derek, but no.
Help yourself to another drink. I'll be with you in a second.
Well, I bet Mavis didn't know about that.
I'm sure she didn't. I tell you something else I know. I'm getting out here before he gets back on his soapbox.
Yeah, me and
you.
all.
Come on,
All
lovey.
right, see
Trot,
you. See
Rita.
you,
Trot
Betty.
up. Trot up.
See you, Rita.
You said this was for my birthday.
Mainly?
Mainly?
Mavis, I have to earn my living.
Yes, but not at the expense of my friends. I mean, I'd rather starve. I'd rather live on the streets than have to play these kinds of tricks on...
No, don't go. No, not just yet. Just a minute.
Derek!
Hello.
Hi. The usual, please.
You enjoying your holiday?
Not much to enjoy, really.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, sorry.
God, you're turning me into an alcoholic. Do you know that?
Me?
Well, I have to order something or they'll throw you out. Isn't that right, Tanya?
Definitely. Come on, drink up, then we'll go.
Well, where you been?
I was talking to Percy Sugden.
Percy, she stood me up for Percy Sugden.
Come on,
So you see,
Lower sixth, it's 3 to a study. I'm in with Rick and Eddie.
Oh, I've met Rick.
Yeah, but not Ed. He's okay. He plays the guitar, collects T-shirts. He's actually got a motorbike, but they won't let him bring it in school.
They're T-shirts.
Yeah, you know, with different things written on. Why?
No, it's nothing. So you've got your own common room.
She'd any sense, she'd kill him.
I don't think he'd notice even then.
Vodka and tonic, Jack, and whatever Ken's having, please.
Oh, I'll have a pint, thanks so much.
Right, Mavis's party's still on, is it?
No, in fact, it never was.
What?
Well, what we thought was Mavis's party turned out to be something else altogether.
Would you just excuse me? I'll be
Yeah,
back in a
sure.
sec.
What do you mean, something else altogether?
Well, you know that, Jack.
I think you've been avoiding me.
No.
Well, I know I've been avoiding you.
You have?
In case you invite me out for another meal. Then I'd have to invite you, then you'd have to invite me. So.
Forever and forever.
But I was wondering if we might risk going out for a walk.
A walk?
Derbyshire. Tomorrow we'll drive out there, stroll up a hill and down the other side.
I wouldn't have to wear great big boots and a rucksack.
Oh, no, nothing so strenuous.
Yeah. Yeah, well, okay. Only I'm working till lunchtime.
Okay. After lunch. See you then.
Yeah.
Well, I think that is diabolical, that is.
Well, so did we, didn't we?
What?
Think Mavis's party were diabolical.
Embarrassing, quite frankly.
Well, it would be, wouldn't it? I mean, all the fellas he's trying to do is earn a living the best way he can. Does he get any support from his missus? Does he, Eckers, like? All she wants is folk dancing round singing happy birthday to you like some big soft kid. 247, love.
Well, I was going to say get one yourself. Now I'm not so sure.
Well, what have I done?
Oh, nothing. Just turn the world on its head, that's all. Brilliant, really. Here, get one yourself. You've earned it.
Cheers, love. Well, perhaps he's right. We should be sympathising with Derek.
I wouldn't go that far. Listen, you don't have to stand here with me if you want to go and sit with Denise.
Oh, no, it's all right. I'll be seeing her soon anyway.
Will you?
Yes.
You've got a twinkle in your eye. Do you know that?
Oh, well, that's from Derek's talk on Envirosphere. I secretly found it very exciting.
In other words, mind your own business, Rita.
Hope you don't mind me calling unannounced.
Of course I don't. Now sit down. And another time, don't wait to be asked. Going to be your home is this, you know.
Yes, I know some folk have got that idea.
I beg your pardon.
Well, it's a big step, you know. Marriage, especially at our age.
I see. Getting cold feet?
I'm getting no such thing.
Backing out?
How can I back out of something I've never been in the first place? I never proposed to you. You got the wrong end of the stick.
Did I?
I'm sorry about this, but these things have to be said.
They have.
So I suppose you want me to go now, don't you?
Will you sit down? You're like a jack-in-a-box.
Well, I just thought you'd want to see the back of me.
What I want first is a glass of something to steady me nerves. You look as if you could do with one and all. Now, just you stay there. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, but, I mean, what's special about a doormat?
It kills germs.
Oh, you mean you hit him with it?
Well, that would be one way.
Anyway, what do I want a doormat for her?
I've got a husband at home. Oh, look here, I'm lost again. Thanks, Maeve. Do you know, it's been great.
Oh, well, bye, Vera. Thank you ever so much for coming.
Do you not want me to be a success? Is that it? I had a captive audience. They were wined and dined, at no small expense, I might add. I only needed 10 minutes, but no, it had to be your party. Everything had to be for you.
Well, I thought that was the idea,
Selfishness, Mavis, that's all it was,
yes.
selfishness.
Well, you know all about selfishness,
Me?
yes.
What I'm doing is for both of us.
Both of us?
Yes.
Oh, exactly. And I thought it was supposed to be for me. I mean, all morning you've gone on about this party, how much you wanted to do it for me. Well, that was all lies, wasn't it? Because this party wasn't for me, was it? It wasn't even a proper party. It was just an excuse, a trick to get people here to make them buy this overpriced rubbish.
It is not overpriced rubbish.
Oh, it's junk.
Well, we won't argue about it.
No.
And it wasn't a trick. People came to your party. My Envirosphere presentation, if only you'd let me get on with it, would have been a bonus. They'd have enjoyed it.
Well, I wouldn't. Because whether you were tricking them or not, you were certainly tricking me.
It's the one thing Envirosphere stress in all their literature. Every opportunity must be taken.
It's not that I haven't got a very high opinion of you.
I'm pleased to hear it.
Because I have.
It's just that you don't want to marry me.
It's not even that. I just couldn't let us go ahead on the basis of a misunderstanding.
Which we're not doing. We've got that sorted.
Which I'm very relieved.
So, what are we doing?
Well, I've still got to move out from where I am, and folk are still saying I'll be moving in here with you.
Our Maureen and her husband think that, certainly, yes.
I'm not saying we shouldn't. I think it'd be a good idea for both of us, providing it's what you want.
Now, we don't want any more misunderstandings.
No.
So we'd better get it over and above board this time. Are you proposing to me now or not?
I am, yes.
Well, then, I accept.
Good.
Do you like this sherry? I get it from the co-op.
It's very nice indeed. Well, cheers.
Cheers.
Well, there's nothing there to get excited about. So what are your plans for this morning? As if I need ask.
Well, I'll be paying my respects to Mrs. Grimes, if that's what you mean.
I was wondering if you'd be back for your lunch. Only if you will, I'll leave you a bit of something in the fridge.
No, don't bother. I'll get something while I'm out.
Right. I really am delighted for you. Look, if you've nothing else planned, why don't you bring Mrs. Grimes round here this afternoon?
Round here? I thought your Reverend was coming round.
Yes, he is, and I'm sure he'll be as pleased to see you both as I will.
But I don't want to put you to any trouble.
Trouble? I'll be delighted to have you. It'll be a chance to get my best tea service out.
Oh, thank you very much. Can I give you a lift for this lot before I go?
Oh, no, you carry on, and I'll expect you at, should we say 3:30?
We'll be here then, yes.
I don't suppose you'll have given any thought to a date
Date?
when you were thinking of getting married.
Oh, no, but don't worry. I shall be out from under your feet before your Reverend moves in.
Morning. Miss Pooley. As welcome as the dawn and as beautiful as the day.
Yes, well, I've run out of bread.
Hey, telephone.
You're a bit frisky this morning, ain't you?
Oh,
Morning. Reg Holdsworth.
I'm thrilled about Percy Sugden and my mother.
Why, what about them?
They're getting married.
I'm
surprised you wasn't.
Well, it's amazed me, actually.
I know.
I can't see anybody shacking up with Percy Sugden.
Wow.
I hope she knows what she's letting herself in for, you know.
Hey, I hope he does. That's right, Tanya.
See you, love. No, that estate agent on phone. He's only
Yeah.
got somebody to look at flat. He's going round this morning.
That's great, Reggie.
Oh, it's more than great morning. It's perfect.
Yes.
It's the first glow of sunshine and a brave new dawn.
Oh.
Because we can sell the flat and get a place of our own, you see.
Yeah.
And it's no longer just a dream.
No.
So the sooner we can get Percy Sugden and your mother to name the day, well,
Get off our hands, you mean?
the sooner we can get back to leading a normal relationship.
We've got a normal relationship.
Maureen?
What?
How can we have anything even approaching a normal relationship when we've got Genghis Flaming Grimes banging hot ceiling with your stick every night?
Oh, stop that.
Morning.
Oh, good morning.
Everything all right?
Well, as can be expected, I suppose, once she'd cooled down.
Oh, been overeating, has she?
Overheating?
I thought it was just the exhaust which had fell off.
Oh, you mean the car?
Why, what do you think it meant, Derek?
Well, Mavis.
Mavis?
She was pretty upset about that party.
Oh, yeah. With you now, Derek.
Mind you, she still is. Still, at least the mood has moved on from outright hostility to an ominous silence, which I suppose is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, well, it's understandable, though, isn't it? I mean, the party was supposed to have been for her, wasn't it, Derek?
I was merely taking advantage of the opportunity that presented itself. One of the first rules of salesmanship is that.
But it didn't present itself, did it? You set it up.
Second rule of salesmanship, if the opportunities are not there, create them.
Yeah, well, it seems to me all you've succeeded in doing was digging a flaming great hole and diving head first straight into it.
Now, that's just where you're wrong. I made 1 or 2 contacts at that party, very useful contacts. To the untrained eye, that party probably looked like a disaster. But to someone like me...
Who can turn things to his advantage.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'll see you, Derek.
There we go. Want nothing to eat today? No toasted tea cakes? Damn, it's taking you to get 2 cups of tea. Happened to be dark before you got toaster going.
Oh, well, it's nice to know you're appreciated. I was just going to tell you to have these on me.
By way of apology, I suppose, for taking so long.
No, by way of saying congratulations to the pair of you. I'm very pleased for both of you.
Oh, I see. Well, in that case, we accept in the spirit in which it's been offered.
Yes, thank you. It's very nice.
You're very welcome.
Go on. Perhaps we will have a couple of toasted tea cakes, seeing as you're offering. I mean, we wouldn't like to appear ungrateful.
About 3:30, Mrs. Bishop said, so that gives us plenty of time.
For what?
Well, I thought we'd go down to the library and then pop in the day centre and have a bite to eat.
Oh, did you?
Yes, unless you've got something else in mind.
No, I haven't. But it's nice to be consulted.
Well, I'm consulting you now, aren't I? There's nothing written in tablets of stone about going to the library.
I didn't say that.
It was only a suggestion.
Just so long as that's understood.
Library, then.
Go on. But just think on. Just because I'm marrying you, it doesn't mean you've the right to run my life.
Am I ever likely to forget it?
Oh, well, I've got a tongue in my head. No, you're not.
OK, thanks a lot, Mrs. Hawkins. Bye now.
Oh, hello. Hello.
Hey.
Morning.
Hiya. If you're looking for a quick trim, you couldn't have timed it better.
Look, about this afternoon.
You can't make it.
No, you don't get rid of me that easily. What time shall I pick you out?
Right, well, I close at 1 sharp, so let's say 5 past. No, hang on. You'd better make it 10 past. Give us a chance to put on a new face.
Right. Well, I'll see you later.
Yeah,
Bye.
see you. Bye.
I never said a word.
Hey.
What?
About Park Road.
What's about Park Road?
Oh, it's very nice up there.
Oh, it's very expensive up there.
No, listen here, look. 1937, 3-bedroom, semi-detached residence here.
Reg, what is the point?
What do you mean, what's the point? We're in the market, aren't we?
We are not in the market until the flat is sold and Percy and my mother are settled.
Yes, which could happen at any time, couldn't it?
Reg, it could be weeks.
Oh, Maureen, why don't you look?
But when Percy and my mother get round to fixing a date, then we'll start looking. Till then, forget it. Put that down.
Oh, right.
Oh.
Good morning.
Morning.
I thought this would be as good a time as any.
Oh?
To catch you.
Me?
Right. I think you expressed interest in our range of products. At the party, you mentioned the dehumidifier.
Well, I'm sorry, Derek. I really don't.
Believe me, once you've seen this little miracle of modern science
Derek,
at work.
I'm not interested.
Not convinced it can possibly live up to its promise, are you? Well, let me assure you, you won't be the first, which is why I'm offering you one on a week's free trial. No obligation to buy whatsoever. I don't have to sell these things, they sell themselves.
Derek, did you not do English at school? English? Yeah. Only if you have managed to grasp the merest working knowledge of the language, it should be clear to you now that Maureen does not want to know. So I would suggest that you take your dehumidifier...
Yes, Reg, stop it. Derek, I'm really sorry, but I don't want a humidifier.
Ah. Well, that leaves the water purifier.
Water purifier?
You were most enthusiastic.
Well, I was just being polite.
Which is more than I'll be if you don't get out the shop.
But
now, come on.
I'll leave the catalogue with you. Browse through it in your own time.
Derek, out.
If you have second thoughts.
Well, no, I...
Good day to you.
And you. Yes.
Hey!
Where the heck have you been? We nearly sent a search party down that cellar.
Oh, now, come on, Betty. I've had this morning's delivery to sort out, haven't I?
It's amazing.
What is?
I always seem to get tied up down that cellar, you know, when Bet's off for the day.
Now, come on, Betty, you are not suggesting that I am skiving, are you?
You? Jose.
Look, I just want to nip in the back couple of minutes, make a phone call.
A phone call?
Yes, our Vera's not feeling too well. I just want to find out how she is.
Yeah, I'm not surprised the running about she's been doing.
What?
Tanya said she heard you phoning your Vera this morning. It seems you put a fiver on her to win. There's customers there, what's serving?
Yes, pal.
Are you still with us?
Oh, I can't get him out of my mind.
Who?
Dead since he phoned last night. He's so homesick.
He said that, did he?
Well, no, he didn't have to. I could tell. Must be awful for him stuck up there in Newcastle, not knowing any about it. Got nothing to do and nowhere to go.
Can't be much fun, can it?
See, places stopping at even Garibar, it's bed and breakfast like.
What are you talking about?
Des, I was just saying, he's so homesick, poor Pappy. He's got nothing to do and nowhere to go.
Des Barnes?
Yeah.
You must be joking. He's stuck up there with no ties, not a care in the world. His eyeballs will be down to his kneecaps by now.
Yeah, well, that's just where you're wrong, you see, because my Des ain't like that, not anymore. Not since me and him, well, got it together like. I mean, she'll tell you that, won't you?
Yeah, right. Pint, what's it, love?
So what are we doing?
What do you want to do?
Whatever you want. Pictures?
If it's what you want.
Don't mind.
Well, you don't want to spend your last afternoon sat here, that's for sure, which we're likely to do the way things are going.
Right. Come on, drink up.
Don't say you've actually made up your mind.
We're going into town, wander around the shops, a quick bite of something back here.
That's what you want?
Definitely.
Right. Come on, then.
Unless you prefer the pictures.
I'm going to clock you in a minute.
Sorry. Hello.
2 hot pots, love. Tardy. The pickled cabbage, look, it's on the bar over there.
Thanks, Bet.
Yes, my love.
Just an orange juice, please, Betty.
On your own?
Yes.
You're not meeting Derek?
Not today.
Oh, you must be very pleased he's found something he enjoys doing. I've never seen him look so happy for ages.
So when will your daughter be home?
What?
Your daughter. What time will she be home?
Does she know you?
My name is Wilton. I spoke to her on the phone.
That'll be best. You do that.
What?
Speak to her when she's at home.
When will that be? Oh, no. That's all I need.
It's a different world out here, isn't it?
Yes, yes it is. We don't take advantage of it half as much as we should.
I've never been it before.
There was a time when I thought I was going to end my days out here up in the hills.
You did?
Well, it certainly felt like that at the time. I was out walking with my son. I fell and broke my ankle. I had to call out the mountain rescue to get me down.
Your son?
Peter, yeah, he's in the Royal Navy now. Oh, he's my son from my first marriage. We had twins. Susan lives in the northeast.
Had no idea. Do you never see them?
Well, not what you really call close. When my mother died, they went to stay with their grandma in Scotland. They went to school there, grew up there. I used to see them in the holidays, but as they got older, we got more and more like strangers.
I'm sorry.
At the time, I thought it was for the best in retrospect. Anyway, they're happy. Well, not to be thankful for. Peter's married, got a family of his own.
And your daughter?
Susan?
Is she married?
She was.
I see. I'm sorry it didn't work out.
Well, come on. Don't come out to sit here all the time. I think it's time we stretched our legs.
Oh, I did notice a little tea shop.
Later. Don't come out here to drink tea either.
I'd hate to go to your school.
Oh, you don't know the half of it. Come on.
Thanks.
I haven't made much of a contribution, I'm afraid.
Eh?
Well, to Derek's record, as you know, as a super salesman.
He's been after you and all, has he?
Well, he came in here this morning, but I'm afraid he went away very disappointed.
He went away with his ears on fire, coming in here peddling his daft bits of nonsense.
And if Mavis is still giving him a bad time.
A bad time? I should think Derek thinks he's living in a fridge, the atmosphere there must be in that house.
You can't help feeling sorry for him. He's not had the best of luck.
Look, you make your own luck in this world.
You know, I don't think I'd go along with that, Reg.
Each man has his own destiny in the palm of his hand.
Oh, who said that?
I just did.
Oh, right.
See, we may not have any influence on the hand the fates deal us, but how we play it is entirely down to us.
Well, I hope you feel the same way when you've got Percy Sugden for a father-in-law. Senior. Well, this is a pleasant surprise, isn't it, Bernard?
Oh, it certainly is.
The least we could do after all the trouble you went to. Just a cup of tea, Mr. Sugden said.
Well, it's ages since we had a proper afternoon tea like that. I did enjoy it. We must certainly do it again.
On one condition. Next time, it's at my place.
Right. Well, if that's settled, perhaps you'll let me know what you want to drink.
No. This is my round. You've done enough for us already today.
It's been our pleasure, Mr. Sugden, believe me.
Nevertheless, this is my round now. What do you want?
Well, if you insist, thank you very much, Mr. Sugden. I'll have a medium sherry.
I'll have the same.
What about you, Reverend?
The name is Bernard.
I know it is. What do you want to drink?
Oh, I'll just have half a bitter.
All right. Okay.
I'll give you a hand.
Yes, Mr. Sugden.
2 medium cherries and 2 hours of bitter, please.
Oh, Emily was right. We have enjoyed this afternoon.
You know, I've got to admit, I never have my doubts about whether it'd be right for Mrs. Bishop or not, but having got to know you a bit better, she could have done a lot worse for herself.
Well, I'll take that as the compliment I'm sure is intended.
But that doesn't mean I haven't still got a soft spot for Mrs. Bishop. And if ever I hear that you're not treating her as you should be...
Oh, I think I've got the message, Mr. Sugden. You need have no fears on that score, I assure you.
Thank you.
And 2 hours of bit.
Yes, please.
You're pushing boat out tonight, aren't you?
And why not? With 2 forthcoming marriages to celebrate.
2? Well, I know about you and Mrs. Bishop.
Oh, but not about Mr. Sugden here and Mrs. Grimes, obviously.
What? You? And her? Oh. Congratulations.
Thanks. But we would like these drinks before closing time, if it's at all possible.
Oh, right.
Thanks.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ken.
Thanks? For what?
For this afternoon. I can't remember the last time I felt so relaxed.
Oh, we did more talking than walking.
Well, you may find this hard to believe, but it's what I miss most is that. Having somebody to talk to, somebody to unwind with. Oh, I know I'm with folk all day at work. But once I go up to that flat, shut the door.
You don't have to tell me.
You do have Deirdre.
Oh, we're friends, yes. I mean, we can enjoy a drink together, a meal, and we're both Tracy's parents. But as for anything else...
It's more than I've got.
Well, if you still feel the same way after today, you've only yourself to blame.
Thanks, Ken. Do you know, I've never met anybody quite like you before.
I'm not quite sure how to take that.
Well, I don't know, you make me feel... Well, you're not just out to use me. You haven't got what's in it for me etched across your eyeballs, and that's quite a novelty in my life, believe me. So thanks.
Oh, no, I should be thanking you. I've enjoyed every minute of it. time you're getting back, I take it?
Me? Right now, I couldn't care less if I never saw Weatherfield again, no. I was thinking about you.
And what have I got to dash back to?
Yes, Derek.
Half a bitter, please, Jack.
Oh, one of them days, eh, kid?
You've no idea.
I have, you know. You want to count yourself lucky.
Lucky?
You know, I don't know why you took on them eco-what-you-call-it things, you know. Because nobody's into them. Not round here, you know.
Well, I wouldn't have thought you'd have had any problems.
Sorry?
Well, selling these products of yours. They even had a word with your niece to see if we can't get a couple of things for the salon.
Really?
Is that it, is it?
Well, will you join me?
Me?
Yeah, please. I'm more than interested in your views. And if I can get them for the price of a drink, well, I'm only too delighted.
Oh, thanks. Have the same again, Jack.
Right, look.
Well, I hope they'll both be very happy together.
Well, they've only themselves to blame if they're not about it, because they're both old enough to know what they're letting themselves in for, aren't they?
Yeah.
No telephone. Is this it?
Well, for now, but I can usually guarantee, you know, I think of something else as soon as I get through that door.
I know.
So, have they decided where they're going to live yet?
Right. Well, go on then, how much?
Sorry?
Percy and your mother.
Oh, well, yes,
snapped
they
his hand
haven't
off, I hope.
discussed it yet.
Oh, well, I mean, I suppose it'll be at your mother's place, won't it? Not a lot of pointing up rooting yourself if you don't have to do. Well, not at their age.
Oh, no.
Are you all right?
Leave it to me. Me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, £4.60. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, don't.
You can have the lot. The money's right.
Hey. Right, £4.68.
Yes. Well, I'll see you later.
I think that's right there,
Yes.
Lottie. All right.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, love. Bye-bye. Well,
Well, what?
that was the estate agent, wasn't it?
Ah, that's right.
Yes!
Got to buy him, Maureen. Run away. So, as soon as Percy something and your mother named the day, we're on the way!
We're on the way! Yes!
Oh, you're off then?
Yeah, worse luck.
Well, look after yourself and I hope we see you again.
I hope so.
Come on, we're going to miss a train.
So, I'll see you next week.
Yes, I'll give you a ring when I get to school.
Wish I didn't have to go.
Well, you do. Now, come on.
Bye.
Bye, Leo. Looks like you'll have to wait till next time.
Sorry?
Steve McDonald to meet the new boyfriend.
Steve McDonald can just take a running jump.
Uh-huh.
Anything that improves the environment is worth looking at as far as I'm concerned.
Really?
Oh, well, yeah, it's my generation that's going to suffer if we foul it up, isn't it?
Exactly. Do you know, you're just the kind of person our organisation needs.
Me?
Yes, you. You could do us both a favour.
I could.
You could. The commission's very good.
Commission?
And it would certainly help my cause if I were to introduce a new agent.
Oh, now hang on a minute.
You're a natural, honestly. You're young, you're enthusiastic, personable. You're wasted in that salon.
Oh, come on.
Look, there's a meeting next week. Why don't you come along and find out all about it? No obligation, of course. And you can rely on me to give you any help you need.
So, where are you thinking of living then?
Oh, well, we've not decided yet, but now we've got a buyer for the flat, we can start to look round seriously.
Yeah. So the sooner you and Percy's husband get married, the better.
Reg thought that it'd be nice for all of us if we move into our new house at the same time that you and Mr. Sugden got married.
Ah, but don't let that hold you back, because if you want to get wed before we find something else, we can always move back into the flat, pro tem, and then you can have this place to yourselves, can't you?
And who says we want this place to ourselves? We might want to move and all.
Hey?
We might just fancy a nice little bungalow somewhere.
But you can't, though, can you, Mother?
Why not? It's our lives.
Yes, but it's not your house, is it? You did the deal with the finance company, you remember? It belongs to them now.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, but you...
I changed my mind, didn't I? Before I signed anything. If I want to move out, there's nothing to stop me. Nothing at all.
I don't believe it.
Crafty conniving...
Reg! She is my mother.
No, it's Percy Sugden I'm on about. So that's his little game.
What is?
Well, who do you think's going to cop for this place if anything happens to her, eh? Who do you think's going to be next of kin after she's trundled out the with Percy Sugden? Because it certainly won't be you, will it? God.
This is madness. You do know that. We're acting like two daft kids.
Yeah, I know. Should we go home?
I just hope you don't snore.
Remember me?
I'll say. Oh, yeah.
So we are speaking.
No reason why not. That I can think of.
Good. Sorry to wake you.
I've got to get up. I've got work to go to. Unlike some. What? How long is it going to take us to get back?
Oh, we should do it.
What? I've got Rita at 9.
Don't Fiona see to that?
Rita? I wouldn't let Fiona trim Percy Sugden's sideboards. Go on, chuck us, Miss Vetta.
Put in his hands as your mother. Give him credit. Percy Sugden, he's a smooth operator.
We mustn't jump to conclusions.
The minute she's passed on, he'll be selling up, be off on a cruise. Then he'll be back onto his next with her. Betty Turpin. No, Rita Sutherland will be next. Let's face it, there's nothing but a flaming con man. Hey, I'm talking about con man, look who's here. How's Mr. Wilton? Still selling the magic carpets, or is it timeshares on the moon today?
I'm sorry you didn't approve. Think you could try to be a bit more open-minded.
Ah, well, for open-minded, read Gullible.
I agree with Mavis.
Oh, well, then you'll be the sort of customer he's looking for, won't you? Watch out, lock up your mothers.
And what's that supposed to mean?
As if you didn't know.
Could I have my change, please?
Yes, of course. There you are, Mavis. I'm sorry about that.
What am I supposed to have done now?
You must think we were born yesterday.
I don't know what you're on about.
Gosh, you do. Somebody's persuaded to change your mind, it isn't us.
Change your mind about what?
Don't come the innocent about hanging on to the house. And whose house do you think it is, anyway?
Maud's house, do you mean?
Yeah, in name only, it isn't Maud's house. Morally speaking, it should be Maureen's.
And how do you make that out?
Because she has paid the mortgage. And she did not do that for you to get your grubby hands onto it.
I'm not stopping here to be insulted.
No, and I know why, because the truth hurts, doesn't it? You wouldn't even give my mother-in-law a second look if it wasn't for her money. Face up to it, Sugden. You're not but a gold digger.
I'll remember this conversation. You may live to regret that.
She won't be long.
You say she phoned?
Yeah, from the doctors. She might have to wait for a prescription.
Oh, I hope everything's all right.
So do I. Shall I do your hair? I can do styling.
Can you?
Oh, yeah. Go on, let us have a go.
Well, I'll give it a few more minutes, love. You still enjoying this hairdressing lark, are you?
Oh, yeah. It's all right. It's a bit boring. Got to be polite to folk all the time. And then, when you make a mistake, they get really funny with you.
What sort of mistake?
Well, using the wrong tints or cutting too much off. I mean, we're all human, aren't we? Do you like your hair the length it is, or would you like it a little shorter?
No, it's fine, love. Thank you, no.
Actually, do you know what would really suit you?
No.
A different tint. Autumn flame. It's like a cross between cherry and paprika.
Well, I'll give it a few more minutes if it's all the same with you, love.
Actually, I'm thinking of backing it all in. Yeah, if things work out. Oh. I think she's here now.
won't recognise the place when he gets back. Things are found in them units. I mean, what do you do with silt?
What?
Silt, it's a fish in a tin.
Eat it.
Yeah, but how?
Knife and fork.
No, I mean, is it a pizza ingredient like an anchovy or something you shove on a sandwich like a pilchard?
I don't know, do I? That's Betty. She's cool.
Silt, oh, well, it's in the water. It's a bit like snook.
Snook, aye.
Oh, you've lost me there. Do you know, she must have been a very funny woman, this Steph. I mean, it's all sorts of stuff have turned up. Most of it's past its sell-by.
Aren't we all, though?
Speak for yourself, Betty.
Oh, a lot of it's rubbish, anyway.
Oh, chuck it away, love. That's what I'd do.
Well, I am doing. And newspapers, they're going back years. Do you know, I filled 4 bin bags. I've barely started.
No, I thought Phyllis did for Des.
Oh, yeah, but it's just superficial. You know, it's dusting and that. No, this is proper spring cleaning I'm doing.
Oh, it's a new experience for you then, eh?
Oh, well, you have it to do,
You do.
By the way, you couldn't do tonight for me, could you? Because I wanted to make a start on bathroom.
I'm sorry, love. I've got company. Ask Tanya.
It's not that important.
It's a good job you came back when you did. She were all for giving me a rainbow tint.
Oh, sorry I were late.
Everything all right?
I told you you'd phoned from the doctors.
Oh, yes, nothing to worry about.
Oh, that's good, isn't it? Well, I'll see you. Bye, Fiona.
Bye.
Bye.
I've booked Mrs. Thornbury for 2:30.
Thanks for covering for me. Was Rita all right with you?
Oh, yeah, fine.
Nice woman. Had a sad life by all accounts.
I heard someone tried to change the subject.
What subject?
The car broke down. You had to push it all the way back.
Whose car?
Well, Ken's, of course. Come on. What happened?
Just because I am half an hour late does not give you the right to pry into my private affairs.
So it is an affair? Is that official?
No, it is not. We just found it more convenient to stop over.
Convenient. And? Is he in good shape then, for his age?
That will be telling.
Go on.
Get on with your work.
Oh, go on.
All right. Yeah, he is in perfect working order. And that is to go no further.
Things I've found. There's a jar of pickled eggs, and I know for a fact that Des can't abide them, and she weren't a pickled egg sort of person, not Stephanie, no. Of course, you wouldn't have known her.
No, I wouldn't.
Oh. She was very spontaneous, you know, very combustible.
So was his boat, from what I heard.
Well, that was before my time, but it's told me all the details. Oh, it's a very sad story. Mind you, he's a very complex personality, as Des. There's not many people have guessed that. How we put up with her in the first place, I'll never know.
There we are.
Thank you, Betty.
Have you asked her about swapping?
No.
There's no harm in asking.
What's all this about, then?
I owe you a shift already.
Do you?
Well, don't you remember the other week when I went to Birmingham, I had to stop over? No, I couldn't ask you again.
Tonight, was it?
Yeah.
All right, go on, I'll do it.
Oh, would you? Yeah, I'll pay you back, you know, as soon as I've got myself straight.
Yeah.
I think you've got him all wrong, you know.
All wrong? I don't think so. He's smarter than he looks, him.
Why don't you give him the benefit of the doubt?
Because I am not stupid. Why else does he want to lead her down the aisle?
Companionship, I'm sure. And he wants to look after my mother. I'm sure that's what he wants.
And he's not pulling a fast one?
No.
Well, I suppose there's another way to view the situation, really. Sugden in residence. Leaves the way clear for us, doesn't it? And we can wipe her out of our mind and deal with our own marital recreation.
I don't want to wipe her out of my mind. She's my mother.
And when they both pop off, house will revert to you and we can flog it and buy that dream house. You haven't forgotten, have you, about the jacuzzi?
Oh, Reg, that could be years yet.
I know, I suppose you're right.
But we don't mind, do we, as long as we're together? And Mother's got a companion in the twilight years. I mean, I don't mind if I don't inherit the house, actually, as long as we're happy.
What do you mean, if you don't inherit the house?
Well, if she goes first, it'll pass to Percy.
Yes, and when he goes, it'll pass to you.
Maybe.
Well, of course it will. Who else going to leave it
Well,
to?
I don't know. He could leave it to a dog's home if he wanted.
A dog's home?
Yes.
No, it's just a matter of time. All we need is patience. Ah, right.
Hey, is it true about Percy and Maud getting married?
Yes, it's wonderful, isn't it, Reg?
Oh, a bit sudden though, isn't it?
Yeah, well, maybe, but we're both very pleased for him, aren't we?
Hey, so that'll make you my Uncle Reg, won't it?
You won't?
I mean, 2 or 3 times removed.
How do you work that one out, then?
Well, you don't know. Percy's my great uncle, isn't he?
What's that?
It's a graph. Sales to date. Not exactly the north face of the Eiger, but there's definitely an upward slope.
I'll get it.
Oh, mate, this is Derek in.
Yes, it's Mr. Baldwin.
Oh, come on in, Mike. Don't forget to use the mat.
Here, you can have this lot back.
Why, what's wrong with them?
You didn't expect me to believe that cock and bull story about the mat, did you?
Well, we're not complaining, are we, Mavis? Wait till the hay fever season.
I don't get hay fever, neither does Alma.
Asthma, breathlessness, skin complaints, they'll be a thing of the past.
Took the back off one of these.
You took it to bits. The ionizer.
It's a box. All that's in there is a magnet and a couple of wires. I can make me own for about 50p.
I know what you're up to. You want to find out how it works so you can go into production and put me out of business.
Yeah, that's right.
I knew it.
And I'll tell you something else. As one businessman to another, you bought a pup.
Jealousy. He used to be someone round here, but now he's not, and he can't bear to see the pretender to the throne.
We're counting those as sales.
Of course, the car will make a difference. I'll be able to select my areas. This time next week, this'll be just a blip.
I know what'll happen. You'll go further and further afield, and you'll be working longer and longer hours, and we'll hardly see each other.
Oh, Mavis. Come here. This time next year, we'll be able to look back on today and smile. Remember the time Mike Baldwin smirked and told me I'd backed a loser? How little he knew, we'll say, as we drive up to our detached house in Wilmslow.
Wilmslow?
It won't be long. Tell you what, tonight we'll go out for a meal.
Oh, yes, Derek.
And we'll go over to Cheshire and remind ourselves of where we're aiming.
So you managed to write without me?
Could have stopped up all day. You after my job? Actually, I might not be with you much longer.
Are you giving in your notice?
I'm off to go see my brother tonight, see if he can help us get a loan. Unless you fancy lending us a couple of thousand.
Sorry. What's it for?
I was talking to Mr. Wilton about this firm he works for.
Oh, please, don't tell me you're going into partnership with Derek.
Oh, no, it's not a partnership. You work for yourself. You develop your own sales area and your initial investment is multiplied in no time.
There you are. The flowers and the lasagna.
Thank you,
Okay.
Betty.
Hey, how much do you know about this?
Well, not a lot, but I do believe in the product, which gives me an advantage. Oh, there's no point discussing it. You're just cynical, you.
Fiona, you are much too nice a girl to be eaten alive by the likes of Derek Wilton. Believe me, it's a con.
Well, everyone says that. But how come all these folks are doing so well with the flash cars and the detached houses? Tell them it's a con.
What folks?
The ones you showed me in the pamphlet.
Eat your plans, eh?
I suppose you're right. I'm being daft, aren't I?
Oh, no. But you promise me that you will not give anyone £2,000.
Go on.
Guess who I've been talking to on phone?
Vivian Westwood?
Des. I was telling him all about my spring cleaning. You know, he's right surprised. And them pickled eggs are a mystery to him and all.
How's it going on?
Oh, he's all right. He's only dead homesick.
Well, I thought he's home in Geordieland. I mean, how could he be homesick if you're in, you know, it's not Geordieland, like.
No, not on the tow home here. Anyway, it's not for Geordie. It's from Hartlepool.
I stand corrected.
Anyway, I felt that sorry for him, but I said I'd get on train.
Oh, how romantic. Oh.
Well, that'll cramp his style, won't it?
What do you mean?
Well, he'll have to replan his whole weekend.
He's not doing anything in particular.
Pull the other one.
You know, you shouldn't judge everyone by your own standard. It's not nice. I doesn't like that.
Raquel, isn't it about time that you grew up, eh?
What did I say?
Hey, you! What? I think you're twisted. I think you can't bear to see anybody else enjoying themselves. I'll tell you something else and all. You're your own worst enemy.
You're not working tonight?
Yeah, I'm just on my way. I have a taxi outside. Is Bet in?
Round at Stella's, look.
Oh. Do you think she'd mind if I borrowed 2 dozen lights and a box of plain crisps? It's for the Legion.
Can't see why not.
Thank you. The steward says he'll pay back on Monday.
Right.
Hiya. Aye. Still here then?
Yeah. I hear you've got a new job. The Legion, is it?
At least I'm happy with my work. And I'm very happy at home. So I'm not doing so bad, am I?
Ah, Jack. Medium sherry and a still orange, please.
Right.
Are you on the wagon?
Oh, driving. We're going for a meal. Once Kevin's fixed the car.
What's the problem?
Dirt in the carburettor.
Ah, you'll need a new filter, eh?
Yeah, he's fixing one now. There we are. Thank you.
Here he's been talking to young Fiona, putting ideas into her head. Am I right?
Oh, gotcha. That Fiona.
That Fiona. Who else?
It was purely in a business capacity.
Yeah, well, don't raise your hopes too high. 1, she hasn't got 2,000 quid, and 2, if she did, I'd make damn sure you didn't get your hands on it.
You've completely misunderstood. She expressed an interest in Envirosphere, and I told her all about it.
Yeah, well, I think it's taking unfair advantage. She's only a kid.
She's got the wrong end of the stick,
Well, you never mentioned that to me.
didn't I? Look, I think I'll go and collect the car. You finish your sherry.
I thought you said that Kevin was coming to tell us.
I won't be long. Excuse me.
I thought it was supposed to be in a good cause.
Oh, yeah, save the planet and rip off trainee hairdressers.
Oh, maybe Dad might took our stuff back. Not true, is it, Mavis? What we're hearing about Derek?
She said she was going to borrow 2,000 quid off her brother till I put her straight.
He's a bit strong, that.
Well, where's it going to stop?
You'd be breaking into Nicky Platt's money box next.
It'll be after Sarah Louise's pocket money.
Oh, little Rosie Webster.
I'm glad you all find it so funny, because I don't.
Ah, all fixed. How much do I owe you?
Bad news, I'm afraid, Derek.
In that case, you'll have to take a cheque.
No, the carburettor's gone. The seating's worn.
Oh, dear. It'll be all right to drive this evening.
Not without a carburettor, it won't, no. Be first thing Monday morning, now.
How much will it cost?
Looking at about 200 quid. Now, do you mind if we push it outside? Only one to lock up, mate.
It's like an Agatha Christie, this, isn't it? Dodgy ex-army fella arrives on scene, marries the rich widow. Next morning, she's stretched out on front lawn, dead as a dodo. Croaky hoop wrapped round her neck.
Don't antagonise him. Mr. Sugden, can we get you a drink?
I can pay for my own, thank you. I do have a pension, as small as it is.
I'll tell you someone we lost that house. Oh, yeah. I was going to leave it to Kevin Webster or some other relative we know nothing about.
I wish you wouldn't see everything from your own point of view.
What do you want me to do? To apologise?
Yes, I do, actually. Yes, I do.
All right, if you want me to apologise.
I do want you to. Go on. I do.
We'll do it to get on alongside of him anyway. Exactly. All them relatives. That's it. Percy, about them remarks in the shop, I were only joking.
Sounded like it.
Did.
What were you call me? Is everybody listening?
I can't remember now.
Gold digger, that's what you call me. Go on, apologise.
Absolutely, yes. And I just want to wish you both a very long and happy marriage.
Thank you. I'll have a double rum.
There you go, darling.
Goodbye, Scotch in there when you love.
Right.
Where's Raquel?
Oh, she's not working tonight, love.
Gone to Newcastle. See the boyfriend.
Oh, Des, well, she'll have a great time. Brilliant, the nightlife in Newcastle. Wish I was going there myself.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, what you can have?
Do you think I should go across and see her, Mavis?
They were going out for a meal, weren't they?
Well, they might not have set off yet. We were a bit harsh with her, weren't we?
2,000 quid's a lot of money. It's not as if he was asking the kid for a fiver.
I'm not condoning it, but not Mavis's fault, is it?
I suppose not. Well, don't you think it's about time she told it to him, like it is?
You don't think I should apologise?
No, I don't. And I don't know why you're on her side.
Oh, she works for me. More important, I'm her friend.
One of a dying breed, if it's left to Derek.
Pariahs, that's what we are. Outcasts in our own street. We'll have to move.
Oh, come on, it's not as bad as all that.
We will, and not just to Cheshire. Cheshire won't be far enough.
Maybe listen to me,
No,
please.
Derek, you just listen to me. I've listened to you for long enough now. You've taken advantage of all my friends till I haven't got any friends left. I can't even go into the Rovers anymore. I was hounded in there. And you were nowhere to be seen.
It won't always be like this.
We just lost every bit of respect that we ever had.
Next week, you'll see. Once the car's back on the road...
Don't talk to me about that car!
I've let you down, haven't I? No point in denying it. Fact is, everything I touch turns to dust. Buy a car, falls to bits. Get a job, look what happens. One disaster after another. Can't even take you out for a meal. I've failed you, Mavis. I thought this job would give me back my self-respect. I thought it would introduce us to a whole new world. World of Rotary functions, charity galas. Going to the Halle at the Free Trade Hall. Skiing in St. Moritz, Caribbean cruises. It was all there for the taking.
Don't go on, Derek. It just makes it worse.
Shall I open a tin of soup?
No. You sit there, I'll do it.
Yeah, you're right. I'd only cut myself on the lid.
I'm telling you, Elsie Tanner had no honour.
What are you talking about?
What do you think, fellas? Well, don't see what I mean, eh? She'll have a drink off anybody in trousers.
Here, Jack, a pint and a vodka and tonic, please. Hi, Vera.
Still on holiday, are you?
Yeah, back on Tuesday, suitably refreshed. At least, that's the theory.
Been anywhere nice?
Oh, just here and there, you know. Nowhere in particular.
There you go, darling. That's 264.
264. There we go.
Thanks
Thanks
a
very
lot.
much.
Fool me. I saw her getting out of his car.
Who?
Denise. She's into older men, you know.
For sure.
Yeah, and that's a warning, not an invitation, so keep your nose clean.
No, that builder, Neil, he was younger, wasn't he?
Oh, she had another one apart from him. Old enough to be a father.
How the heck do you know?
Well, I don't miss much, me.
No, I haven't noticed.
A tea dance? No thanks.
Well, my regular partner can't make it.
Wouldn't she be jealous?
Well, she's very broad-minded, Betty Turpin. Don't laugh. Hokey Cokey's the talk of the Evergreen Club.
Well, I bet it is.
I really enjoyed yesterday.
So did I.
And last night. We should do it again.
Walking?
That as well.
Look, Ken, don't take anything for granted. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just... I'm not ready for another relationship.
I see.
I've taken a bit of a battering recently, and I'm not over it yet.
Taking you're talking about Hanif.
Hanif? No. Since him.
You want to talk about it?
No, I don't. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just... I don't want to get too involved, that's all. You do understand, don't you?
Well, I don't know. I spend a fortune on his school fees and he addles his brains on the fruit machine.
Shouldn't let me in here then, should you?
You're right, I shouldn't.
Can't resist my tea, can you, Mark?
Well, that's it, you see. He gets a taste for paint stripper and he can't go back to the real thing.
Hey, don't you broadcast what we put in the water in here. It's a trade secret.
I wouldn't cut your profit margins. Not after what I got in the post this morning.
Why, what was that?
Tax demand I wasn't expecting.
How much for?
More than I can rustle up right now, on top of this term's school fees.
You haven't paid last terms yet.
Tell me about it. Don't worry, something will turn up.
Can I have another 50p, please?
No, you can't. Come on, it's about time I got you to school.
Oh, did you order them cricket flannels that I need for next term?
No, I didn't. I'll get them today. What are you then, a batsman or a bowler?
I fancy keeping wicket.
You don't want the pads as well, do you?
No, the school will provide them.
Oh, well, thank God for that. See you later.
Right, bye.
Come on then, Alan, not.
So you'll be gone all day then, will you?
It's a day trip, ain't it?
Yes. I'm sure you'll have a lovely time. Morecambe always looks nice at this time of year, I always think.
Looks same as it always does.
Yes, but I mean in the off-season, you know, it'll be less crowded.
Yes, as long as we get our lungs full of sea air and a bit of a sing-song on coach home.
Do we know where we're sitting, Percy?
It'll be first come, first served, I reckon.
Come on. We don't want to be above a wheel.
All right.
You feel all the bumps in the road if you're over a wheel.
Before you go, small token, help sweeten the day.
Are they them chewy ones?
Yes, I believe they are, yes.
Oh, well, they'll do for passing round, I suppose. With any luck, they'll stick Ethel Crosby's teeth together and stop her gabbing. Are we ready, then?
Have a nice day then, Mother.
We'll do us best.
There you go. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And while they swan off, footloose and fancy-free, we're here grafting. Paying the bills to keep the roof over her head.
It's only their pensioners' club trip.
Yes, but you see the anomaly. Because when he slips that ring on her finger, we could end up, well, feathering somebody else's nest here if we're not careful.
Hardly think so, Reg.
Oh, well, then think again, Maureen. Because there is no way I'm going to spend the next 10 years doing that.
Right, Derek, there you go.
You fixed it all right then?
Yeah, should be okay now.
Oof.
Said it'd be over 200, didn't it?
Yeah, well, never mind.
Hey, listen, Derek, look, I'll tell you what, we'll fix you up with a standing order, save you writing all them checks.
No, this'll do the trick all right. There we are. There you go.
Thank you. Right, bon voyage.
Merci.
Morning, Betty.
Hello, love. Not back at school yet?
Oh, I'm just enjoying my last day of freedom.
All right. Hey up. Look at this. Donald Campbell. He's making an early pit stop, isn't he?
You said it was all right.
Well, said your new carburettor was. Yeah. Looks like your coil lead on your distributor's gone.
Is that serious?
Nah, 2 minutes of the job. Be about a tenner.
£10? I've just given you 200.
It's up to you, Derek.
All right. You can do it now, can you?
See next you, yeah. And you need to push it to the garage, though. Ken, you give us a lift with this, mate?
Right.
Oi! What you do, put your back out?
It's my fingernails I'm worried about.
I bought you a manicure.
Might be an idea.
Did I see someone pushing a little harder once he saw you were watching?
I hope so. It's not love, unless a boy shows off with you.
Oh, love, is it now?
Don't be soft.
God, just to think I were going to give Derek Wilton 2,000 quid last week. We're a loser.
Morning. Should give me 10% of that commission for talking you out of it.
I could get myself a decent car for that.
I tell you, give it me if it's burning a hole in your pocket.
I didn't have it, remember? I was going to get a loan off my brother.
All right, had me thinking I was paying you too much for a minute.
So, when you next seen him?
I dare say we'll run into each other at some point.
The old street will know after that little exchange.
If that's all they've got to talk about, good luck to him.
Say our nearest and dearest got away safely this morning.
What?
Maud and Percy, you know, they've gone off to Morecambe for dead. You don't know, that's it.
No, I had no idea. Why? Why should I?
No, you know, I just thought with you being family, you'd be all fair with his movement, you know.
I wouldn't call him family, Reg. Now stop it.
All right, but you are related, don't you?
Well, he's Kevin's great uncle, but I mean, we don't shout about it.
All right, so there's no sort of close family bond then?
No, none at all. Why?
No.
We found it helps, you see, Sally, if we know about people's backgrounds. It saves us saying the wrong thing, man.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Now, Rosie, stop it now.
So, has he no other close related family then, Percy?
I don't know, Reg. I mean, why don't you ask him?
Yeah.
Hey, yo, Kevin's got his work cut out for him, hasn't he? I mean, with Derek Wilton's old bang, he's just gone kaput again.
Well, it can break down every day for me, Betty, as long as he pays.
Right, that'll be £4.27, please.
Now, Rosie, let me get into my purse.
Ah, you're feeling a bit shy today, love.
That's it.
Oh.
4.27.
Yeah,
you
little
very
thing,
much.
isn't he?
That'll be nice.
What's after those?
Now, come here. Come here. Oh.
Oh, be careful.
Hey, now, stop kicking Mummy's tummy. I've told you we've got to be careful with Mummy's tummy at the moment.
I say, that doesn't mean what I think it means, does it?
Oh, what's the point?
Oh, look, congratulations.
Congratulations.
You're learning more about your customers than you bargained for today, aren't you?
Yes, well, every little bit helps, doesn't it?
Well, what have you done before when you've been in trouble?
Well, it was a different ball game before. Money's never been so tight.
Well, what do other people do?
I don't know. Beg, steal, borrow, kill. Yeah. How much do you owe on this place?
Oh, steady on.
Well, it was just an
No,
idea.
not in a million years, Mike. This is all I've got.
The only other thing I can remortgage is the flat.
Oh, that'll just be more money going out every week, won't it?
But what else can I do?
Well, you could go and ask Maggie for help with the school fees.
Oh, no.
Well, it's her responsibility and all, you know.
I said I would never ask her for a penny, and I meant it.
Well, you might have to swallow your pride.
No way.
Well, what are you going to do? Have us live in a shop doorway to keep Mark at a fancy school? Because it's me to think about and all, you know. I'm your wife, remember?
Yeah, I remember. And one I can count on for support and understanding. Well, if telling me to make a fool of myself is all you can offer, you can forget it.
Well, more glad tidings on staffing levels, you'll be pleased to hear.
Well, what's happened?
That with Tanya just phoned in. She's just gone down with Beijing flu.
Oh,
you
no.
joke.
I'm afraid so.
Oh, I thought it had been gone last winter, that flu.
Well, it's a bit like latest fashions, isn't it, disease? Always takes about 3 or 4 months before it reaches Weatherfield.
When's Raquel back?
Tonight.
Oh.
Anyway, let's not knock it. It's the first time in ages we'll have had a cup of tea in peace.
Ah.
No young lasses at each other's throats, bitching and scratching.
Ah, there's that.
Have a bit of civilised conversation for a change. Start us off, Betty.
Well, I've given you my bit of gossip about young Sally.
No, love, I don't mean gossip. Have you read any good books lately? Have you been to the theatre?
Well, I don't go in for much of that, you see. No, I went to a panto last Christmas, but, well, apart from that.
Yeah.
Oh, don't ask me, boss. I just read the racing page, don't I? Mind you, Don Brennan, you did lend me a book last year. Slaughter at the Last Chance Saloon. Yeah, that were all right.
How about you?
Me?
Yeah.
Nay, I'm too busy running this place, aren't I? All right, then. What do we think to the balance of payments deficit?
Yes, well, the fat in the chip fryer wants changing. If you'll excuse me a minute. Love.
Yes, and I've got a few crates to get up. I think I'll start now. All right.
Get well quick, Tanya.
Blooming driver and his pop music. My ears would need syringing out after that.
I'm amazed they let him have it on.
The Pensioners Club? These younger folk take an early retirement. It's better than a youth club trip. Anyway, it's time for dinner, isn't it?
Just about. Fish and chips, do you?
Aye, wouldn't say no. Not if we can find any. All that foreign muck now.
Come on. I know a little old-fashioned place away from the front. We'll be all right there.
That's it, Percy. You take care of me.
I will, don't worry.
See, so if Percy Sugden has nobody special to leave his worldly goods to...
I do think you could have been a bit more subtle. I mean, asking Sally like that.
Yeah, but then again, we could be jumping the gun. Because if he goes first, it could come back to her will. She has made a will, I take it, hasn't she?
I don't think so, actually.
Nah, she must have done. Because she's been doing all them deals with the finance houses. She'd have sorted that one out, wouldn't she? The question is, what's in it?
Well, there's only me and Peggy.
Well, that means nothing, does it? You said yourself she could leave it to a dog's home. Eh? She's spiteful enough.
Oh, God, I can't Mary, when you talk like that, it's more to my mother than money and how long she's going to live.
Yes, and there's more to life than us toiling here, paying for a house you could leave to somebody else. Especially if you have to nurse them both through the daughters in bargain.
Well, all right then. What are you going to do about it?
I have to find out if she's made a will.
How are you going to do that?
You leave that to me, Maureen.
Reggie?
I thought you said it were old-fashioned.
Oh, but they've done it up since last time I were here.
Done it in, you mean?
You know, they used to have lovely crispy batter on their fish.
This is worse than them toffees Reg Holdsworth gave me this morning. All got stuck up in me teeth.
What a fine day this has turned out to be.
I say, will you be a bit quieter on that thing, please? At least there's no hooligans. I think we'll skip the rum bar, shall we?
No, come on, Tony.
Oh, you'd think they wouldn't have all to go to.
Never going to open again. We're open again tonight. Come on. What would that boot you, Red Jack? Slaughter at the Last Chance Saloon?
Something like that, boss.
I know how they must have felt.
Look, love. I'm going to have to take the weight off my legs. That's a good to buckle, you know.
Have 5, both of you, while I answer that. My
Right.
God, you've earned it.
Oh.
Go on. Sit down, Copper.
Hey, that'll be Tanya. With any luck, say she's better.
What? I think we've caught very well, considerably better, Louis.
We have, haven't we? Takes a good crisis, you know, to make folks pull together.
Yes.
Look, I know we call you sometimes, Jack, but you're a dependable sort underneath.
No, but we get along okay, don't we?
Yeah, of course we do.
You see, Betty, it's your senior staff, you see. More mature. You can't rely on these youngsters, you know.
Could be, yeah. Hey, we were just saying how it's been good for us, you know, being short-staffed. Teaches you, you see, to value each other more. I mean, we're almost being affectionate here, aren't we, love?
Hey, I'm glad to hear that, Betty. Because that were Raquel on phone. She's staying in Newcastle, well, Saturday.
Oh, no!
Yeah, so you see, if what you're saying's right, we'll be loving each other to pieces by weekend, won't we?
What?
That is what?
That's my mother's radio.
That is your mother's burgled radio.
Where did you find it?
Underneath a photograph album in her wardrobe.
You didn't go rifling through my mother's things, did you?
I went uncovering the truth, Maureen. And the truth is that your mother is the most devious schemer since Rasputin. She has deceivers about the house, and then she fabricates a burglary to get your sympathy.
I can't believe it.
But I told you it was a ploy, didn't I?
You did, yes.
Yes. Well, I'll tell you this much. The gloves are off now. We're going to see if she's made a will, and if we're not in it, she funds that house from her pension from now on. And see how long she survives on that. Get out of the way! Go on, get out of it!
Yeah, get off, Rob!
bloody silly time of year to bring us to the seaside. Freezing cold weather.
Yes.
I used to come here with Maureen when she was a little lass. Lovely time we used to have. Mercy. I'd give anything to be able to go down on that beach and have a paddle.
Oh, come on, somebody. I'm going to need dusting if I stand here much longer. You'll have to wait, Vera. We're 2 down. 3, don't you mean? You've always been 1 down with this dollop of lard.
Oh, don't knock him, Vera. He showed his true worth today.
Yes, me and Betty have come to a new understanding after this afternoon, haven't we, Betty, love? Yes.
He ain't been getting fresh with you, has he?
Yeah.
Don't be so daft at my age.
Well, I have to ask, because he's been using it up somewhere. There were a Labour government in power last time I saw any action. Carry on like that, Vera. You'll be there to help next Labour government. You'll need more than dusting. Roll on Christmas.
Not too broke for double whiskies, I see.
I needed a drink, all right?
Well, if you're going to be like that, I'll drink on my own.
Alma, I'm sorry if I've been a bit ratty today.
A bit?
I don't know what to do.
What if you get me a gin and tonic and promise to behave? I'll sit down and try and sort it out for you.
Deal. Jack, give us a gin and tonic, will you?
Oh, pensioners trip back, I see.
Do you know, I think you fancy him more than I do.
Oh, there's a few of my mates over there. Do you mind if I go and join them?
Fiona, we came here for a drink, and a drink we shall have. There's no need for you to worry about playing gooseberry.
I'm not. I fancy the one in the leather jacket, actually. See you later.
Oh, hi.
How are the fingernails?
Ah, ruined, I'm afraid. It's going to be a long job putting them right.
And when are you free?
Free now, if you are.
I'll be right back.
Already some heavy showers around. These will become more widespread overnight, with longer spells of rain in places.
Hiya.
Hiya.
Rosie in bed?
Yeah, I've just put her down.
Hey, I said I'd be late.
It's not that.
Well, what?
They know.
Who knows what?
About the baby. Everybody.
Why? What's happened?
Oh, I said something at corner shop and Betty guessed. Now everybody knows.
Not the end of the world, is it, eh? I mean, we're going to tell people in a couple of weeks anyway.
Yeah, I know, but Kev, it's bad luck.
But don't be daft. We wasn't telling people in case there was a problem. There's not going to be a problem now, is there?
You're not cross.
You've been worried all day about that.
Yeah.
Come here.
Everyone's been congratulating me.
Well, they are then. It's all done now, isn't it? I tell you what. How do you fancy going for a meal later on this week, eh, to celebrate? I mean, it's not as though we can't afford it now, is it?
Yeah, that'd be lovely.
And I'm not cross, okay? I'll tell you what I am now. I'm a bit thirsty, so I think I'll go to the Rovers, get a couple of cans so we can have it with our tea, eh? Celebration starts here.
Hey, this car of Derek's, is it for real or what?
Well, Betty, the bills will be.
I see him pushing it more than I see him driving it.
He needs an unreliable car. It psychs him up for this aggressive selling.
Rita,
Yes, sir.
how's this job going?
Well, I'm afraid going's the operative word.
Oh, dear.
We're talking weeks rather than months.
Oh, poor bloke. I mean, he's had some bad luck, hasn't he?
Well, you know, I don't know. I mean, they do say, don't you, make your own luck in this life. Now, if things keep going that badly, you must be doing something wrong. You can't blame anybody else.
Now then, Cop. I believe congratulations are in order.
Thank you. You've heard then, eh?
You kept that under your hat.
Yeah, well,
What do you want, a boy or a girl?
as long as it's in one piece, but I'm not bothered.
Have a drink with me anyway.
Well, thanks, but I just wanted a couple of cans, actually. Yeah, I'm with my tea, you know.
Oh, I think we can do better than that tonight. Hang on.
Hey.
Take that home with you and sup it.
You can't take that bit.
Yes, you can.
Are you sure?
As long as it's another 4 years before next one.
Oh, thanks very much, Ben.
My pleasure, love. Enjoy it.
Hey, we will do, don't worry.
Ta, love.
See you, Betty.
Ta, love.
I heard it had got out.
Yeah, well, we're going to tell people in a couple of weeks anyway.
How's Sally?
Oh, she's fine. She's fine.
Ah, that's good. Enjoy your bubbles.
Hey, we will. See you, Rita.
Hey, I bet you hope you can still pull him when you get to his age, don't you?
What's that?
Get Barlow.
Oh, let's see what was going on this morning then, eh?
Why? What were going on this morning?
Oh, nothing at all, Vera. Just a wee signal I picked up, you know.
There won't be many women on this street, and how do you know if it goes on? Well, except me, of course.
No?
Well, it's too old for me. I've had enough mutton with our Jack. No, I fancy a bit of spring lamb, you know, if I were going to go gallivanting.
Well, I'd be the wrong man for you then, Vera, eh?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, yes, but I do.
My ears are still ringing from his blooming pop music.
Oh, dear, you must have had a terrible day.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, would you, Percy?
No, it's been a pleasant change.
Oh, I have very happy memories of Morecambe.
Happy? You've done no but complain since you got back.
That's not complaining, it's commenting. Pick me up no end as today. Trip like that every few months and I'll live for another 20 years.
Don't know why they're laughing at Wilton. We're both the same, come to think of it.
Oh, come on, Mike.
No, I'm serious. We're both going nowhere fast.
She's nothing like Derek Wilton. Anyway, everybody's struggling at the moment. There's a recession on.
No, Rita's right. You make your own luck. Smart guys don't go down in a recession, do they? Oh, no. No, they seem to survive.
Look, I know you're going to bite my head off again, but I still think you ought to go and see Maggie.
No. I messed her life up enough as it is.
So what are you going to do then? Mess mine up instead?
No.
Well, that's what you're talking about, isn't it? Been raising money on the cafe, remortgaging the flat.
All right. All right. Well, I won't do it.
No, you won't. Just go and see Maggie, and if she won't help, you'll have to take Mark away from that school. That's all there is left.
I'll find a way.
Well, it won't be a way that involves my money, believe me. Because I won't let you.
And I don't know what time I'll be back.
Look, I don't care what time you're back as long as you've seen Maggie.
I am seeing Maggie. You were there when I phoned her.
Look, I know how difficult this is for you, but you are just going to have to spell it out for her. You cannot afford to have Mark at Oak Hill School. You can't afford it, we can't afford it. So either she coughs up or he's out of that school, right?
Yeah, all right, all right. See you later.
That's it, Mr. Sugden?
For now, yes. Thank you.
What are your plans for today, then?
Hey?
You and Mrs. Grimes?
We haven't got any.
Have you?
You haven't?
No, just because we've been told doesn't mean to say we've got to live in each other's pockets now, does it? Have a very good day.
Hey, what sort of fiancée is he, eh? Leaving her on her own all day. Now, what chance have we got now of nipping back to the house? Searching for that will.
Well, what difference does it make if we do find him? I mean, that's all assuming that she made one in the first place.
It could make the difference between you getting your inheritance or not, couldn't it? Because it will show quite clearly what her true wishes were in the matter before that geriatric Lothario came on scene and turned her head.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Morning.
Good morning.
Now, bacon sausage beans, double egg, fried bread and a cup of tea.
Well, isn't Ivy feeding you then?
No, not this time, she ain't.
Have you just finished work or what?
Yeah, the rat night it's been and all. It's only the thought of your fry-up that kept me going.
Well, you certainly know how to make a girl's day, don't you? I'll bring it over for you.
Right, so look.
Hi! Oh, hi!
Oh, do you know, I am gagging for a cup of tea. I've walked all the way from the precinct.
I won't be a sec. Well, why don't you take the weight off your feet?
Yeah. Expect you've heard about Ken.
Well, what about him?
Him and Denise. Seems by all accounts they're something of an item.
So?
Well, is it serious?
Well, how do I know?
Well, he's a friend of yours, isn't he? Hasn't he said out?
No, he hasn't. Anyway, I mean, it honestly hasn't got anything to do with me, or anybody else for that matter. I mean, what Ken does with his life is his business,
Well,
isn't
I'm
it?
not saying it isn't. It's just kind of funny how things turn out. You know, I'm not sure she's right for him, really.
Well, you know, I hardly think that's relevant. I mean, whatever we think, I mean, it isn't going to influence either of them now, is it? No. What do you want, tea?
Oh, tea.
You've got it.
There you go, Rosie. And there's some toast, so you can dip your toast in your beans.
Hiya.
And there's a little spoon. Oh, hi, Kev. I was expecting you about 10 minutes ago.
Got delayed with a customer dinner.
Oh, we'll go and wash your hands.
Yeah, will do. Hi, gorgeous.
Kevin!
I'm sorry. Hey, won't be late tonight, will I?
No.
What time's she coming round?
Who?
Rita Sullivan. You're babysitting, ain't you?
Well, I've not had a chance to ask her yet.
Don't you think you better get it done? She might be going out herself.
Well, I've been thinking, Kev. Do you think it's such a good idea?
I thought you wanted to go out.
Well, I did, but how's it going to look to Rita if you and I are gallivanting about, frittering all her money away on slap-up meals?
Sam, it's hardly a 5-star nosh-up we're going for, is it? And it's not her money we're frittering away. It's ours. She give it us, remember? So you just stop worrying and get a babysitter sorted out, all right?
Yeah, I suppose so.
I mean, if you're that worried about it, we have got a choice.
Eh?
Well, could always take Rita.
Go on, there you go.
Thank you.
It's a really nice to do that. Looks good on you.
I'll see you soon. Bye. Take care. All right. So, it's beginning to look serious.
Sorry?
Ken and Denise, you were saying.
You were saying?
Well, they seem to be seeing a lot of each other, don't they?
Oh, if you say so.
You've been very helpful, you.
Just don't happen to think it's any of my business.
Well, no, all I'm saying is if they're happy in each other's company, good luck to them.
No, well, they get on all right, but, well, it's hardly stuff romantic fiction's made of, is it? A bit old.
No, come on, nobody's ever too old for that. Do you know, I didn't know the meaning of happiness till I married Al. Then it were too late.
Right, Audrey, sorry to keep you waiting.
Hey, listen, now, very pleased to hear about you and Ken.
Me and Ken?
Oh, Denise, come on. You've been seeing a bit of each other, haven't you?
Ah, you could say that.
Well, listen, if anybody needs a break, you do after what you've been through.
I've managed to survive.
Oh, haven't we all, lovely? Just that I happen to think that us girls need a bit more out of life than that. Trouble is trying to find a fella who thinks the same way.
Oh, I'll not argue with that.
Hey, listen now. I've been thinking, you got out special on Friday?
Friday?
Friday nights. I mean, because if you haven't, why don't you pop round to our place?
Your place?
Oh, for a drink, bite to eat, huh? But you'll be doing me a favour, believe me, because I can't remember the last time we didn't have folks round who didn't talk about anything other than the flipping council tax.
Hadn't you better ask Al first?
I'd be delighted.
Right, you're on. Thanks.
I was beginning to wonder if you were going to make it.
I said I would, didn't I?
What can I get you to drink?
No, thanks. This is hardly a social occasion.
True. If it makes you feel any better, there's 101 other things I'd rather be doing too. Gin tea?
I'll have a mineral water.
Mineral water, please, Anne.
Right, I'll see you at about 5 o'clock.
All right, Kev, see you later.
Yeah, see you
Bye-bye
later.
to you, Daddy.
Give me a kiss. Mwah. See you later.
See you later. Oh, hi, Vera. Hi. You're home early?
Well, it's my half-day, Chuck, and am I ready for it?
Oh, yeah. Hey, aren't you getting a big girl, eh? Oh, yeah, you can say that again.
Ah, she's lovely, though.
Vera?
What?
You know how you were saying if I ever needed a babysitter?
Yeah. And I meant it, you know, so if you ever do need me.
Well, how are you fixed for tonight?
Tonight?
It's just that me and Kevin thought we might go for a pizza or something. If you've got nothing else on, that is.
No, I haven't. No, that'd be all right. What time would you need me?
6:30, 7:15.
Yeah, that'd be all right. Ian should be in safe hands, I promise you.
Yeah, I know she will.
Right. See you, love.
Yeah, thanks, Vera.
That flipping time. Do you know how long I've been sitting out here? 20 minutes.
Yeah, and don't think that I'm not very grateful, Alfie, sweetheart. You can't time these things to the minute, you know.
Yeah, so I've noticed. Well, come on, get in. Let's be getting home.
Yeah, I'll not be a minute.
Not be a minute. What? Where are you going now?
I've just got a nip to the cabin.
Oh, for pity's sake.
No, there's a couple of things I need for Friday.
Friday?
Yeah, we've got Ken and Denise coming over.
Ken and Denise?
I've asked them.
Well, you might have asked them. You never asked me.
Oh, and you and all.
Yeah, well, don't you think I should be asked? I might have something on.
Have you?
Well, no, I haven't, as a matter of fact.
Oh, they are then, no problem. 2 minutes.
Just what are you saying, Mike?
Oh. Well, what I'm saying is I'm in a bit of a sticky situation at the moment. You know, the old cash flow isn't what it should be. But give it a couple of months, there'll be no problem.
Oh, now just wait a minute.
Oh, come on, Maggie, it's a loan. I'll pay you back every penny, I promise.
Unbelievable, do you know that? You were the one who wanted him to go to that school. You drag him away from his friends, turn his life on his head. You can't afford to send him there anymore, then there's only one thing left for you to do. Take him away.
Oh, come on. I take him away from that school now. Have you thought what's going to happen to him? What sort of life he's going to have going back to Weatherfield Comp? Apart from kicking into touch everything he ever done at Oak Hill. I mean, he'll be a laughing stock. What are the other kids going to think of him? They already think he's some sort of stuck-up, toffee-nosed kid for leaving in the first place. They'll have a field day. Now, look. That's why I'm here, you see. I'm not here for me. I'm here because of Mark.
The absolute pits. The day you came back into my life was the worst thing that ever happened to me and to Mark.
Oh, come on. All I wanted was the best for him, a decent life, a decent education. It's a tough old world out there, I'll tell you.
And now all you're concerned about is preserving your own precious image of yourself in Mark's eyes. The caring father, doting dad. If only he knew.
You're not going to tell him, are you?
Well, not for your sake, if that's what you're thinking. For all the reasons that you've just said. About what would happen to Mark if I had to take him away from Oak Hill. Because if you thought he'd stay there for 5 minutes, if you got any idea of the sacrifice I was going to have to make to keep him there...
I take it you're going to help them.
Well, you've left me no choice. But I'm telling you, Mike, this is the last time...
I didn't want this to happen.
You've used me just to get what you wanted. But never have you pulled a stunt like this before. You haven't just used me to get what you wanted. You've used Mark. You have used your own son. And that's something you're going to have to live with for the rest of your life. I hope you're proud of yourself.
Maggie. Maggie!
It's no use asking me, love. I mean, I like them both.
I'll take them. They'll go with me best tablecloth.
Oh, tablecloth as well? You're going up in the world.
Oh, you don't know the half of it, Rita. Now, if I can just get Alfie to use a knife and fork.
Anything else?
No, just them for now, love, thanks. Hey, they've neither of them said out to you, have they?
Who?
Ken and Denise. I mean, is it serious or what?
I've no idea. Anyway, why the sudden interest in Ken and Denise?
Sudden interest? Me? Well, what gave you that idea, Rita? Look, I have far more important things to think about than the state of play between them.
How much longer are you going to be?
Yes, all right, I'm coming. And don't be so impatient, you know, it's not good for you.
No, and neither is my standing about all day outside shops waiting for you. She's not asked you as well, has she?
Ask me what?
Round to our place tonight for dinner, because that's what she's taken to doing this morning, asking all and sundry round to our place without so much as a by your leave.
Well, no, she hasn't.
All and sundry, all and sundry.
Well, they're not what you might call hand-picked, are they? You know, they're not perfect for an evening of stimulating conversation. You know, what sort of a time am I going to have with Ken Barlow and that Denise? I've got more in common with a Natterjack Toad than I have with either of them two.
Yes, well, you said it, I didn't. Now, come on, you're the one who's fed up of hanging around.
Well, come on, then.
Enjoy yourselves.
Maureen, I'm not asking you to commit a capital offence, am I?
Reg, I can't just ask my mother straight out if she's made a will.
Right. You want to forget about your inheritance? That is all right by me. I'm not going to say another word now.
For pity's sake, will you change the record? You've done nothing but going about this since we came in this morning.
Yes, because I believe in justice. It happens to be the cornerstone of civilization. See, hey, he'll tell you.
Tell you what?
Justice. Cornerstone of civilization. I mean, once we give up the fight for justice, what have we got left, Eric?
Oh, don't talk to me about justice.
Yeah.
If there were any justice in this world, I'd have a decent job. With a decent salary, decent prospects, and a decent car.
Yes, well, there are exceptions to every rule, of course. So anyway, what can we do for you now, Dale?
Just a pint of milk, please.
Oh, right.
So what brought all this on, then?
Oh, nothing. We're just talking.
Well, if you must know, wills.
Wills?
Yes, the right of each individual to leave the goods and chattels to the nearest and dearest.
Yes, they have that right.
Yes, provided some fortune hunter doesn't come round the corner and divert them from their original path.
Reg, please.
Maureen, I'm not naming any names, nor pointing any fingers. You're just stating a point of view. A point of view which I'm sure Derek here agrees entirely, isn't he? Absolutely.
Oh, yes, of course.
So why is it that the law allows folks' dearest wishes to be so craftily manipulated? By rheumatic Romeos with an eye for the main chance?
Oh, look, all this is beyond me. If you want to discuss the intricacies of wills, Rita's your expert.
Rita?
Yeah. You remember she had all that bother with Ted's will?
Hey.
There we go, Don, my son. There, Jack. Thank you.
2 steak muffins. Oh, here, love.
Ah, Jack, they look good enough to eat, them, Betty.
Good enough to eat. They're good enough to set before royalty. Can I tempt you?
They are still talking steak muffins, I take it.
Oh, you cheeky devil.
I don't know. Doesn't seem same in here without Tanya and Raquel.
Oh, you can say that again. It makes the change the way you all think.
Yeah, from yeah.
Tanya, yeah, she's coming in after.
No, not Tanya, Raquel. Send you a postcard, did she?
What? She's gone up to Newcastle to keep Des Barnes happy, hasn't she? Do you think she's going to have time to write postcards? Yes, lovey.
Half a lager, please, Jack.
So, where's the boss then? Kept in after school, is she?
Oh, you don't miss much, do you?
Not a lot stood behind here, love. I take it still as slick as thieves.
You what? You don't know the half of it.
You know what she sees in that Ken Barlow, I'll never know. You know, I thought she'd have gone for the more mature, sophisticated type.
What, like you mean?
Exactly. 75p.
There you go.
Hiya.
Oh, I don't believe it.
What?
You're on time for once.
Yeah, well, got a good reason. I've got this date with this gorgeous blonde piece.
Yeah, well, she doesn't feel so gorgeous, not at the moment.
Yeah, well, she will once she's all dolled up. What time's Rita coming?
She isn't. Vera Duckworth's coming round.
Vera Duckworth?
Well, I bumped into her. She's delighted, Kev. You should have seen her face.
Yeah, well, I thought you was asking Rita.
Well, I was going to do, but I saw Vera first.
What you mean is, you didn't want to ask Rita because you worried she might think you was spending all the money.
It's not like that, Kevin, honestly. Vera's always offering. And, well, since she lost their Tommy, things have not been easy for her, seeing how the kid is. And when I saw her, I just thought it was the right thing to do. Well?
Well, what?
Are you having a bath first, or am I?
Hello, Reverend.
Mr. Sugden.
You better come in.
Thank you.
Well, it was Mrs. Bishop you're after. You're going to be disappointed, I'm afraid.
Yes, I know. She's hospital visiting, she said. No, I just called by to drop these off.
Oh.
Holiday brochures.
I see. Oh, you're thinking of going away, then?
Well, not immediately, but I felt we should give some thought to the honeymoon, along with the rest of the marriage arrangements.
I'll make sure she gets them as soon as she comes in.
Thank you, Mr. Sugden. Well, I won't keep you.
Oh, you're not keeping me. How do you fancy stopping for a cup of tea?
Well, if you've no other plans.
Right, I'll go and put the kettle on.
I've not set eyes on a soul since you went out this morning.
Well, that's hardly my fault, is it?
Well, I didn't say it was your fault.
Well, you said you wanted a bit of time to yourself.
But it doesn't mean that I'm not looking forward to a chat with my daughter when she does land home.
Well, we're chatting now.
Can't you sit down just for 5 minutes?
Well, Reg will be home any time.
Well, is it too much to ask? To give your mother 5 minutes of your precious time?
Well, after tea, I promise.
I'll believe that when I see it and all.
And where have you been?
What do you mean, where have you? You know where I've been. I've been to see Rita.
5 minutes, you said?
Yes, well, I had to talk around. She didn't take too kindly to be bringing subject at Wills, did she?
Well, I'm not surprised, are you?
No, it's all for nothing.
Nothing, what do you mean?
Yes, nothing, a big fat nothing. Because all she did was, well, verify our fears, Maureen. Whether or not your mother has made a will, it is irrelevant. Because the minute she trundles down the aisle with Percy Sutton, it's all going to be compulsed anyway. Null and void down the Swanee. He is going to cop for the lot.
We won't be late. Bye now. See you, love.
That's Kevin Webster, isn't it? You used to work across there in the garage, didn't you?
Oh, very funny, Jim.
Yeah, it can't be him. He used to be a wee lad, close relative to an oily rag, as I recollect.
Kevin, come on, open up.
Hey, you're not taking a wee girl out in this heap, are you?
Hi, Jim, don't rub it in.
Well, I'll tell you what, if a wee girl had made so much effort for a man like me, I'll tell you what I'd have done. I'd ordered a taxi, so I would.
Yeah, well, taxis cost money, don't they?
Kevin, come on.
Well, the pair of you have a good night.
Oh,
See you later, Sal.
See you, Jim.
Bye, Jim. Didn't see enough of him at work.
Oh, what's the rush, Sal? We've got loads of time.
I know, I just don't want to hang around outside dressed like this. Come on, Kev, get it started.
Hang about, Sal. This is all because you're still bothered about what Rita Sullivan might think.
Let it drop, eh?
No, Sal, I'm not going to let it drop. We're going to get this sorted out once and for all. Because if you're going to crack up like this every time we spend a few bob, I think I'd rather not have the money. So it's up to you. We either accept the money in the spirit in which it was given, use it, make everybody happy. Well, it's up to you.
I'm sorry, Kev. It's just that, well, I've never had anything before, and I still can't believe it. I just can't believe how lucky we are. I've never been as happy as I am right now, and I just don't want anything to spoil it.
So take it, that's a yes.
So have you settled on a date yet?
Oh, not really, no. We've discussed one or two possibilities, but nothing definite.
Ah, well, any road, whenever it does happen, I'll be very pleased for both of you. And I do really mean that.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Oh, yes, it took me a while, as you know, to get used to the idea of you and Mrs. Bishop. But now I'm just glad she's found a man she can depend on.
Oh, well, she can certainly do that, Mr. Sutton.
I know she always seems to be well in control of her life, but there have been times when she hasn't been. But that's all in the past now. Hopefully.
In the past?
Yes, her illness.
Illness?
She hasn't mentioned it then. No, well, there's no reason why she should. It's history now, and it's not something she'd want to talk about. She wouldn't even admit it to herself at the time. That's one of the problems of a disturbed mind.
Disturbed mind?
Yes, it's like I say, it's in the past. But now perhaps you can see why it was so important to me that she'd find a man to marry like yourself, who'd have the inner strength for both of you should the need arise. I think Mrs. Bishop got some fruitcake in the kitchen. I'll go and see.
But she's agreed to help. I mean, surely that's what matters.
Yeah, but she made me look that big.
Well, you knew it wasn't going to be that easy.
I just didn't know that she hated me that much.
Well, it's hardly surprising, is it? I mean, some of the strokes you pulled on her.
I've pulled?
Yes, you.
All I was concerned about was getting the best for Mark.
Yes, and it didn't matter whose nose you pushed out of joint in the process, did it?
I just wanted the best for the boy.
Well, if it's any consolation, I'm proud of you.
Proud of me?
Yes, proud for what you did today. I mean, I know it was difficult, but you did it.
Won't be a day I'll forget, Harry, that's for sure. Oh, I don't know, what's happening to us? It's me working all hours God sends, right? You grafting away in that caff, for what? Me to go cap in hand to Meg and ask her to cough up for my son's school fees. Grovelling at her feet. Where's it all going to end?
Oh, come on, we'll get loud. You have to bite the bullet and get on with it.
Yeah. It's our only choice, isn't it? Same again.
Yeah, but come on, make this the last day.
Same again, please, Jack.
Right.
Jim.
Oh, Michael, haven't seen much of you today.
Well, there's no fortunes to be made sitting on your fat behind, that's for sure.
See, somebody's keeping his head above water.
Things have never been better, Jack, never better. And you know what they say? One man's recession is another man's opportunity. The survivors are the smart ones that can spot the difference. Have fun yourself.
Oh, thanks very much, Mike.
Where are you going for your dinner?
I've no idea, love.
Well, remember your diet. Because, listen, I'm cooking a full dinner tonight, so don't fill yourself up.
Well, it is a council do, love, so there'll likely be something laid on. Churlish to refuse.
Oh, yes, of course. You're pantomime dame today, aren't you? I forgot. I say, Alfie, bring your mayoral robes home. I mean, won't Ken and Denise be impressed when you're sitting here in your full regalia?
I won't get them today, though. It's only a fitting.
Oh, well, you can borrow my padded dressing gown. We'll tell them you're practising.
Highly comical. Right, I'm off then.
Oh, well, don't forget now, empty stomach.
What are you cooking for this dinner tonight, anyway?
Salmon. Well, he won't be a red meat man, won't Ken? He takes the Guardian.
Salmon. Well, I better get something in my stomach.
No! Now, come on, anyway, a free lunch just for a robe fitting.
Well, you can know. If it's as a council do, you know. What's the use of being mayor otherwise? See you later.
See you later.
Ta-ra.
Bye-bye.
And we had a really big pizza and it spilled out all over the plate. And there was a waiter and he had a really big black moustache right down there.
Who fancied your mother?
He fancied himself more like. Yeah. And your daddy drank a whole carafe of red wine, all on his own.
Hey, you're going to have me sounding like an alcoholic.
Well, with the cat fit.
Excuse me, you had a glass as well?
I had half a glass.
OK, so if that makes me an alcoholic, makes the baby an alcoholic as well,
Kevin, I had half a glass.
You rose to that one, didn't you?
Do you know, it's just come on to me. Now the whole street knows our business. I can't have half a shandy without it being child abuse.
Yeah, but it makes you the perfect person to share a carafe of wine with, particularly seeing you drove me home. Mwah.
Oh, hello, Ken.
Hello.
How's Denise?
Denise is fine, I think.
A little bird tells me you've been seeing a lot of her.
And I'd happily take a catapult to that little bird, no offence. Hi, Don.
Morning, Ken. How's Deirdre?
Well, as far as I'm aware, she's fine.
Her mother?
Yeah, on the mend, as far as I know. Deirdre rang me last weekend.
Ah, well, she'll be back soon, then, eh?
Oh, she didn't say. Longish job, I think.
Yeah. Give Deirdre my regards, when you talk to her.
Yeah, will do. Thanks, Don.
Hey, I had a dream last night. Your mother dropped dead at the wedding.
Rich.
Well, it's possible, isn't it? Eh? At her age, all that excitement. Well, she could get a wedding train, caught its spokes of a wheelchair and strangle like Isadora Duncan.
Do you know there's something really twisted about you?
Dead before she gets a chance to make a new will. And what'll happen then, eh? Who'll inherit?
It won't happen.
Oh, Percy will inherit. Because wedding revokes wills, you know. It's the husband who inherits.
Do you know, you've got a one-track mind and that's a death track.
Hey, you've got a double track, me. Come in.
A death track and a dirt track, and I married it.
We'll have to get it signed a new will as soon as we can, after the wedding. Perhaps you can do it in vestry, along with the wedding lines, eh? Just get it to start.
There we are, darling.
Isn't that good?
There.
Morning, all.
Morning, love.
Hey, Sal. What about the cut of yous yesterday, eh? You in your best frock. Kev all dressed up in his best suit.
What do you say, kids?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Good. I'll tell you what, you look like your ship had come in, Lloyd.
Well, we weren't in anything special.
Hey, you should have seen you from where I was standing, I'll tell you. Did you have a good time, anyway?
Fine, yeah. It was just a very, very cheap pizza.
Oh, the very
come on,
cheap
kids,
pizza.
come on, take a
Listen, I'd better tell Kev that. That's not what he told me. He told me that he really pushed the boat out and you had the time of your life.
No, we didn't.
You busy?
Oh, morning, Michael.
See, I treat my workforce, Rita. Nice, relaxed atmosphere. They wander the street, passing the time of day with the neighbours, and then about 11 they pick up a spanner. Not bad, eh?
I was just picking up some insulating tape.
Well, have you got it? Yes? Well, get back to work.
Right. Cheerio.
I wish I'd have had one of my cigars on. I could have puffed smoke in his face like they do in those old black and white movies.
You'll be twirling your moustache next.
Hey, that's an idea. I think I'll grow one, yeah. Oh, hello, sir.
Morning. I think I'll leave it, Rita.
What is it you wanted, love?
I just wanted a birthday card, but I've got to get the two of them off to playgroup, so I'll leave it.
All right, love. I'll
Bye.
see you. Bye-bye, love.
Was it my aftershave?
You can say it's your aftershave if it makes you feel any better. Could just have been you. Hey, come on. You're supposed to be Mr. Confident.
Yeah, I am. Listen, while I'm here, do you think you could cash me a rather large cheque?
Oh, my.
Deuce.
Oh.
I'll have a refill for that. Have you got one?
Friday night. Do you remember how excited we used to get come Friday night?
I still cling to it. It's just about work-up enthusiasm. No experience tells me now it'll happen.
Well, I don't get excited anymore. I think that's the saddest part about getting older.
Hey, you're getting your hair done. Must reckon something's round corner.
Oh, I know what's round corner. 4 bottles of pale ale, pickled egg if I'm lucky, then it's good night, my little swamp duck. Yeah, and that street light bouncing off his bald spot.
My lot are off out on Friday night.
Hey, shut up. Anyway, what's round corner for you, eh?
Oh, someone to take me away from all this.
Oh, aye, who is it, Ken Barlow?
Hey, these are sharp. Shall I tell you what's actually around the corner?
What?
Supper with Alf and Audrey.
Oh, why you?
Search me, just ask me out the blue.
Oh, I used to get so excited I could hardly draw a breath.
Yeah,
Oh, those were days.
They'll never ask me now, Jack.
Would you want to go?
Well, it beats pickled egg. But no, I couldn't.
Why not?
Well, then we'd have to ask them round and, well, no.
Everything all right for tonight?
Yeah, looking forward to it.
So 7:55 for 8, all right?
Fine.
7:55 for 8 o'clock, what does that mean? She read it somewhere. You see, that's why I could never ask them. I mean, I could never talk like that. I'd just say, hey, listen, are you coming for your tea?
So I missed her again.
Well, I thought you knew she always goes shopping on a Friday morning.
Oh, yes, of course. It slipped my mind.
Well, I can't offer you anything because I'm going out myself soon.
Oh,
What's the matter? Taking short or something?
Oh, no, it's nothing like that.
Only I've got a pair of shoes I want soling and kneeling, you see.
Percy, I really don't want to pry, but you recall our conversation?
Oh, yes.
Is it possible you can give me a hint of the sort of illness that Mrs. Bishop was suffering from?
Oh, that? Well, I'm not an expert in these matters. And frankly, I found it difficult. They called it a nervous breakdown.
Ah, yes, I wondered.
She had a completely changed personality. I was in this house with a woman I didn't know.
I see.
I'm wondering now if I'm doing the right thing.
Oh?
Oh, I think the souls will last a couple of months or so. I'll just have a meal.
Maybe we could go to the pictures on Friday night. It's nice to do things on Friday nights.
I've got it.
Oh, what?
Hollywood stars. They make prenuptial agreements, don't they? It saves all the hassle at the divorce. So that's how we can sort your mother out. She can leave us the house in one of them prenuptial agreements. Hey?
Goodbye.
Where are you going? What's up?
The Seychelles.
You got your overall on?
Hello, Bernard. You lost Emily?
We're not joined at the hip yet.
Not long now, though. What can I get you?
Oh, just the Gazette, if you wouldn't mind.
All right. Well, that's 29 pence, please.
Right.
Thank you. There we go.
Do you have a moment?
Well, I can't leave the shop.
No. It's just, how well do you know Emily?
Well, I'd say as well as anybody does. We don't confide in each other, but I like to think we can if we need to.
She thinks highly of you, I do know that.
Well, that's good to hear, and I think very highly of her.
Do you happen to know about her illness? I'm told it happened the year before last.
A little, I think, yes.
I don't.
I'm sorry?
I know nothing about it. She hasn't told me, Rita. I'm marrying her and she hasn't told me she recently had a breakdown. Don't you think that's rather odd?
Thanks very much, love. Bye.
This isn't a very good time, is it?
Well, we're likely to keep getting interrupted. And I'm not sure it's me you should be speaking to.
I've tried speaking to Mr. Sugden. I haven't got very far.
Surely it's Emily you should speak to.
Clearly she doesn't want to, or she would have.
Well, if I can reassure you, since the hospital sorted it out, she has shown no signs of it.
Could I ask what it was?
Depression, they said. I always thought depression was when you didn't feel so good, but this was very different.
Yes, I know about depression.
See, when you spoke to her, you just got this feeling of heavy deadness. She was a changed person. That's the only way I can put it. She couldn't keep a thing in her mind. You'd arranged to meet her, and she just wouldn't be there. And she kept harking back to the past.
How long did it last?
Not long. A matter of weeks.
As I understand it, though, once the propensity is there...
Well, like I say, she has shown no signs of it since, not a hint.
My mother had a similar problem.
Were you very involved?
Very.
Then you'll know about it from the inside.
Yes.
That's probably a very good thing, isn't it? Seems to me she's found the perfect person.
Hey up, is this an assignation?
Hello, Betlo.
I could go out again, count to 10 and knock 3 times.
We were just discussing something.
You and these single women, eh? I bet you were a little devil in that confessional.
You are so obstinate. You really are the most obstinate person.
Just because you've had a row with the gold digger, don't take it out on me.
I am not taking it out on you, and I have not had a row. I'm just sick to death of the whole subject, and he won't let it drop. So if you will not tell Reg who is going to get the house, fine. You don't have to. But I think you could have the decency to tell me, I paid the mortgage all those years. I think I've got a right to know.
And there was me thinking you paid it for love. You should have said it were for investment.
You really are the most Of course it was for love. Investment couldn't have been further from my mind.
Well, it weren't just for love, because you were living here and all. It was either mortgage or rent.
Mother, will you stop this now, please? I was only too happy to pay the mortgage. It gave us both a secure home I wouldn't have dreamt of not doing. Do you realise how upsetting all this is? Look, fine. If you want to leave the house to Percy Sugden, fine. If you want to leave the house to a dog's home, fine. Just let me know, because I think I have the right, surely.
I don't know why we're even having this conversation.
Nor do I.
Well, yes, I do. Because you were married to a grave robber.
Oh, Mother.
Well, what else is he? Can't wait for me to be laid out so he can get his hands on the loot.
No, Mother. He just wants to know where he stands, just like I do, so we can make plans. Look, I mean, God forbid, but if anything should happen between me and Reg, well, would I have a place of my own?
What's to stop you?
Because you're marrying Percy.
And so I'm marrying him. And that's what I'm thinking about. I don't want to think about dying. Let me get wed, Maureen, And then I'll have all the time in the world to think about death.
I'm so sorry, Mother. I didn't mean to sound so mercenary.
No, you're not. I don't want my marriage to come between us.
Nor me.
You know, in a perfect world, we could all live together, all four of us. And there'd be no talk of who has what, because we'd all be sharing. That's how it should be.
Well, it's not a perfect world, though, is it, Mother?
Far from it. But you're not to worry. I'll not forget you, my daughter.
Thank you.
While you're with that pillock, you need all the help you can get.
Why, she leaves it at your place?
Yeah, she left a car at my place. Someone to see you.
Right. Hey. Excuse me, just for a minute, okay? Hey, fancy seeing you.
Proposition.
Oh, yeah.
It's the end of a hard week. The days are getting longer. The sap is rising, and I'm determined to do something with my evening. So how does a country pub grab you?
Listen, Ken, I'm grabbed already.
Can I ask by whom?
Would you believe Audrey and Alf Roberts?
With great difficulty.
Oh, it's true. I can vouch for it.
Oh, what's all this about then?
Promise, I'm as mystified as you.
Well, some elections coming up or something. Is he getting you to work for it?
Oh, no. Do you think that's it?
Anything I can think of.
Oh, well, he can whistle. I'm not getting into all that. And listen, if it's any consolation, I'd far prefer a country pub.
I suppose you have to go. A headache or something. Okay, well, enjoy yourself.
Hey, it doesn't stop you enjoying yourself, Ken. You can still have a good night out.
Oh, yeah, great. It's at some pub on my own.
I'm free tomorrow night.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll do something then.
Maybe. Well, you let me know. Look, I'm a bit busy.
Okay.
When I play hard to get, usually means I'm keen on someone.
Oh, so, Seychelles, nice and hot weather for you?
I have been home to see my mother.
Oh, good. Who gets the house?
Don't start again!
Not started again, I couldn't care less.
Oh, no. No, of course you couldn't care less. You have been running yourself ragged.
No, you have been to see your mother and you have stitched it up between you. Could I care? Could I? I can't care.
Please.
All right. So what did she say then?
She said that she didn't want to think about it. And I didn't want to talk about it because I felt money grabbing, but what we did do was become friends again.
Oh, wonderful for her.
Oh, yes, yes, it is for me.
Yeah. Back to square one, are we? You and her against me?
Oh, Reg, there really is no reason for all of this.
Yeah, well, I'm turning down the offer on that flat.
Why?
Because I can see the day coming, once she gets her claws back into you, that I am going to need it.
2 minutes to.
Well, they're late. I said 5 to.
Oh, is that a car now?
Have a look out.
Yeah, there's a taxi drawing up.
Well, don't let them see. Come away from the curtains.
Looks as if it's just Denise.
Oh, Alf, honestly.
What's up, love?
Jacket, tie and carpet slippers. Oh, get them changed before they see. Hurry up.
All right.
Been hanging around the garage all day today, just smoking his cigars. I said, have you not got work to go to? He says, I'm at work, Kevin, my son. You might not be able to recognise this, but this here is a boss at work.
Yeah, well, he saved my skin today. Well, you tell Jim not to go on about spending money. Not in front of Rita, anyway.
Why? What's that about?
Well, we were in the cabin and he was going on about how dolled up we looked and how you reckoned you'd pushed the boat out and spent loads of money. And there's Rita, all ears, listening to her. We've chucked her money away. Thank God for Mike. He comes in and shoos Jim out.
I'll get it.
Right, come on, Rosie. It's your bedtime. No. Yes, and it's bath time. No. Yes.
A visitor.
Hello, Sally. Oh, hello, Rita.
She hasn't mentioned him. Do you think they've had a round?
Well, how the heck should I know?
Well, you better go and ask her. It's 20 past 8.
It's your dinner party.
Oh, thank you for your support.
Yeah.
Do you know the salmon will be as dry as dust? So...
Oh. Your table looks lovely.
Thank you.
like your hair, Denise.
Oh, thanks. Thank you.
Oh, for crying out loud. Look, Audrey wants to know, is it all off between you, or have you chucked him?
Oh!
Well, I'm hungry. We could be sitting here all night.
He's had her hair done, Betty.
There it is. Oh, nice.
For who? She has her hair done, that generally means something's expected.
Well, why not?
You're not stood where I am, Betty.
Oh, you poor old soul.
Rose return. Yes. Yes, lovey, yes. Hang on a sec. Ken.
Yep.
Phone call.
Oh, right.
I'll get half a dozen pints of bitter down me. I'll put the tin lid on anything.
Hello. Oh, hi, Audrey.
Just a moment, love. I've got Denise beside me. She wants to say something. She is. Ken?
Yeah? Joking. God, can I face it?
Yeah, isn't it wonderful? And you were just saying how much you wanted to get out tonight.
Oh, no, love, I won't have another. I'll be up all night. And that cake was lovely. I don't know how you do it, Sally. But I did have something to say when I knocked on your door.
Oh, was it about the money?
Well, yes, it is, as a matter of fact.
Because, Rita, we've not touched it. I mean, that meal, it wasn't very expensive.
Sally.
And we didn't have a starter, and I'm not drinking because I'm pregnant. Well, Kevin had a carafe of red wine, but it
Rita,
wasn't very...
will you do us a favour, please? Will you tell Sally you didn't give us that money to stop us having pizza, did you?
No, of course I didn't. No, Sally, now come on, let's get this clear. That money's yours. I don't care what you do with it. It's there to help make things that bit easier. And if that means having the best wine in the house and half a dozen starters, then you should.
I just didn't want you to think we were wasting it.
Oh, to see you this morning, scurrying out of shop when Jim MacDonald was going on about you spending money. That makes me think you're wasting it. Enjoying isn't waste. In fact, I'd like nothing better than if you had a right good holiday with it, but, well, that's up to you. Just don't feel guilty. That's pointless.
Thanks, Rita. Thank you.
Are you listening, Kevin?
Oh, I am, Rita, I am, thanks very much. Hey, you like vodka, don't you?
It has been known.
Well, I think we've got a bottle left from Christmas. Let's waste some of that, eh?
Thanks for the lovely meal.
Yeah, thanks very much. Well, she must be daft. She must really. I mean, I was talking about them as a couple, so I said, well, why don't you come to dinner? But as a couple, that were off.
Yeah, well, there's no harm done.
Oh, no, but it was just so embarrassing.
Look, they've had a good meal. They've got naught to grumble about.
Was it all right, Al?
It was champion, love. Could have done with a bit more pudding.
Oh, do you know, I wish you wouldn't do that. You could wait till they've gone before you get yourself bread and jam.
Well, I was still hungry. Anyway, I offered them some.
Oh. They seem quite nice together, don't they?
How do you mean?
Well, they look right.
Well, they seem to like one another, if that's what you mean.
Yes, and it was a nice meal, wasn't it?
It was very nice. A very nice social event.
Wonder what we look like.
What, as a couple? Just look like us, love. Oh, this flipping foot. Did I finish that imbrication? Oh.
Thank you. Good night. Well, I suppose the night's quite young.
I hope we didn't leave too early.
Alf didn't quite wind the clock, but I, for one, got the message.
Poor Audrey. I did feel sorry for her. But I swear it wasn't my fault.
Oh, I'm sure. I know it's just typical Audrey, that. You know, typical everybody in the street. They get you married and living in a bungalow together before you so much as shaking hands. Fish was nice.
It was. I had quite a nice evening.
Yeah, they're decent enough, aren't they?
So what now?
Well, as Alf wasn't over-generous with the brandy.
He wasn't?
No. And as I have a bottle of Armagnac at home, and as we are now officially a couple...
Maybe we officially should. Have a glass of Armagnac, that is.
Well, that was great. I enjoyed that. I like it when you stay overnight. Do you like it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll take that as raging enthusiasm.
No, it's good. It's okay. Because
what?
Because at least you rent a video. According to Mum, anyone thinking of renting a video is some sort of, like, threat to civilization or something.
You get enough civilization at that school of yours. Don't worry, I'll get you there on time. Here, haven't you got an open day or something coming up soon?
I think so.
Well, don't you know?
I'm not sure.
Well, find out, will you? I wouldn't mind going to that.
Well, I think Mum's going.
Oh. You mentioned it to your mother then, did you?
I don't know, I might have.
Oh. So you don't want me to come then?
Well, it's not that.
No?
No, it's just sort of... Well, I can't help it. It's just if you're both there together, I'll get all...
Yeah, okay. Okay, fair enough. I get the picture.
Oh, to be in England, now that April's here. Who said that, eh?
No idea.
Soon to be in Florida. Have you started thinking about your holidays yet, love?
Well, I just might find myself a vicar and turn it into a honeymoon.
Hey, I know this sort of thing breaks out in spring, but not necessarily at her time of life.
Ah, well, we could just be tying old shoes behind a great big lorry next, who knows?
Give over.
Now, here comes somebody who keeps up with all the romances. Come in and tell us everything you know.
What would I know about? No, I'm just here for the fashion magazines. I'm going to study these series.
Hey, now, you have been entertaining in your social circle.
Don't talk to me.
Oh, come on.
Oh, go on, I might as well tell you. You're going to hear about it anyway. So, she comes round on her own.
This is?
Miss Blowwave, the femme fatale. Now, we have 4 places set, right? And we're waiting. And we're waiting. Well, you know Alfie and his insides. His belly thinks his throat's cut. Are we expecting him or what, he says? Have you fell out? Expecting who, she says. I could have cried, honestly.
Hang on and start again for new readers.
You ever get that feeling you're really unfit, you know what I mean? Tell you what, must be the time of the year.
I really know, Jim. Just am.
No. You see, you think you are. At least I know I'm not. You know, that beer and spuds and no exercise, I'll tell you.
Stop worrying about it, Jim. You get fit working, don't you?
You don't. I mean, look, we should be doing something, right? I mean, knocking a ball about, I don't care.
Oh, yeah. Anyone for tennis?
Right, well, what's wrong with tennis?
Yeah. Where are you going to play tennis?
There's courts down the rack, isn't there?
Oh, yeah, with all the druggies and the kids sniffing glue.
Wouldn't be doing that when I was playing tennis, I'll tell you.
Is that what I'm paying you for? And what's that doing it?
Not much. He's knackered.
Well, it must be a tribute to your skills then, because that's your car, I recognise it.
Well, thanks for showing an interest.
Well, I'm not paying you for doing your own servicing.
Yeah, well, it's well it's here. It looks like we've got a bit of business. That pal of yours who was supposed to bring his Merc didn't show up.
Well, was that it then? Is that all you got booked in?
Yeah. Reckon it's looking a funny sort of week for a Monday.
It ought to be picking up.
Ought to be.
Well, get out there and do something about it then. Perhaps your pal's been going around biffing too many people.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
It means I'm paying you for sitting on your fat behinds and I don't like it. Now, if you've got nothing to do, scrub the forecourt or do something. Let's have it looking like a business. And put a chamois over that jag.
Somebody been giving him a hard time, or what?
Someone has. But it's not me.
Oh, well. Saturday, 5 o'clock. Oh, Lord, just give me 24 points and I shall show you how to give him a hard time.
Wouldn't hurt you to get a new suit, go with your chain of office.
There's no wrong with the suit I wear.
Oh, it's all right for the bowling club. Thought I was talking to the Lord Mayor.
Mr. Mayor. Just plain Mr. Get it right.
Oh, who was that? Mr. Mayor. Oh, Larry the Lamb on the radio.
Anyway, we're not going mad because I know where this is leading. To get you a new outfit. I'm ahead of you, lady.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you're only thinking of one new outfit. Way behind, my love, way behind.
Look, we've not got a great long line of gilded carriages, you know.
All the more reason.
It's Weatherfield. It's not the City of London.
So I suppose it'll be you and your cardi and slippers with it. That's why we'll be a laughing stock.
Laughing stock? Weatherfield Corporation is not a laughing stock.
Well, it will be if the mayoress is seen in the same hat on every occasion.
Well, the Queen seems to get away with it.
What are you talking about?
Well, she never looks any different to me.
Oh, you've no awareness of all this, have you? None at all. Look, I'm going to need a little formal suit for inside occasions, and then, well, something in linen for outside if it's summery. Mind you, that's where I can be economical.
Economical?
Yes, because that's where I can bring the changes with hats and accessories. Very good at that, actually. Mind you, I've had to be.
You and Imelda Marcos.
Well, what do you want? Lady Mayoress or Lady Godiva? Because if you don't want to put your hand in your pocket, I'm not bothered.
So you were taken to visit the family, were you?
Oh, it's Mum and Dad, yeah.
Did you go for tea?
Yeah.
Did they get the doilies out?
That's nice and thought.
It's serious, then.
Well, I don't know about that. Well, being honest, yeah, I think. Well, I don't know. I mean, Des said that afterwards it was quite a good sign because usually his dad reads the paper whilst he's having his tea, and on this occasion...
Don't tell me you didn't.
Well, he hardly ever picked it up. Just glanced at sports page.
You got on, then?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so it's not just me you take it out on?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You shouldn't be taking the stick for it.
Do you especially want to go to his open day?
Well, not specially. I mean, it'd be nice. Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Well, then, just don't make too much of it.
Well, if only you mentioned it. I mean, he mentioned it to his mother. He knew the hoops I'd jump through to get him in that place.
What do you think it's good for him?
What, Oak Hill?
Being piggy in the middle.
Oh, now, come on. That's being a bit unfair, isn't it?
Oh, Matt, he's got to choose between you all the time.
Well, he can make arrangements. I'm not a nutter. I'm not going to kidnap him, am I? He's ashamed of me, anyway.
Oh, of course he isn't.
Well, it's a posh school, isn't it? I'm not educated.
Don't believe me, it is not because he's ashamed of you.
Yeah, well, I'd just like to know, that's all.
Do you know what I think?
What?
I think it's you that's ashamed of you. No, I do, sometimes. I think that's why you sent him to that school, because you think he'd be better than you.
Oh.
No, it's the same reason that you can't stand. Because you think that he's better than you, because you think he's educated.
Oh, well, maybe.
Well, you promise me something then.
What?
Well, never bother educating yourself. Because that way you might start thinking that you're too good for me. Because I know nothing.
Well, the way you're talking, anyone would think you were hearing wedding bells.
Cat's in the kitchen, no one's near. 3 times 3, I did not hear. Yes, Cat. Oh, do you know, it always makes you feel this and that.
I told her, well, I'm making one wedding cake, I can make 2.
I'm marrying a man with accomplishments.
Yes, we have heard he can cook.
Yes, but you haven't seen me decorate a cake, have you? No. Now, there is an accomplishment, if you like. Yes, we shan't be saving anything, but I'll be getting my hand back in, you see.
Now, where there would be a saving is if we had same place for cutting both these here cakes.
I'm not with you.
Well, they'll not have so many. I mean, they've no big family. And we'll not be filling a bus. If we had all the doings together, it would make sense of hiring a decent room and the catering.
Like a 2x2?
Well, I can see advantages. Double wedding.
Got so much.
Suggest it for a consideration.
But I don't know which way she'll jump.
Oh, she'll be all for it when she thinks.
Oh, well. I'll have to pick my moment.
Oh, right. Hey, there's a taxi here for you.
He's early, isn't he? I think you slip him money to be rid of me.
Not at all. In fact, if you hadn't come, I'd have left you here to guard the premises overnight.
I lead a dog's life anyway, thank you.
You lead a life of Riley. You've got more chauffeurs than royalty. Oh, come on, let's get you aboard.
Are you coming then?
Yes. Make sure you don't get into any mischief.
Oh, there's no mischief in me. I'm just a poor old woman.
We'll not be long after you.
Who is this Riley, anyway? Why is he always having such a good time?
There's no mischief in me. I'm just a poor old woman. Lucretia Bowes used to say the same.
Oh, Reg, I thought you were getting on better lately.
Not entirely useless, your mother, is she?
Go on, then. You're going to say something nasty.
No.
Well, what are you saying, then?
I'm just saying she's not entirely useless, your mother.
Oh.
I mean, management-wise, I would have to make a small adjustment because I'm used to having the staff under me who could in the last resort shoot. But that said...
Well, I'm glad you're making the effort of not shooting anybody.
Well, what do you think, you know, when the two of them are wed?
Well, think about what?
Well, we could have the pair of them working in here.
Wow, him as well?
Well, what else have they to do? With your mother and his nibs, it could be economical.
But, Reg...
No, being realistic. I could be coming around to this marriage idea, you know. All right.
Hang on. No, because I have a philosophy, you see.
Oh, I see, your philosophy. Well, no doubt you're going to let me know what it is.
No, see, you're wrong again, aren't you? Because my philosophy is never to let anybody know what you're thinking.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, fair play to you. I mean, very wise. Very wise. Come on here, come here.
Come on.
Well, so, listen, if a man's philosophy is what he really thinks, and your philosophy is never to let anybody know what you're really thinking, well, correct me if I'm wrong, Jacko, but how in the name of God are you going to let me know what your philosophy really is?
Yeah, well, that's because I'm too daft to take my own advice, isn't it? Well, I'll never be a rich and happy man.
Oh, I see. Well, here now, let me make a statement
Go on.
about what I believe my philosophy to be.
Go on, tell me,
Right?
tell me.
And I firmly believe this.
Go on.
It's your round.
Oh.
Same again, is it?
Yes.
All right, same again.
Hey, have you two bought your raffle tickets yet?
Well, I don't know. I mean, am I lucky?
Are you lucky, Jacko?
Oh, yes, I'm lucky, aren't I? You giving me the come on and him ready to bash me brains out. Aren't I lucky,
No, not at all, not at all. So, listen, what are these here raffle tickets for, anyway?
It's for a machine for the hospital. First price, a day at the races, and 100 quid to bet with. £2 a book.
Go on, I'll have a go, so whatever you.
Oh, and after you, Jack, all right? Certainly. What about you, Alfie?
Give us a pint of union when you've got a minute, will you, Liz?
Oh, Alf, I've not seen you in the Legion for ages.
No, well, it's not as handy for me these days, is it?
So what are you doing here, then, Alfie? Is it election time, then, is it, eh?
No, Alfie's here, being the only upright citizen for miles around, is going to draw the raffle prize for us. So get a move on.
Yeah, close your eyes. Close your eyes. Right. Hold them. Right, you'll know them again, won't you? Eh? 50 quid is yours if you pick one of them.
Yeah, I think you've just disqualified yourself. Here, listen, does anybody know anything about laying crazy paving?
Well, you're not thinking of doing a patio, are you?
No, I'm thinking of murdering the wife.
Why? What you done, Alfie?
No, never ask. Never come between a man and his motives.
She just seems to think it's just an excuse for going out and buying Paris fashions.
What do you mean?
Well, being Maurice.
Oh, well, you see, Alfie, that's pomp and circumstance, son. I mean, she's got you over a barrel, so she has.
No. We're not flashing Weatherfield, you know. I told her that. I said, go have a look at them 3 statues, those sculptures over the council chamber doors. There's industry, sobriety, economy. Now, that's Weatherfield. I told her.
She'll have taken that one well, eh?
Oh, aye, it did. She was very interested, yeah. In fact, she suggested somewhere I could put them for safekeeping.
It's a spirit of Weatherfield, he says. These 3 statues, slavery, drudgery, and there's one I can't remember. So, what I do remember is they hardly had a stitch between them. I said, well, nothing's changed. Have it your way. I'll be the first topless mayoress in history. You can stick my statue on.
Oh, I wish I'd been round your ass. You should sell tickets.
I've told him, because I'm not really bothered. I said, you want a mayoress, get your wallet out. Otherwise, find somewhere else.
You'll have to shout up a bit.
Sorry?
To get served.
My mind's not on the job, I'm afraid.
Tanya!
Yeah, with you.
What is it on?
Not that it's any of my business.
Just something I have to do.
Now, what's all the fuss over here?
Just half a bit of this.
OK, love.
And can I...
No, thank you.
I'm sorry, could you make it a Scotch whiskey?
Have what you want, love. You're only young once. Avoiding me.
Waiting my opportunity.
Oh, I taught you way out of a rat trap.
Well, can I talk you into a date Wednesday night?
I don't know. Have a word with Audrey, see if she can arrange it. I'm game.
Yeah, you haven't a chance, Jack.
You've no love.
Right, can we have a bit of us, please?
I'm telling you, but that's
Best of order, please. That's better. Now, you all know what this raffle is about, don't you? And if you don't ask me because I can't even pronounce it. Anyway, it's a wonderful machine and it saves life, so it's a good cause.
On the box.
Oh, we just crawled out from the Ice Age, have we? And I've acquired the services of this young lady here. And the first prize is, it's a day at the races, and for that you get all expenses paid. You go in the enclosure with the knobs, of course, and you get 100 quid to play with. Right, there you go.
Never see it.
Come on now, shake the
Here we go.
box
Yeah, look. That's the one. Will you read it out, love?
Oh, it's shocking writing, it's like my husband's. J. MacDonald, 11
Yes!
Coronation.
Come on, yes! Judy Wiley! Telling you, lad, that's his missus pulling out. But she works here. His missus pulling out, she works.
You're quite a needlewoman.
Oh, not very good. Out of practice.
One hears of men taking it up nowadays. I'm told it's very soothing.
I just like to take out the box of threads every so often. Takes me back. Worked in a draper's shop for years.
Really?
Years. Very long-seeming years at the time.
I don't remember you ever mentioning that.
Sometimes I look back and I see myself and I wonder if I'm not remembering something in a book. Dickens, probably. Is it just an extraordinary coincidence?
Is?
The fact that Mr. Sugden's also getting married. I'm sorry, my brain seems to be flying about.
I suppose it is.
But he just happens to meet a woman whose disposition is so remarkable that marriage is not out of the question. It's something of a coincidence.
I'm not sure I follow you. Or are you suggesting that they wouldn't be marrying if it wasn't for us?
Well, who knows? Even Mr. Sugden has his mellow mood. He's offered, by the way, to bake and ice a cake.
Oh, that's kind.
I tried to tell him that I don't really want a cake.
Do not? Why not?
Maybe that I'm a little peculiar about this. Of course you have a cake, and you cut it together, and of course you have your photograph taken, both of you holding the knife, of course.
All part of the ritual?
And I'm afraid I'll feel faintly ridiculous going through the ritual.
Why?
Oh, perhaps I can't explain it. All right, we'll have a cake.
No, I want you to explain why you wouldn't want one. Why not?
For the same reason I wouldn't want a veil and a train.
Oh, I don't suppose anyone would ever suggest a veil and a train.
Exactly. Call it just an eccentricity. Can you put up with that?
A husband ought to be able to answer yes to that. Absolutely and utterly yes. I ought to be able to say it. I don't know whether I can. My mother was ill, you know, for a long time, mentally ill.
Oh?
For a long time before she died. It all started with her dressing for journeys that she wasn't going on. And then she would walk out of the house and she wouldn't know where she was.
I see. Someone's mentioned it to you.
Mentioned it, that's all.
And you're wondering why I didn't tell you.
It's not that.
It wasn't that I was hiding it. I was ill. I got better. That's all.
Yes. It's not you who's wanting here. It's me.
I don't think about it. It doesn't seem so very important to me. Does it seem important to you? I see. Don't please let me know who told you. I don't want to know.
There was no malice in it. I must tell you that. There was no malice.
I don't want to know.
I always wondered what I would have done nowadays. They don't keep them in hospital anymore, not if they can help it. What would I have done? I was useless to her as it was. Oh, I suppose I could have made other arrangements. She could have been nearer. I could have had her with me, perhaps, more of the time.
You probably did what you could.
No. I had a parish, my work, and 1,000 excuses. All of them lies. The truth was, I could not bear it. It was her cross, and I could not bear it. I prayed to God that it would not last too long. And that was all the use I was.
Nobody ever feels they've done enough, you know. Everybody feels useless.
I was less than useless because I could not face it.
I suppose what you mean is you could not face it again.
Come on, what? Are you suggesting Liz rigged it?
No, but it always says it, doesn't it?
Says what?
It always says them who are employed by or who've got anything to do with can't have a go on the doing.
The
in the
doing.
raffle,
Oh,
yeah?
right.
On the game, on the raffle. It always says that, doesn't it?
She's not.
She is employed by the Legion.
It's not the Legion that's doing it, it's the League of Friends.
But this is the Legion. The draw was in the Legion.
Oh, I see. So she'd exclude anybody who's in the Legion.
No.
no.
Well, I'll tell you what I think.
No, I'll tell you something, Jack, and I'll tell you no more. Now, you remember your philosophy. And also, before you lodge your protest, you should have read your raffle ticket. I mean, what does it say? A day at the races for 4 people. Now, believe it or not, I might have invited you, mightn't I? Eh? Huh?
They're missing out on party.
Rita, could we have a word? Yeah, of course you can.
Can we get you anything?
No, I'm all right, love, thank you.
Right,
Well, you've been very kind to us and everything, and,
well, we didn't want to do anything before we sort of...
well, seeing if it's all right with you, really.
Well, I'm sure it is, whatever it is.
Well, it's our car.
It's knackered.
Yeah, it only keeps going because Kevin's such a genius.
Yeah, well, we were just thinking of getting rid of it and getting a new one.
Yeah, well, not a new one, but,
No, but something half decent.
No. Only we wouldn't do anything without, well, knowing your opinion.
Oh, I see. Well, I am sorry. Well, I don't see that my opinion would be any use to you because I know nothing about cars. You're the mechanic.
Oh, no, we meant,
That if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be in a position to even think like this, so... Well, we just wanted to know, like, what you thought, if it was all right with you.
Look, when you get it, you can take me out in it, right?
well, we just didn't want you thinking we were going mad with your money.
If it makes you happy, go mad, with my blessing.
Do you understand?
I don't necessarily want to understand.
I wish you could.
To understand all is to forgive all.
So they say.
Tall order.
Yes.
I suppose no harm's done. 1 or 2 illusions slightly bruised.
Oh, please don't. Don't be so calm.
Why? Do you want me to be mad? I don't think I can oblige you.
I want you to be angry.
Would make it easier for you to leave. Tears, screaming, perhaps. You could explain that it was something your constitution couldn't bear.
I'm so sorry.
But I'm not going to throw you out. You're going to have to walk away all by yourself.
Excuse me.
Right, hey, Jack, you're keen, aren't you? A bit off.
Yeah, well, I'm fell out with the Legion, aren't I?
Hey, if we get a decent car, does that mean I can have the operation?
What operation?
Get my fingers uncrossed. Because that's the worst of the heat that we've got, isn't it?
Yeah, that's fine, Jack. Hey. Oh, excuse us.
Morning.
Hiya, Ken.
Are we still on for tonight?
Yeah, fine by me.
Good, good. Well, how do you feel about coming round to my place for a drink at about 7, and we'll take it from there?
Yeah, right. OK, I'll see you around about 7.
I look forward to it. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
And away he goes, Mr. Whirlwind Romance.
Watch it, lady.
No, I'm jealous, really. So, where's he taking you tonight?
It's some do on at his school. Barn dancing or country dancing, something to that sort.
I'm not jealous anymore.
Hey, don't knock it. It'd be better than a disco. At least we'd be able to hear ourselves talk.
Oh, and what have you two got to say that's so interesting?
You'll be surprised.
I bet I would.
Well, he's a cheerful lad this morning, isn't he, eh? Oh, it's because there's spring in the air, isn't it, Randy? We'll have to hang out in the backyard so you can get some sun, won't we? Eh? Oh, yeah, you get through your millet, don't you? You love it. But come to think of it, gets through you fast and all, doesn't it? That's a good lad. Hello, Mrs. Bishop. I was just telling Randy what a nice feel of spring there is in the air this morning. I'm going to hang him in the backyard, you know, but I'll have to put some pole arrangement so that big ginger Tom can't get at him.
Yes.
You look a bit peaked this morning, Mr. Bishop. You don't mind me saying so?
Mr. Sugden.
Yes?
Why, it doesn't matter.
Well, you look though you could do with some sunshine yourself. We don't want you all pale and wan on your wedding day, do we? Because you're supposed to be the blushing bride.
Don't badger me, Mr. Sugden. Just don't badger me.
What have I done wrong now? Women. I'll tell you, Randy, you haven't missed much here. As well off hopping up and down your little ladder.
Turn it off now, Kev. Oh, Jim, your expertise, what do you reckon?
Well, I'd say you got yourself a decent wee motor there.
Yeah, I told you, didn't I?
Aye, no problems on that score, Sally.
Hey, that's good.
Yep, I'd say you got value for money.
Needs his money.
Hey, don't tell the old Will.
No, I'm not going to. Right, come on then, kids. No more playing with the cow. We're going back to the park and complain at another time. Anyway, Rita seems okay. She doesn't seem to mind how we spend her money.
Yeah, well, that means we're all happy then, doesn't it, eh?
Yeah, especially me.
Dearie me, aren't you ready yet?
Does it look like I'm ready?
Well, you better be sharp. We're due at town hall at 12 o'clock. We don't want to keep Jeremy Pilkington waiting.
Who is he, this Jeremy Pilkington?
He's only the chief executive of Weatherfield Council.
Am I supposed to be impressed or something?
Well, it runs Weatherfield. That's with the council director, of course. He's a high flyer, though. We'd be lucky to keep him, I'll tell you.
I don't know why I'm going to this meeting anyway. I mean, it's you that make him mayor, not me.
Look, see, he's there to give you your brief, to tell you how to handle yourself, what to do in all the ceremonial.
Ceremonial?
Yes, ceremonial. It's got to be right. So you've got to learn how to do it. It's very important.
Yes, well, it may be to you, but look, I could go round the shops while you're doing this, then I could meet you for lunch somewhere.
Oh, no, no, no. If you're going to be my Lady Mayoress, you need to be there. I mean, you'd be all right for all the social gatherings, won't you? All the perks, yeah. Well, you need to be there to learn the job.
Oh, my natural me, like Princess Di. I can put people at their ease, be gracious, bring a little glamour into their lives. Mind you, you could do with a short course at charm school.
It's got no to do with chap... Oh, give me patience. Look, this morning, it is purely for you to learn what to do at the mermaking. It's just the same as the Queen learning what to do at her coronation.
Oh, come on.
It's just the same.
Oh, some coronation. Coronation Street coronation, eh? So, what do you think?
Grand, come on.
No, it's not right. Do you know, I knew this crushed flamingo wasn't me. It'll have to come off. Hey, now, you could get us a cup of tea while I'm doing this, couldn't you?
He's broke. Oh, Phyllis face is heart, you know.
Why not? She was in tears in here when she heard he was going to marry Maud Grimes.
That's me. Phyllis is well shut of him.
Oh, I know, I agree. You know, I never understood how she could fancy Percy Sugden.
No, me neither.
I mean, I asked her once. I said to her, what is it about him that gets you?
Yeah.
And she looked me straight in the face. Huh? And she said, it's his eyes. It's his lovely eyes.
Oh.
And his sexy little tash.
She wants putting away. Good.
Hey, that's not right. This is all wrong, is this?
Oh, what is that, Mr. Sugden?
Let's Corning, this paper here says a good age for Buddy to live to is 12 years.
So?
I've heard Randall's a lot more than that. I know, because I'd had him exactly 1 year, the day of the Queen's Silver Jubilee. So that makes him 18. So I'll have to write this lot and tell him to get the facts right.
Oh, yeah, well, I should do that if I were you, Mr. Sugden.
I better make tracks for the Rovers. Make a start on the kitchen.
Mrs. Turpin, you'll be doing your hot pot, I suppose.
Well, yeah. Do you want me to put your name down for some?
I do not. No, you don't mind Frank speaking. I'm sick and tired of hot pot in the Rovers.
It's very popular, is my hot pot.
Well, it might be, but the change is as good as the rest. Why don't you try fish pie? It's very tasty, you know. If you're not sure about how to make it, I'll come along and give you a few tips.
That'll be the day when I want advice off you. Try, love.
What's the matter with her?
You know, you may be an expert on budgets, Mr. Sugden, but when it comes to birds of the human variety, you're hopeless.
Thank you.
No, it's the traffic, you see. It's terrible. We're going to have another look at that one-way scheme.
Yes. Well, let's get on, Councillor. Now, Mrs. Roberts, the preliminaries will take place in here, the council chamber, but you and Mr. Roberts will not be here. You'll be outside in the antechamber.
Not here? How do you mean not here? Oh, we're not going to be faffing about for hours, I hope, because frankly...
Oh, just listen to Mr. Pilkington, will you? He will explain it all.
Now, at noon precisely, the chair of the council will open the proceedings. Oh, and by the way, you'll be needing a mayor's chaplain.
Oh, no, just a chap, yeah. Old Simmons, he's very economical. Yeah, make a good chaplain.
Oh, chaplain! I misheard you. I thought you said the mayor's chilblain.
Yes, well, if we can just get on. The chaplain will open proceedings with a prayer, and then the chair will invite nominations for mayor.
Invite nomination? Thought you told me it were all fixed. I was told it was definitely Alfie. Now, if there's any chance of that falling through, I've ordered dresses, I've ordered hats.
Will you just listen to Mr. Pilkington? Anyway, what's hats are these?
If I could just have your attention, Mrs. Roberts.
There's no need to shout. I was just asking a very simple question.
Yeah, very simple.
When nominations are invited, there will only be one, your husband. Councillor Brooks is proposing you, Councillor Mather will second.
Yes, I know.
And the motion to make you mayor will be carried unanimously.
Oh, I see. It's all fixed. Well, if it's all fixed beforehand, why are we going through all the rigmarole?
Look, it is not rigmarole. I keep telling you, woman, it is ceremonial. It's like the Queen's coronation.
Oh, and I keep telling you, don't talk so silly. After all, it's just a potty little town council.
Take no notice, Mr. Pilkington. Just ignore it. I do.
How do you like your new car, Kev?
Yeah, better. Think it's a good one now. Got a bargain. I'll have to start thinking about a new one soon.
I wish I could trade my old banger in.
Yeah, I've got a car.
Talking about Alveda.
I'll tell you said that.
Quiet, please, Pat. What's happened to you? Somebody's boyfriend caught up with you? No, nothing like that. Torn some ligaments. Oh, come off it, Steve. Knowing you, there has to be a girl involved somewhere. Well... I knew it. No, it's not like you think. I was in some club in town and some idiot spilt some beer on the floor. Sounds like a classy place. You're joking, aren't you? So there I am, next minute, dancing away, and bang, slip on the beer, hit the deck. So, it was the drink that was your downfall. 160 for your pint, love. I'll write and tell Vicky. She'll be glad of a good laugh. So you knew about it, Kevin? You have to let me have a go at that sometime, eh? You're joking, mate. Yeah. Didn't find it funny.
You're still banned, then, aren't you? Yeah. It's banned for life for them. Any of my cars. Right. Get him back.
Yeah, you know.
Coming across.
So anyway,
when you went to visit Des, you liked Newcastle, did you?
Yeah, I thought it was quite nice, really. It's on this big river, I never knew that.
You what? Of course it's on a river, Newcastle on Tyne. Everybody knows that.
She's a right nasty streaker, that girl. You know why, don't you? She can't get a fella to fancy her.
Hello, Mrs. Bishop. Ready for a bit of dinner?
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
Well, how does Welsh rarebit strike you?
Fine.
Or I can do scrambled egg.
Anything, Mr. Sutton.
While we're on the subject of food, it's about your wedding cake.
You really don't have to make me a cake, Mr. Sutton.
You what? It's no bother of me at all. Have you seen what they charge at the bakery? It's ridiculous. Now, all I want to know is just how many people you're going to be having here so we know the size of cake we need.
Not right now, Mr. Sugden. Not today.
You look a bit on the blue side, Mr. Bishop, if you don't mind me saying. A bit depressed, are you? Because, look, if you feel it's your old trouble coming on again, don't forget to mention it, will you?
No, Mr. Sugden, it is not my old trouble.
Right. Welsh rarebit it is, then.
Once the vote has been taken, the assembled councillors will then acclaim your husband as the new mayor. The cry will go up from one and all, "Go seek the worthy fellow from the confines of this proud borough and bring him hither." Mrs. Roberts?
Just clearing my throat.
The four councillors will then go through the doors into the antechamber where you and Mr. Roberts are seated.
Oh, that's handy, isn't it? I mean, go seek him out and he's sat in the next room all the time.
Look, it's traditional, isn't it? I mean, it's historic. It goes back hundreds of years.
Well, 1888, actually, Councillor. Now, the four messengers will then summon Mr. Roberts to become the mayor and drag him, protesting.
Protesting? Arthur? Look, he sold his shop so he could be mayor if you knew what that was.
Look, it's meant to be about modesty, isn't it? I've got to protest that I'm not worthy of the honour they do me.
Oh, well, lie down on the floor, Arthur. It'll take more than 4 to shift you.
Mrs. Roberts, I sincerely hope you will enter into the spirit of the ceremony when the day comes.
Don't worry, love. I wouldn't miss this for the world. I've always loved a good laugh.
There we are, love. 94, please. Oh, Emily, I knew there was something I had to tell you. I have got, from the wholesaler, some very, very nice wedding invitation cards. Now, look, just take a look at these and tell me if they're what you want.
No need, Rita. There isn't going to be a wedding.
No wedding?
I'm afraid not.
There you go, Percy.
Thank you.
Okay, Doc.
Thank you.
Have you had a word with Mrs. Bishop about making a double wedding of it?
Oh, that.
It could be a good saving with the catering.
Well, I was going to have a word and then I thought better about it, you know. No disrespect to Mrs. Bishop or yourself. But in my opinion, it shouldn't be a wedding, shouldn't be like a works outing. I mean, it's something special even at our time of life. I think it should be one couple. And one couple only. That's my opinion.
Oh, well, if that's how you feel, I won't argue with you. I thought it'd be saving money. I don't believe in throwing money away.
Neither do I.
Oh, and that reminds me. Don't buy any new pyjamas. I bought 2 new pairs for Wilfred just before he died, and he never wore them. Well, only a time or 2.
I'm not overdressed for this, do I, Mike?
No, you're fine. No, really. And by the way, you look wonderful.
Oh, thank you. So what exactly is going to happen tonight?
Well, I'm not absolutely sure. All I know is it's a sort of annual knees up to raise school funds, and there'll be a few staff there, mainly parents there. Thought it's good fun. Never actually been before.
So I start now?
Well, I ought to go, show her a care and all that, you know. But anyway, this year, got a beautiful girlfriend to take with me.
Oh, I see. I'm a trophy.
Yeah, I mean, no. Well, all right. To be totally honest, I can't help feeling a touch amazed that you and I are, well, whatever we are. And more honestly, I get a kick out of taking him out and watching the way some people react to the beautiful bird old Barlow's got on his arm.
You don't think of yourself as old Barlow, do you?
Occasionally, on Monday morning.
Yeah.
No, not really. Still, compared to you, I am old. Though when I'm with you, I don't feel it. I feel about 22. Thank you.
You're more than welcome. I'm not here for charitable reasons, you know, Ken. I'm not doing my bit for help the aged.
Good. Cheers. Ah, that'll be our taxi.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Don. Right on time.
Where are you going?
School. Weatherfield Comp. Staff entrance.
Hello, Amy. Are you on your own? Yes, come in. Oh, good. I wanted to see you. I couldn't just come over straight away. I couldn't leave the shop. What did you mean about the wedding being off?
Exactly what I said. Bernard and I won't be getting married.
I'm not here to nosy, Emily. I know something has happened and you're distressed. Let me help.
Can you pick us up for the return trip about 11 o'clock?
11? Well, probably knocked off by then. I'll tell the office, they'll send somebody out.
Right, well, it's staying right there, isn't it?
No, absolutely.
Well, after tonight.
I never told him about the trouble I'd had, my breakdown, but he'd heard about it somehow.
Yes, I know, because he mentioned it to me in the shop one day. He seemed very matter-of-fact about it, very sympathetic.
No.
But I remember him saying that he understood that sort of thing because his mother had gone through it.
Yes, but that's why he's dropped me.
Do you mean... So that's what all this is about? Because of that, he's just finished, walked away?
That's what it comes to.
Oh, that's wicked. That's heartless, Emily. I thought he was a decent sort of man.
Oh, he is, in his own way. Or he tries. But he's seen his mother, lived with her for years while she was wandering in her mind, incapable of looking after herself. I think he had a vision of being married to me, growing old, and me going the way his mother had gone. And he couldn't face it.
Emily, you're as sane as anybody I know. So you had a breakdown. That means nothing. I had a breakdown when Alan Bradley was making my life hell. But I got over it, just as you did. And I'm stronger because of it, like you are. It's like when you break a bone. It mends, stronger than before.
I hope I am. I feel I shall need all of whatever strength I've got without Bernard. I really cared about him. I believed in him. I felt we were going to be so happy. I loved him.
So then they all call out, you see. We want Alfred Roberts. Go seek the worthy fella. Yeah, let him be enthroned.
Oh, now she's exaggerating.
Oh, not much, though. Go seek him out. Let no stone be unturned. Well, now, it could be anywhere, couldn't it? I mean, it could be in here jug, you know, or it could be at home on toilet. But no, by sheer chance, it just happens to be in the next room.
Now there's lucky.
And even luckier, Bet. By sheer coincidence, he happens to be wearing his best suit.
Come on, we're going home.
No, come on, let's have another drink. Same again, Jack,
Right,
please.
right.
And if my husband is too mean to pay for it, the mayor-elect, I'll pay for it myself. Have one yourself.
Oh, thank you, Your Holiness. Your Eminence. Well, what was supposed to call you?
Oh, search me. Well, Alfie's his worshipful. Ain't that a do me and all? Because you do, don't you, Alfie? On the quiet, you worship.
Give up, woman, you're showing yourself up.
I can see you're going to enjoy the next 12 months.
I'm going to try, Bet, actually, and there'll be a few laughs after today's tomfoolery.
It is not tomfoolery.
Well, you weren't standing where I was. Hey, Bet, wait till I come waltzing in here in my chain of office. It won't be swanking around, it'll be clanking.
Oh, we've seen it in here before, you know, with Annie Walker wearing it.
Yeah, well, that's because she was my first mayoress. But she knew how to conduct herself. Because she was a lady.
Oh, dear.
I want you to know what you're doing. Good night, good night.
Night-night.
Bye-bye, I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Nice to meet you. See ya.
Yeah, once you got into it, it's really good though. I enjoyed it.
Better than going to school.
Oh, what? I could have gone on all night now. I wonder where our taxi is. Ah, over there. Good. Oh, great timing, Don. Thought you were knocking up early tonight.
Yeah, changed my mind.
Yeah, right, well, home then, and let's spare the horses.
Thank you very much. Another call for Stanley Bayside.
Do you want a cup of tea or anything?
No, thank you.
What's up with you all of a sudden?
You know very well what's up with me. You've done naught but snipe, snipe, snipe all day long.
Me?
Yes, you. You've been a right pain.
Oh, come on. You take things too serious, you.
I take things serious when they are serious, and it's time you did and all.
Oh.
Yeah, right. You've gone very quiet. You all right? Maybe a cup of coffee what we need, okay? It has to be a tenner, don't it? Yeah, maybe five. Ah, right, there you go. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Good night.
No coffee then?
Good night.
It's no good sulking, you know, Alf. It doesn't impress me at all, sulking.
Look, I'll tell you something now, shall I, lady? I've had a right bellyful of you today.
Give off.
You showed me up at that town hall, and you showed yourself up.
Rubbish.
Rubbish is what you were talking. Listen, it'll be a proud day for me when they make me mayor, because it's a great honour. And it's a great honour to be Lady Mayoress, so you want to think on.
Yes, all right, but... Well, you have to admit a lot of it is just silly.
Look, let's get one thing right. If you're going to be my mayoress, you'll need a different attitude.
Oh, who the hell cares about being Lady Mayoress? I'm sure I don't. Get someone else to play your silly games.
Right, I will.
Do.
I will. Don't you worry.
Denise? Hello?
Mind yourself. Ooh. Right, I'm going into town later if you want to come.
No, thank you.
I'll even treat you to a bite of lunch if you keep off the fillet steak.
I've just said no, thank you.
Oh, now you're not still annoyed with me, are you, Alf?
Look, you nag me into doing something, and against my better judgment, I do it. And then at the last minute, you change your mind, and I'm not supposed to be annoyed, no. I shall be used to it now anyway after Lytham.
Oh, no, Lytham were different.
Yes, it was. You got me to sell the house and the shop then. I suppose I should be grateful it's just the shop this time.
Yes, well, that was for your benefit,
Oh,
right?
was it for my benefit you made a complete laughingstock of me yesterday?
Oh, come on, Alf. Where's your sense of humour?
Same place as your sense of fitness.
Well, I'm sorry. Just never had much time for all this old-fashioned baloney.
Look, what you call baloney, most people respect as tradition.
Now, don't let's fight.
I've no intention of fighting. If you prefer me to ask somebody else to accompany me on my year of office, well, so be it.
Oh, Alf, don't be so flaming pompous. Go, ask who you're flaming well like. Go on.
Last night attending the Richter scale, was it?
It was all right.
Only all right?
Yeah.
Oh, so if the earth didn't move, Miss Coo, how come your little eyes are glued to the window on the lookout for lover man?
If you've no work to do, lady, you could pick up the towels from the laundrette.
Oh, Denise is sick.
I was a mug before letting you get away with it, but not this time. Don't you come the innocent with me. I know you too well, unfortunately.
Look,
Donald
if you're on
Brennan, the
about last
cabbie, who's
night-
so reliable he shows up even when he's not on duty.
I was doing you a favour.
Embarrassing me to death, some favour.
Well, I'm sorry you took it like that. I thought it was a chance to make amends,
I
that's
was
all.
a phone call, a chance to make amends, or was that the start of another terror campaign?
What phone call?
The one I got last night after you watched me walk in. Like you've made umpteen times before, or have you forgotten, because I flaming haven't?
And you're not gonna for the rest of your life, are you?
I am not sunshine, and neither will you by the time the police have done with you.
Do you know what's coming over to you? I can't decide whether to have my hair cut short like Demi Moore had in Ghost, because it was dead cute. What do you think, Mr. Brennan? You know, as a man. I only wanted his opinion.
Mrs. Bishop, I'm just writing to the Gazette. If they've got their facts right, my Randy is a living miracle.
I wouldn't bother, Mr. Sugden.
I could just do with consulting your Bernard. The clergy come across as men of authority even when they're not. Is he coming round later?
No.
We haven't seen him for a day or two, have we? Come to think of it. He's not been poorly, I trust.
Not as far as I know.
No, you see, you just might think it's a crank letter and chuck it in the bin, because the newspapers get a lot of crank letters.
Really?
Aye, written in green ink with green underlining. They're crank letters. Now then, where do I start? Bedear says at the top, of course.
If you really want my advice, I'd forget the whole stupid idea.
See, I quite fancy it, but Des would do his nose.
What's it got to do with him?
Oh, they prefer longer, don't they, blokes? They like to run their hands through it.
Oh, they can keep the mucky paws to themselves. I go for what I want me, not what some fella wants.
It'll all change when you fall in love.
Is Denise in?
Oh, yes, she's in the back.
Good morning.
Don't tell me teacher's bunking off again.
I'm on my way, but I needed to talk to you first.
What about?
Oh, come on. We went out last night. We had a terrific time. At least I thought we did. Then all of a sudden, the temperature drops to sub-zero.
You're imagining things.
Am I? You hardly said a word on the way home. You didn't invite me in for a coffee, and I barely got a civil good night. How am I supposed to take
I'm
that?
sorry, look, I just had a bit of a headache.
Yeah.
Can't we just forget
All
about
right.
it, please?
Look, Denise, we're neither of us kids. If I said or did something out of line, I'd rather you came straight out with it.
No, you did nothing.
Well, that wasn't the feeling I got last night. I even rang you when I got home.
It was you. You
Well, you know it was me. That's why you didn't answer.
No, you've got this all wrong.
Well, then put me straight.
I can't. It concerns someone else.
I get the picture.
No. It's nothing like that.
Are you writing a billet doux to your fiancé, Percy?
St. George teasing me with this one. No, it's to the Gazette about my budgie, Randy, if you must know.
He's never got himself involved in a scandal, has he? Prominent local budgie admits to father-in-loving.
I didn't even know he had a girl.
He hasn't. It's to tell him at his age he should be in the Guinness Book of Records. Even if Mrs. Bishop does think it's a waste of a good stamp.
How is Emily today?
Oh, she's too busy, you know, dusting and cleaning to be bothered about anybody else's affairs.
Yes, Alf?
No, you've got a customer.
Oh,
yes,
no. It does occasionally happen in a shop. You should know. You had one yourself.
And I'm not a customer anyway. I'm just here for a couple of lollipops and a natter. Right, we'll leave you in peace, Rita.
All right,
Come on,
love.
sticky face.
Ta-da! Ta-da! What's to do, Al?
Oh, not to worry about, love, no. It's just that my plans have gone a bit skew, if you know. And I was hoping with your help we'd put them right.
My help?
Aye. How do you feel about being Lady Mayoress?
Alf, it's a bit early in the morning for Daft Joe.
No, it's not a joke, love, no. You see, I need a Mayoress and Audrey doesn't want it, so I'm asking you. It's as simple as that.
Don't give me that about Audrey. She's been drooling at the prospect.
Ah, that's before she knew there was any work involved, yeah? I mean, it's not that a capable lady like you couldn't cope with, you know. But you have to put some commitment in. And she's not a big one on commitment, isn't Audrey?
Why me, Al?
Because I can't think of a more gracious, diplomatic and elegant lady. Yeah, apart from the Queen, like, and she's got a job already.
You all smoothie, Al.
Yeah, I mean every word of it, yeah. So, what do you say?
More to the point, what does Audrey say?
She don't want to know about it.
Well, I'll have to think about it, Al.
Yeah, of course you will, yes. Yes, it's a big thing, isn't it? Look, I'll tell you what, I'll see you in the Rovers at dinner time, and you give me your answer then.
Hey, dinner time, that's a bit swift.
Well, how long does it take? I mean, either you want to do it or you don't. But it'd mean a great deal to me if you do.
She's done your hair very nice.
Oh, thanks, Betsy. I was toying with having it all chopped off, but in the end I decided against it.
I'm glad. There was a young girl on the bus the other day. She had her shaved completely bald, apart from a little strip of bristles over the top. Ooh, do you know, it was horrible.
Oh, I don't know, Betty. It could be useful, that, you know.
Yeah?
Turn her upside down and use her as a yard brush.
Anyway, long hair's more glamorous, isn't it? I want to look drop dead gorgeous for Des's party.
What party?
It's a combined birthday party and welcome home.
Not an engagement party, then.
Oh, Betty, don't be so old-fashioned.
Look, we all know you think nothing of living over the brush these days, but you're no better off for it.
What does a wedding ring guarantee, eh? Apart from a likely divorce.
Never you mind. You're cynical. You can't tell me that Raquel won't be a lot happy with things on an official footing. I mean, she talked to me often enough about a wedding frock.
Well, that's about as far as it'll get. Talk.
As it so happens, he may just be coming back with an engagement ring in his pocket.
Why? Has he proposed?
He's asked me to live with him. He's took me to meet his mum and dad, and I know for a fact that he wants children. Definitely got a future for us in mind.
Well, I think it's a wonderful idea.
Question is, does Audrey?
Well, if Mr. Roberts says it's fine by her, he must know.
Hey, communication's never been one of their strong points.
So why don't you go and ask her yourself?
I've tried. I've phoned all morning. She's never in.
Well, he'd hardly invite you, would he, if he thought she'd object? His life won't be worth living.
True. My first husband was a counsellor for a time. He might have been mayor one day if he hadn't mucked it up by goosing a policewoman on Alf Roberts' stag night.
He was a bit of a lad then.
Len? More than a bit. Him and Ted were like chalk and cheese.
But you loved them both.
And went through different kinds of hell with them both.
Do you know, Rita, I always thought that your first marriage was a happy one.
So did I, kid, at the time. Another woman. And I knew nothing about it till after the accident. Hurt like hell then. Ancient history now. Hey, listen to me. I always thought it was only old ladies who witted on about the past. Who am I kidding? I am an old lady.
Oh, rubbish, Rita, you're in your prime. Hey, you're good with people. You know how to go about things. You've got some lovely clothes. I think you'd be a brilliant mayoress.
You don't give up easy, do you, madam?
I don't. You ask Kevin.
Must admit, make a nice change from listening to Mavis wittering on about Derek and his enviro what's-it. Or sitting in that flat, wondering whether I should write to Silly to get myself on blind date.
Then go for it, Rita. You'll regret it if you don't.
I'll finish it, Mrs. Bishop. Would you like me to read it?
You've already read it 3 times.
Well, no, they were the drafts. This is the fair copy. It just starts like this. Dear sirs, in a recent article in your newspaper stated that the average age of a budgerigar is 12 years. I would like to inform you that my budgie Randy is 18 and still going strong. Should I act like his owner?
Don't send the letter, Mr. Sugden.
But I've got to. I'm obliged to, aren't I? To budgie fanciers everywhere.
You'll make a fool of yourself if you do. Randy isn't 18 or anything like.
Look, other people's memories might be failing, but there's no wrong with mine. I know when I bought him, and it was long before I came to live here.
That budgie died about a fortnight after you moved in.
Well, who's this, then?
A duplicate. I combed every pet shop in the area to find him.
I don't believe it.
And I hoped you wouldn't find out.
Oh, dear. Why do you suddenly, think you have to tell me now that I've been living a lie all these years?
There are bigger things to worry about in life than budgies, Mr. Sugden.
How do you think it feels to be let down by somebody you trusted?
Unbearable. That's how it feels. Unbearable.
Well, I'm glad you realise it.
Off to post your letter, Percy. What's to do, love?
How could you keep it from me all that time? Not a word.
She's told you then?
Oh, you know, do you? Yes, I suppose everybody knows bar old fool Sugden.
No, not everybody, Percy. Just me.
And how long have you known?
Well, since soon after it happened. It's not an easy thing for her to admit, Percy. She's the one who's suffering.
It's me that's suffering. All these years I've known him as Randy. Now I don't know who he flaming is. I've been betrayed.
Randy?
That's the trouble with my job. Your hands are always on display.
Oh, it's a good job it's not your feet, because feet are horrible. They're all corny and knobbly and hard skin.
Speak for yourself, young madam. Mine are like alabaster sculptures. Well, so I've been told. Now, how's that?
Lovely. Though by rights I should have postponed this till next week. I can't go flashing chip nail polish at the aristocracy, can I?
No, never mind the Green Welly Brigade. Mod dosh, they've got scruffy they get. It's only us with an outfit we've got to try and impress.
Feel love, if you could climb off your soapbox for 2 minutes, Mrs. Piggott's claiming for a coffee.
Can I have a word?
Not now.
Yes. Now.
Oh, right. Fee! Fee, love! If you could take Liz's money when you're ready and pop a deep conditioner on. Right, you pop by before you go to your toxter. I'll do you a revarnish.
Oh, smashing, I will, thanks.
2 minutes.
Whoever it was who rang you, it wasn't me. Now, I can prove it. I've no alibi.
Will
but
you shut up for
I
a
can't
minute?
stop you going to police if you want to, but if you won't take my word for it, there's not a lot I can...
I know it wasn't you. It was someone else.
I see. You should have made sure of that before accusing me, shouldn't you?
I made a mistake, and I'm sorry. But it's nothing to the mistakes that you've made. Now, if you'll excuse me a minute, I've a customer waiting.
Well, at first, I thought you'd told him about Bernard.
I've told nobody.
You'll have to tell your friends sooner or later, love.
I'm sure I can leave it to the local grapevine. Poor Mr. Sugden. His face when I blurted out about his budgie. How could I be so unkind, Rita? It's nothing like me.
Well, we all behave out of character when we've had a shock. At least you didn't run off to Blackpool and make an exhibition of yourself like I did.
You're not comparing Bernard to Alan Bradley.
Oh, no, Alan was evil. Bernard's just a weak, unhappy man. I'm sure he never set out to hurt you. He simply couldn't cope, Emily.
I know. I was so content being part of a couple again. Such a bonus at my time of life. I know Bernard could seem a bit pompous, but that was just his job. He had this really goonish sense of humour. We used to giggle like a pair of teenagers. And why do people think only the young have a right to be silly? always had so much to talk about. Though I didn't agree with all his views, he stretched my mind and made me feel alive again. I'm a pensioner, but this face that looks at me in the mirror, that's someone else, someone old. Inside, I feel like a child. A child who's had something precious snatched away. I want to scream and stamp my feet and say it's not fair, it's not fair. Oh, Lord, Rita, I'm so sorry. I must sound completely off my head.
Not to me, love. I wanted to scream and shout too.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
I didn't think they unchained you from the cooker at lunchtime.
Would you believe you've run out of tomato ketchup? You know, it's a worse sin than adultery to some of our customers.
I know, I'm one of them.
Where's the sophisticated gourmet I used to know then?
All bluff. I'm a closet egg, chips and beans man. I don't suppose you've time for a cup of tea?
Oh, go on, Gail can cope a bit longer. Anyway, tea made by somebody else is nectar and ambrosia to a girl like me.
Right, I'll see you in a minute then.
Right, we're with you. See, bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I thought we had an appointment.
Oh, I'm sorry,
It's
Al.
obvious you take it about as serious as she does.
I take it very seriously, and I'm very honoured. And I did come to the Rovers, but you've gone.
Well, you can't have gone in much of a hurry because I waited nearly an hour. What happened?
I had to go to Emily's.
Oh, so you left me sat there like a lemon.
It was important.
Well, this is important. Well, what's happened?
Bernard's left her.
What, you mean that vicar chap? Nay.
Afraid it's all off. I know she won't mind me telling you, but she doesn't want everybody gossiping about it.
Well, I shan't. It's the wife that's a specialist. So what happened?
He just decided he couldn't go through with it.
Ah, got cold feet, did he? Poor old Emily. Mind you, I think she might be better off, you know. He always struck me as being a bit too smarmy. Any road, have you decided?
Well, if you're sure Audrey has no objections, I'd be honoured to accept.
It's a long while since I was here.
We had some good times.
We had some great meals, which you cooked.
Is that all you remember, the grub?
Oh, Ken, you didn't ask me up here to reminisce. Is it Denise?
You're quick. I didn't know we were such an item.
Well, there's not much news gets missed in this little den of ice.
Yeah, it is more like history now.
Oh, dear.
Look, anyway, you don't want to be bored with all this.
Oh, listen, I'll decide when I'm bored.
Well, we were getting on fine, and then suddenly she freezed me out. I asked her about it, and she said it was my imagination.
Well, you always were a touch oversensitive.
Only where your husband's concerned.
We're talking about your girlfriend now, not my husband.
Right, except she's about to join my long list of exes. Why is it always getting so wrong with women?
Well, who says it's always your fault?
Boy, my track record, who else can I blame?
It isn't a question of blame. We're all screwed up one way or another. Even the ones who seem to have cracked it are just bumbling on. Well, that's what life is. You just make it up as you go along and hope that next time you might get it a bit right.
Well, I thought maybe this time I had got it right, even given the age difference.
Oh, stuff the calendar. You and Denise would be good together.
Yeah, they said that about you and me, and look how wrong they were there.
That was different. There were other factors.
One other factor. But one is all it takes.
What, do you think there's another man?
There's a distinct possibility.
Ah, I should tell you if there was. There's one thing about Denise, she comes right out with it.
I'm sorry for upsetting you, Mr. Sugden. I should never have blurted it out like that.
You should have told me in the first place.
I thought I was acting for the best.
So where is he?
Who?
Randy, what did you do? Chuck him in the bin?
No, I didn't. As a matter of fact, I put him in a shoebox and took a bus to Heaton Park.
Why not Lyme Park? It's more countrified up there.
Well, it's a lot further to go, Mr. Sugden, carrying a trowel and a dead budgie. I'm sorry, but I know how much he meant to you.
And he still does. You'll always be Randy to me, won't you, son? Eh? He will, Dad, although you are Andy number 2.
It was wrong to keep it from you.
Oh, well, it's all done and forgotten now. Let's forget it.
I'm very glad you've taken it like this. Now, just go and put the grill on and then...
Perhaps you could run me over there tomorrow.
Where?
Eaton Park. You know, I'd like to say a little prayer over his grave. I hope you dug him deep enough I don't want cats getting him.
It was ages ago, Mr. Sugden. I don't even remember where it was.
It'll come back to you when we get there. Oh, about this wedding cake, are you quite happy to leave the design to me?
That's the other thing I should have told you. I won't be needing
I shan't be
cake.
putting these silly little brides and grooms on top of the cake, if that's what we're in. You know you want something a bit more dignified at your age.
The reason I won't need a cake is that the wedding is off, Mr. Sugden. Bernard has changed his mind.
If I make them little mini meatballs, Betty, how long ahead can I do them?
Long as you like, if you freeze them.
I want to get as much done as I can before he gets back. Won't be right romantic if first thing he sees is me reeking of onions and garlic.
Hey, wear that little black nightie thing. He'll never notice.
Flaming cheek, you've never seen me in my nightie.
No, but I've got a great imagination.
No. Honestly, though, I can't wait to see his little cuddly bun smiling face come round that door.
Will you just leave it out? OK, so I got it wrong, but it changes nothing. One way or another, you're still mucking up my life.
That works both ways, lady. You're mucking up mine.
Eh?
Ivy's got wind that I was in the shop. She wants to know what's going on.
So tell her.
I did. She was about as inclined to believe me as you were.
You asking me to talk to her?
No. That one of them make things worse. Ah, so what? I'll have to live in doghouse for 12 months. I've done it before. Fine, Jack.
You back? Where are you? Before you start, half of these are for you. Got you a couple of nice summer shirts. You needed some new underpants.
That's all right, love, as long as you've had a nice day.
Yeah, well, I got you coloured ones for a change, because them white Y-fronts you wear are dead boring. What did you say?
Well, I know how much you like shopping, love. I mean, women do, don't they? Men don't. Fact of life.
Never usually that understanding about her.
No, well, maybe that's because of my old age I've come to realise that it's no bad thing for husband and wife to have different interests.
Well, yes, because then when we do meet up, we've got so much more to talk about. Do you know, that is the main reason that I didn't like working in the shop all day.
Yeah, and that's why it makes sense for you not to be my Mayoress. I mean, you're quite right, yes. We shouldn't live in each other's pockets. So I've done what you said, and I've asked somebody else.
Oh, yeah. Who have you asked?
Rita.
Rita Sullivan?
Well, how many other Ritas do we know? And she said she will be honoured.
Over my dead body.
Well, I'm sorry, love, but you did say quite categoric that you didn't want to do it. Now, I can't back out now. It's all settled.
Huh? Do you know that book's fizz has gone straight to my head? I'm not used to drinking at 7:45 in the morning. Hey? Oh, you've done well for Carstairs, Lou.
You're my aunties and uncles, look. Most of them haven't clapped eyes on me since I was a bairn, but they still send me a card every year.
Aren't you going to open them?
Yeah, in a minute.
You know, considering it's your birthday, you don't seem right excited. Don't you like your present?
Of course I do. I love it.
It's not too big on its shoulders.
It's perfect, Raquel. Like the book's fizz and the panny.
Or it's pan au chocolat.
Well, that and all, it's perfect. Just don't deserve it.
Of course you do. Oh, don't be daft. You know, this isn't just any old birthday.
No?
No, it's your first back with me. Come on, open your cards and make some coffee.
Right. Who's first, do you reckon? Auntie Rose from Fishburne. Bet there's a £2 record token inside and all.
Oh. You were very
has to be something fishy going on. Otherwise, why would they call a staff meeting?
Look, why don't we just wait to hear what he's got to say before you go jumping to conclusions, Vera?
Well, it's all right for you. You won't be the one to get your marching orders, because bosses never are.
Listen, as far as I know, there is no plans to reduce the numbers of staff at this or any other branch. We had a clear out only a couple of months back, didn't we?
Do you know, it's all right for him. But there were 17 laid off at Liverpool last week. Yeah? And that was supposed to be a flagship shop. And you know the first one to go, don't you, me? Because it's last one in, first one out. Hey, up is here.
Ladies, if you could stay there a moment, please. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please. I'd like to read out a memo from head office. Dear Mr. Watts, as part of the continuing drive to ensure that Better Buy stores remain at the cutting edge of retail marketing practices, senior management, in their infinite wisdom, have decided to undertake a series of initiatives.
See? What did I tell you, eh?
Vera, shut up and let him finish, eh? The first of these initiatives will involve all staff at the customer interface.
Customer what?
Interface.
Oh, come on. Stop flanneling. Give us it straight. I'm going to lose us jobs, or what?
You what?
Well, that's what it's all leading up to, isn't it? I told you, didn't I? Eh?
Of course not. Who's told him that?
Look, stop flanneling, will you? Tell us straight.
Ladies, you might as well come in, please. Allow me to present the new Better Buy staff uniform.
Oh, haven't you heard? Apparently, I'm not good enough. He's asked Rita Sullivan instead. No, well, there were certain aspects of the job that I wasn't relishing, and I did imply as much, but come on, he's not wasted much time in replacing me, has he? Huh? All right, lovey, yes, I'd best let you go. I'll be round about 3 o'clock, all right? Yeah. Bye, love. Bye.
Now, what was all that about?
Oh, just arranging to pick up Sarah Louise from school.
Aye, and the rest. You were mixing it.
Oh, what's it?
You were implying there was something underhand about my asking Rita to be mayoress, which is codswallop.
Well, I know that, and you know that, but it won't stop the rumours.
No, not if you go putting ideas in folks' heads, it won't.
I don't have to, Alfie. The facts speak for themselves.
Oh, don't talk so daft, woman.
Come on. The future mayor of Weatherfield chooses an eligible and attractive shopkeeper to be his mayoress while his wife sits at home, huh? It's very suspicious, Alfie. You got to admit that.
Not when the future mayor's wife has said quite categoric she wants naught to do with it.
Well, I didn't mean that. I just meant you should get rid of all that pomp and ceremony. Anyway, it gave you a jolly good excuse to go down to the cabin, didn't it? Right, so you can just go back to the cabin and tell Rita you've changed your mind. Otherwise, I will.
Fashioned with a distinctive corporate green of the Better Buy logo. And finished off with a striped trim. Now, this dress can be complemented by either an elasticated tabard. Thank you, Melanie, thank you. Or an attractive front fastening bow, you see. Please, now, come on, calm down a bit, please. Please. Please, now, yeah, calm down, please, now, please.
Morning, Don.
Morning, Ken.
Ken! Hey, I'm glad I've run into you. Look, I think I owe you an explanation. Only, I can't give you one. Look, I know this sounds stupid, but it's not what you think it is. It's just something I can't talk about. Oh, I'm making a right mess of this.
Look, Denise, whatever goes on in your private life, that's your business. You don't have to give an explanation to me.
I appreciate you saying that, Ken. Really, I do. Look, can I buy a drink in the Rose tonight?
No, sorry, I can't. Marking.
Oh, right, well, maybe tomorrow night then.
Maybe. I better get a move on. I'll be late for school.
Yeah, sorry. I'll see you.
Morning.
Morning.
Lady Mayoress, eh? Does that mean you'll be riding round Weatherfield side saddle on a white horse?
No, in a chauffeur-driven car, actually, Detta, but only when I'm travelling in an official capacity.
I didn't know Weatherfield still had a mayor. I thought they did away with that years ago.
Ah, well, it's been brought back by popular demand. Did you know that technically the mayor is still the defender of the borough?
Alf?
Yeah, well, fingers crossed there won't be too many invasions in the next 12 months. No, nowadays the duties consist mostly of, what, visiting old folks' homes and planting trees, that sort of thing.
Well, if you ask me...
Which nobody is.
If you ask me, it's an extravagance the taxpayer can ill afford.
Especially them taxpayers that are not asked to do job.
Well, I think you'll make a great mayoress. Just hope you enjoy yourself, Rita.
Thanks, Dad, thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Hi, love.
Can I have a word with you, Rita?
Yeah, of course you can.
In private, if you don't mind.
A knocking sound, you see?
Yes, coming from behind the dashboard. Not loud, but quick, like this.
Sure it's not a woodpecker what lives underneath your bonnet? Oh, sorry, Derek. Tell you what, morning, boss. Morning. Leave it here. I'll have a look at it later for you, all right?
Oh, I was rather hoping you might take a look at it now. That way, if it's only something small...
Yeah, I'll be able to fix it, but she... Sorry, Derek, no can do. But I'll tell you what I can do. Leave it here, I'll have a look, and if it's a big job, I promise I won't start it without giving you a quote first. Now, I can't say fairer than that, can I?
Right.
So come back about 12-ish.
OK, will do.
Cup of tea here for you, mucker.
Just put it down there, will you, mate? Is something wrong or what?
No, everyone's fine. No, champion at that.
Well, what is it?
I was just thinking how much I'm looking forward to this day at the races, you know?
All right.
Oh, yes. Make it a special day for Liz, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's only one wee drawback, though. You toxed her.
Huh?
Well, I mean, it's not exactly the easiest place in the world to get to now, is it, eh? I mean, I'll have to get a bus, which will take forever. I mean, it'd be far better if I had a car, you know what I mean?
Oh, Mr. Whitehead, Mike Wilbin. Well, I'm very well, thank you. How are you? Oh, good, good. Now, look, I've got your letter, and if the bank could just bear with me for a little while longer. Well, I'm not exactly ecstatic about the situation myself, but business is picking up. Well, let's say I've got 1 or 2 irons in the fire, shall we, eh?
I don't understand, Alf. You told me you'd cleared it with Audrey. You said she didn't want to be mayoress.
She didn't, Rita, honestly, but now she says she's changed her mind.
Well, where does that leave me? Eh? I practically told Alf the street. You can't just come waltzing in here when it suits you and say you've changed your mind.
I've not changed my mind. It's Audrey that's changed hers.
And you just accepted it?
No. Look, she forced me into a corner. She was making out... Anyway, it don't matter what went on.
What? What was she making out?
Oh, you've no idea how much I was looking forward to it, Rita. When you said yes, it was like... You made me a very happy man.
Yeah, well, I don't suppose that's escaped Audrey's attention either.
Hey, no, Rita, you don't think...
Look, I think you better go.
Look, Rita...
Look, just go, and there'll be no more said about it. And you can stop here, Wigan and all. This is a private conversation.
Oh, come on, Ken. If you're worried that I'm going to be drinking and driving, there's no need. I promise you, right? Not a drop will pass my lips, cross my heart.
Look, forget it, Jim.
Listen, I've a clean licence, you know, mucker. I mean, 18 years, not even a parking ticket.
Jim, I've had that car a week. There's no way I'm letting it out my sight, not for you, or anybody. I'll be with you in a sec, Derek. Look, I'm sorry, mate, all right?
Yeah, all right.
Hey, Jim! Got a minute?
Yes.
Bad news, I'm afraid, Derek.
What?
Your gearbox is on its way out.
Oh, dear. Will that cost a lot to replace?
Best part of £1,000.
What?
Yeah, and, well, to tell you the truth, you'll be throwing good money after bad. Your filters are gone, your brakes are going to want changing. And even you've done all that, it's only a matter of time before something else goes. Nah, it's on its last legs, this, mate.
Well, I only bought it a few weeks ago. It cost me over 2. Well, thank you, Kevin. I'll get 1 or 2 more quotes before I write it off completely.
Suit yourself. It's up to you. Keys are in the ignition. What's the matter with you, eh?
Well, Bolton just took me into the office and told me I can borrow his motor.
Said what?
Yeah, so I can take this to the races. What's more, he says I can take it out for a spin to get the feel of it, eh?
Do you think I should do a hot meal or just finger food?
Eh?
For Daddy's party. Only I think that a hot dish makes it seem more of an occasion, don't you think?
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, that's 180 of time.
But then again, you see, on the other hand, there's plenty of people like you who won't be coming till after closing. They might want a snack.
Well, who says anything about me coming?
You invited.
Look, I don't think I'll feel like partying after a night working here, you know what I mean?
Give over. You normally go out clubbing.
Not always.
Well, you told me that you're at your best between 2 o'clock and 5 o'clock in the morning.
Did I?
Luke, I know Des would be glad to see you there. I mean, he'd not say it, but... Well, he's just as keen as I am for us all to forget the past and, you know, just be friends.
Look, I'll see what I can do, all right?
All right.
There you go.
Thank you. Make sure you don't stand too close to the milk.
Eh?
It'll turn it sour with the face on you.
Oh, well, you'll have to forgive me for not doing a tap dance on the counter. But after what I heard about the other day, have you got any, you know, these individual tins, the little tins of rice pudding?
Never mind that. What's happened?
Oh, look, it's funny, ain't it? When you think when you've known somebody for many years, you can trust them. Well, you can't.
What are you talking about?
It's not something we can natter on about in a corner shop.
I finished here when Reg gets back from the wholesalers. Why don't I pop over for a cup of tea?
No, I'm not in the mood for entertaining. Besides, I've got nothing in.
You leave that to me. We've some very nice Battenberg cakes over there. Tin of pink salmon.
Well, go on then, but leave it till near 5 o'clock when Mrs. Bishop's gone to the library.
I thought we might invite Pat and Bob to your birthday party, because it's only 3 hours on train.
Oh, Pat and Bob, is it now? I only spoke to them once for half an hour.
It was them who insisted I drop the formalities. They want you to feel like part of the family, so Pat, with your mums.
Anyway, those two never set foot outside of Hartlepool. 3 hours on a train's a major expedition. Taking months to plan that.
I'm sorry, Esther. I just started.
No, I'm sorry. It was a lovely thought. Just don't think we'd have much fun with my mum and dad standing about.
Yeah, you're probably right. I invited Tanya today as well.
Hey?
To a party. Mind you, she probably won't come. She's got this thing about you, you know, not liking her.
Think about me. Thought you hated her guts.
No, in fact, we got on very well while you were away. You know that snidey way that she has? Well, it's a defence mechanism. See, all Capricorns are like that.
Get away. She's just trying to lull you into a false sense of security so she can pull another stunt.
No, see, I mean it, Des. There's a much more appealing side to Tanya if you can be bothered to look for her. Why don't you make an effort?
So when did all this happen?
Oh, some 6 years ago. She said she came home and found him in the bottom of his cage. That's what she said. But you can't rule out an accidental killing.
Not talking about the blooming budgie. I mean, when did Mrs. Bishop get jilted by the vicar?
Oh, sometime last week, but that didn't come as a surprise to me, you know. No, I didn't trust him from the first time I set my eyes on him.
Well, surely he'd give her a reason. I mean, you don't just call off a wedding for nothing.
Look, he's a pacifist. It doesn't surprise me one bit that he bottled out of getting wed.
Perhaps she wasn't the only lady in his life. It's rife in the clergy, is that sort of thing.
Do you know, what flummoxes me is how she managed to get such a good match. If you put Randy number 1 and Randy number 2 side by side, I swear you couldn't tell the difference.
Surely one budgerigar looks much like another.
But you've never kept one, if that's what you think.
No, I haven't.
No.
I've never seen the need. But they're not exactly good companions, are they? All that cheaping. Drive me up the wall, it would.
Did she walk in the pet shop with a dead bird in her hand and go along all the cages till she found one identical?
Oh, have another slice of Battenberg.
Oh, of course you two are both invited, and you're Martin and you're Mike.
What are we invited to?
Desi's birthday party day after tomorrow. About 8:30 onwards, bring a bottle.
Oh, I'm sorry, love. I should be at home with a bottle, a hot water bottle. Ignore her. She's coming. I'll see to it.
I can't be doing with parties. I mean, it's all that noise, having to scream and shout at the top of your voice to make yourself understood. Reminds me of being at home.
Yeah, apparently they hired this, what do you call it, management consultant or something. Paid him £50,000 to find ways of jazzing up the company image. 50,000? You know what he come up with? Staff uniforms. You see, they do have it when it suits them. But you try and get time and a half out of them, you know, after you've worked after 6 o'clock. Oh, you've no chance. Still nice, aren't they? I think they're very smart. I might go to bingo in mine.
I'm glad he's offered to lend you his car. It might mean he'll stop mothering me. But I tell you, if you think he's doing it out of the goodness of his heart, then you're sadly mistaken.
All right. OK, I mean, maybe you're right, but I mean, it'd be mad to turn it down, wouldn't it? And listen, don't say a word, will you? I want this to be a surprise for Liz, all right?
OK. Rita, can I get you a drink?
Hey, why not, love? Thank you.
OK, I have vodka and tonic as well, please, Sonia. Hey, I'm allowed to call you Rita now, am I? Now you're a Lady Mayoress. I mean, you don't have a special title like the Queen and out there.
I don't know, love. Better ask her.
Hey?
Audrey, how's it going?
Oh, what shall I have, eh?
Oh, so where is he then?
Oh!
Birthday boy. I thought he'd been here since lunchtime.
No, he stopped at home. He said he's saving his energy for the party.
Oh, that's no good. He's got at least have a couple of pints down him, get all maudlin about unfulfilled ambitions and creeping a year closer to the grave. That's what birthdays are all about. I'll go get him.
Do you mind if I join you, Reed?
Oh, be my guest.
I just want to apologise about this little mix-up.
No need to, Audrey.
Well, it's that husband of mine. Ever since he retired, and I've seen more of him, do you know, I've realised exactly how stupid he is. I mean, take him away from behind a shop counter, he's clueless. Where he got the idea, I didn't want to be Lady Mayoress. I can't fathom.
Oh, like I said, no need to explain, Audrey.
Well, I just didn't want there to be any bad feelings between me and you.
Bad feeling? The way I see it, I've had a lucky escape.
Huh?
I'm not in the mood, Curly.
But it's your birthday. And you're always in the mood for a pint, 365 days a year.
Yeah. Well, all the more reason for me to have a night off then, isn't it?
Oh, come on.
I said no, Curly.
All right. I was only being,
Hang on a minute. I'm sorry, mate. Look, I appreciate you coming over. It's just, well, I've got a lot on my plate, you know. I'll be lousy company.
It's never stopped you before. Oh, what's up, Des? I mean, are you and Raquel having problems?
Oh, you could say that, yeah. Even she doesn't know about them.
Eh?
Look, sit down. You know when Raquel went off to Birmingham, modelling?
Yeah?
Well, I sort of misbehaved.
Cheers. Cheers. I need this after today. Is that my imagination or is that Ken sitting over there? Yeah, it's him all right. Why? I asked him if he'd like to come out with me for a drink tonight. In here. Said he had marking to do.
Maybe he's done it.
Maybe he's trying to give me the brush off.
Why don't you go over and find out?
To hell with that, you could come over here.
Is this it? You two gonna start playing daft mind games, see who's the coolest?
I'd win hands down.
But what did he say?
Well, you know what these backstreet garages are like. They invent problems just to bump up the price.
Kevin Webster wouldn't do that. He's a neighbour.
Yes, but he's a mechanic first, and mechanics are on the make. I can remember the days when you could trust them. The days when you could get a decent job for a decent price.
Derek, if you're not going to tell me, I shall go over and ask.
Yeah. According to Kevin, it's not worth what it would cost to repair. Apparently, Norris has sold us a disaster on wheels.
Oh.
Evening, Denise.
Oh, Ken, I didn't see you over there. Got your marking done early, did you?
I wish I was that conscientious. Now it's still sitting at home waiting for me. I'm just off there now. Bye.
Bye, Ken.
About as cool as each other, I'd say. Jim, if you've been wasting money on some daft surprise...
Look, I promise you haven't spent one penny, love, all right?
So why won't you tell me how we're planning to get to Utoxeter then?
Let's just say we're going to be travelling in style, all right? Eh?
Well. I'm shocked, Des. No, in fact, I'm amazed. And I can't pretend I'm not jealous.
Jealous?
What, 2 girls on the go at the same time? Why don't I have problems like that?
Yeah. Well, since you put it like that, I suppose there's a lot of blokes that'd love to be me.
You what? I'd be front of the queue, me, mate.
Yeah, well, speaking as me, I'd rather be someone else.
Well, if it all gets too much for you, you can always send one over to my house, you know.
Kelly, have you any idea what Raquel will do if she finds out?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Finally make a commitment to her after months. No, years of messing her about. I ask her to live with me. As soon as her back's turned, I jump into bed with someone else. What is wrong with me?
Des, don't you think you're overreacting?
Yeah, you don't know the half of it.
Well, what's that supposed to mean? Who is this girl, anyway?
Well, let's just say the situation's even more complicated than it looks.
Look, I still say you're blowing it all out of proportion. All right, you did a daft thing. People do daft things. I have. And Raquel, well, she need never know. But there's no point in torturing yourself. I mean, what's done is done. Just forget about it.
I slept with the wrong girl for all the wrong reasons. I know that. But something about it was right, Curly. I can't get away from that. Even the 3 weeks I was away, I thought about nothing else. Oh, believe you me, there's nothing I'd like more than to put all this behind me, but I just can't.
All right, mate. You sit there and wallow. Me, I'm going back over the road. But I'll tell you something, Des. You and Raquel, you're good for each other. Don't blow it.
Sign a bold one yet?
No.
Oh, no, there won't be either. I tell you, just some phone call saying he needs the motor, something's come up. I'll tell you what, why do I believe anything that man says at all?
I don't know.
Tell you what, you know what makes matters worse? I mean, I've asked Bet and Charlie. What are they going to think if there's no transport?
Well, they're going to think what sort of idiots organising this do, aren't they?
Well, yes, you're right, exactly.
Hang on. Here he is now.
Come to tell me how sorry he is and I need his precious motor all day. You wait and see.
Morning.
Morning. What time do you reckon on getting back then?
Well, about 7 or 8 o'clock, I think.
Great. See you across the road later then. Have a good day.
Yeah, listen, Mike, look, thanks very much. Very generous of you. I appreciate it.
You should. See you later.
So what was all that you was just saying about him?
Oh, I was just saying he's one of the finest wee men on God's own earth, and I'll fight anyone who says different. See you later.
Oh, love Tanya. Well, it's nice of her to send a card, I suppose.
Well, you can't stop folks sending cards.
You know, I think you'd quite like her if you got to know her properly.
Would I?
Yeah, I think you're just biased against her because you know she used to have a go at me.
Could be.
Yeah, well, there's no need, because it's like I said. No, we're quite friendly these days. I mean, we're not bosom pals, and I wouldn't tell her any of my secrets, but there's no rows.
Good.
So what, you can be a bit nicer to her in future?
Well, I'll do my best.
Right. I shall go and have my bath.
So did she say whether she was coming or not?
Well, she said she'd see.
Well, see ya.
Yeah, see ya.
So how are you going to get about?
Well, what do you think these are?
They're trousers.
Legs I'm going to walk, and why not? People are doing it all the time.
Yes, I know, but they're used to it, aren't they? They've had practice. Do you know, I still don't get it. Why have you lent him your car?
I was feeling generous. They want to go to the races and they want to go in style.
And there's nothing in it for you.
Oh, yeah, fresh air, exercise, and I feel I'm bringing a little bit of happiness into people's lives. See ya.
I'd have taken her.
No, I want to take her myself.
I was in the hospital with her when she had her operation, and I want to take her for a final checkup. Yeah.
Come and tea in the toasted tea cake, please. I'll be sitting over there.
No, Percy, listen, before you go, how's Emily facing up to being dumped by her vicar?
Well, I think that's her own private business, don't you?
Well, she was the one that made it public about getting engaged. I mean, you can't go putting the lid back on the pot when you've said something like that.
Mrs. Bishop's done nothing to be ashamed of. It's a man that's a scoundrel. He wants horsewhipping.
Oh, I don't know, Percy. Are you saying that he's got no right to change his mind?
Yes. If he wanted to change his mind, he should have done it before he asked her to marry him.
What, go through with it, even though he knows he's going to make both of them miserable?
Yes.
Oh!
Because Mrs. Bishop's a very fine lady. She wouldn't have made him miserable. And he's more the fool if he can't see that.
Oh, now it sounds to me like you're in love with Emily yourself. Are you sure you're engaged to the right woman?
Yes, excuse me.
Come on, now let me drive you there and back to this hospital. At least then I'll feel I've made a contribution.
Hey, well, you do look well. Aye, aye.
Right, now until we get back tonight, Jack is in charge. Oh. God, what am I saying?
Now, don't be worrying about this place. It'll run like clockwork, won't it? Now, Charlie, pick 3 there for you.
Oh, cheers,
Can't
mate.
fail some.
3 what?
Horses. I asked Jack for some tips.
Tips? Tips? You'd have been better off asking one of these two.
Always powder first before putting on blusher. That's my tip.
Charlie, get me out of here.
Right, have a good time then.
Yeah, take it easy.
Ta-ra.
Have a good one.
Yeah, see ya.
All right for some, isn't it?
Hey, Bet deserves a good time. She works hard.
Aye, work hard. We all work hard.
Why, right, do you always have to powder before putting on your blusher?
Well, because it evens it out. You don't get any blobs.
Oh.
Here we go.
So, are we borrowing Kevin's car?
What the name of God do you want to take that for? Not at all. We're taking a jag. Come on.
What, Jag? What are you with then? I never knew you had a Jag, Jim. You never let off.
Well, you see, you don't like to show it off, you know what I mean?
Oh, my God, I do.
Smart, that.
And make yourselves comfortable.
This is Baldwin's.
Never, is it? Well, I do let him borrow it sometimes. Hey! Hope you've cleaned the ashtrays out in here, mucker.
Oh, yeah. It's all ready for you, sir.
Good man.
Well, man says make yourselves comfortable.
Aye.
Jim, what is going on?
It's Baldwin. He lent me the car. Look, give me the keys.
Well, I hope so.
Oh, come on. You don't think I'd be daft enough to take the thing otherwise, eh? Come on, get in or I'll leave you behind.
Hang about, sir. Just before you go, I'll do your windscreen. Is this okay?
Very good, young man.
Yeah. All right.
Have you got your red badge?
You got £1, sir?
You're not a bad cook, I will say that for you.
A few of Her Majesty's forces said that before you. Mind, it was His Majesty then.
Tell you one thing none of them will have said.
What?
Don't we need to be making plans for this wedding of ours?
Yes, well, there's a problem, Mrs. Bishop.
And why is she a problem?
Well, you know what she's gone through. This vicar, this man of God that toys with her emotion and casts her aside when it suits.
She wants to sue him. What I'd do.
Is it?
Certainly is. What's all this about Emily Bishop got to do with us?
Well, she's got a very weak constitution. She's inclined to overreact.
You get that with churchgoers.
I wouldn't like to make her any worse than she is, which is why I think we should hold back till she's got over her disappointment.
You're not just using this as an excuse.
Of course I'm not.
Well, all right then. We'll give her a week or two.
I'm not just gossiping because she told me to tell folk.
It's called the oathing off, wedding and everything?
Yeah.
Oh, so poor Emily. Oh, well, better to find out sooner rather than later.
Well, I doubt if she finds that much consolation.
Hello, Emily.
Oh, well,
See
got
you,
to
love.
get on.
Hello, Emily.
Do feel free to tell your customers, won't you?
Tell them what, love?
What Rita's just been telling you.
Only because you said I should.
Oh, I know. And you must go on telling people until they all know. Then I can't remember what I came for.
Well, if it's minced beef, you're in wrong shop.
Oh, some barrows. 1 blue, 1 red, and a roll of cling film.
Right. Emily, Derek and I were talking, and we just thought we'd like it if you'd come round and have dinner with us sometime, perhaps tomorrow.
Mavis, I'm not in need of care and attention.
No, I'm not saying you are.
So what is it? Just coincidence that your invitation comes so quickly after Bernard ended our engagement?
No, we just thought it was a long while since we'd had you round.
Really?
It's 1:45, Emily, thank you.
Well, I'm sure it's been even longer since I've had you round. So why don't you and Derek come and dine with me instead?
3:55, Evelyn.
Well, say 7 o'clock. Would that be all right?
Yes, thank you.
And Rita, would you care to join us? No, thank you. You'll have your hands full with these two. Another time, then. I look forward to seeing you, Mavis.
Yes, I look forward to it.
Bye. What can I do? Well, you should have done what I did. Say no. Anyway, you were the one that were flinging invitations around. You can hardly complain if she flings one back at you.
All right, look, I'm just concerned that everybody has a good time.
Shall I go?
Have you all got your wee badges?
Not again. Yes,
Right,
we
now,
have.
where are these jeans? Except I wouldn't mind finding a ladies first.
Oh, that's all in there. As soon as we get out, come on.
Hey, and make sure this is locked properly.
Oh, right. Don't mind. Oh, don't worry, of course I'll make sure it's locked. What do you take me for, anyway?
Yeah, well, I'm just a bit nervous about us having it.
Ah, well, we'll see how we get on today. I might even buy one myself.
Oh, chance would be a fine thing.
So, the doctor said she were all right.
Yeah, and the scar should have practically disappeared in time for summer.
Oh, oh, I'll get that, shall I? It's time I wasn't here anyway. I said I'd pick up his honour, the maid-to-be, be outside the town hall cursing me.
All right, you go on.
Bye, love,
I'll not be
bye.
long.
Hello, look, just a minute, yes, just a minute. It's, Mrs. Baker, you know, the one whose little girl were in hospital with Sarah Louise.
Oh, no.
Well, what shall I say?
Well, tell her to come in.
Come in, love, sorry, come on. You have to excuse me, I'm just off. Bye, bye.
Bye, Mum. Hello, Janice. Come in.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, I know I'm taking up your time.
No, you're not. I said call any time. Take your coat off.
It's just, I feel like you understand me.
Come and sit down. I'll make us a cup of tea.
Only I've tried to forgive the hospital. Keep telling myself it wasn't their fault. You can't make yourself believe something, can you? Not when you know it's not true.
I might go for a bit of Eastern pleasure.
There's some great names here.
Isn't there?
Royal Highlander.
How the hell did they think come up?
You know, I used to want to be a jockey when I was a young lad.
What happened?
Horses got smaller.
They'd have to get a damn sight smaller before you got me on one. And even then, I'd want stabilisers. Now, what we're supposed to do? Try and guess which one's going to win?
Yeah, but we've got a head start on everybody else because I've got Jack's selection to help us.
Jack's selection. Any poor nag that Jack's picked out is going to be lucky if it gets him before it goes down. What we need today is the luck of the Irish. Oi! Jim!
Everyone says I must be patient. Let time be the healer. But I can't, until I know why. Why did she have to die in a hospital when there were people there who should have known what they were doing? And I've been told time and again it was just a routine operation with nothing to worry about.
Have you talked to the sister?
Oh, and the consultant. And they just say there were complications with her being asthmatic. But they knew she was asthmatic. They knew that when she went in. Whatever complications there were, they should have been expecting them.
Well, I should have thought so.
Tell me, if you think I'm being unfair.
No.
And then they say, well, procedures were followed. And I think, well, your procedures were wrong then. Or if they're not wrong, then they're not being followed properly. I mean, you can't have a healthy child. Well, all right, she needed a hernia operation. But basically, she was a healthy child going in for a routine operation and procedures being followed, and she dies. Well, I'm sorry, but that doesn't make sense to me.
No.
Nor to you.
Well, no.
So, I've been thinking. I'm going to ask for an official inquiry.
Well, I can't say as I blame you.
Your husband works there, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. And he was very upset when Mandy died. I mean, all those that nursed her were.
But your little girl's all right.
Yes.
I'm very glad. Only why I came round, really, was to ask if you wouldn't mind if I could put your name forward as a possible witness, not because of your husband, but because you were there on the ward with your little girl when I was there with Mandy.
Well, I don't think there's much I can say.
Well, for instance, there was that night when there was just a young nurse running the ward because you and I commented on it.
Yes.
And there were other times when we had to wait for what we'd asked for or get them ourselves because there was nobody else there.
Yes, well, they are understaffed. Martin comes home exhausted sometimes.
So, I can name you as a witness. Please.
Yes. Of course you can.
Thank you.
Calisar MacDonald. I'm right, aren't I?
Oh, Major Williams, what about you? How are you? Nice to see you.
Good to see you too. Only it's Ron nowadays. I only use Major if I think it'll impress.
Well, I don't think there'll be many people impressed with Sergeant MacDonald now. It's good to see you, honest to God.
Good to see you as well. You haven't just arrived, have you?
No, I've just been to pick this up for the wife.
Well, you must introduce me. Let me buy you both a drink.
Certainly will. Come on, nice to see you, sir.
When did we last have a night out, Jack? I mean, a proper one. No wives.
Can't remember, Donald.
We ought to have one.
I'm off tomorrow.
Tomorrow, is that?
Bye.
So you'll come if you can, but you don't know.
Yeah.
That's a question mark.
You inviting a lot, then?
Oh, yeah, there's quite a few. I asked Des about his brother, but didn't seem right keen. I was wondering about his boss, though.
Des's boss?
Yeah, Alex Christie. You've met him. He's been in here a couple of times.
And have you mentioned to Des about inviting him?
No. Why do you think I should?
Well, people generally don't like having the bosses around when they're trying to let their hair down. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Luke, I'll make him a double question mark.
Yeah.
Winning record from Serene Slipper in second, Fat Boy and Cranberry Jelly tucked in just
Come on, you
behind
donkey.
as they come to...
Yes, we won. It's your own fault for taking notice of what Duckworth tells you.
Yeah, well, not anymore, I won't.
Oh, he's here. Hey, we've won.
That's brilliant. Let me just introduce you to Major Ron Williams, who was my company commander at Capric, if you remember.
How do you do?
Ron, this is Charlie, Bet, and my wife Liz.
Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
Ah, what would everybody like to drink?
Oh, no, we're going to get them out of our winnings. Same again, everybody. And what would you like, Major?
Ron.
Oh, Ron, what would you like?
Oh, that's very kind. A gin and tonic, thank you.
Right, gin and tonic, and same again, yeah? Okay.
I'll give you a lift.
Okay, thanks, John.
Well, no need to ask how you're doing. That motor out there says it all.
Oh, the Jag? No, well, that's not exactly
That's
what...
just a run around, isn't it, Jim? Mind you, it's useful for a day out like today because of the size of the boot.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can get your picnic hampers and your champagne in without out getting squashed.
Yes, you can, can't you? Yes.
Well, I'm very pleased for you. There are too many leave the forces these days and never seem to really find their feet. It's a nice change to come across somebody who's made the best of himself.
Are you all right, then?
I am, yes. How's Maud?
Oh, she's very well. She asked me to say how sorry she is to hear about what's happened.
Tell her thank you. Though I think it might be for the best in the long run.
Well, they say these things are, but it's hard to see sometimes. Now, are we all stocked up before I take my coat off?
I think so, yes.
I've done your shopping for the week, haven't I, eh? I've done everything for you.
There's no need for you to examine him every time you come in. I haven't been and swapped him again.
I didn't think you had.
Promise you when this one dies, he can lie there in his cage for a month. I won't go near him.
You won't have to.
Oh, yes, while I think of it, I've invited Derek and Mavis round here for dinner tomorrow evening.
Oh, have you? Well, I'll give you a straight question and you'll give me a straight answer. Do you want me here or not?
I'd rather you weren't.
Oh, I shan't be then.
So you will both be coming?
Well, yeah, if I can get a babysitter.
So I'll put you down as a tick question mark.
You don't have to say yes, you know. You can always make an excuse.
Oh, I've tried. She won't take no for an answer, will she?
No, I won't. Look, do you want a pint and pulling one here?
Yeah, Martin, you'll have another?
No, I better get home, Sam. I've not seen my lot today.
See you.
Evening.
Evening.
Have you told Des about his boss yet?
Not yet, no.
About who?
Your boss.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it'd be quite nice to invite him to the party.
I told her to talk to you beforehand.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you did, because no, I don't think it's a good idea.
Why not?
Because it's just not his sort of thing.
Family man, is he?
You could say that, yeah.
Well, I'd be inviting his wife as well.
Oh, well, that's all right.
Well, you know, it's my decision, and he's my boss, and I'm saying no.
Oh, well, I'll cross him off then. It's a shame, because I'd quite like to have got to know him.
Hello, Denise. How are you, love? What do you want?
A cider, please.
You all right?
Yeah, I feel a bit in limbo, you know. Not much happening. Not to complain about.
I suppose we'll have Barlow arriving in a few minutes, then.
What?
Oh, come on, Jack. Even you must have noticed we're sniffing round.
Yeah.
She don't send him packing, though, eh? Nah. Because he talks with a posh accent, doesn't he? I mean, he's educated. He's a cut above the rest of us.
Oh, that's what education's all about, is it? Eh? Being able to pull a better class of birds.
It is where he's concerned.
Do you know, I've never seen that point before, Don? I mean, maybe if you'd explained it to me like that, I'd have done a bit more studying, eh?
Evening.
Evening.
Hiya. The race car's not back yet, then.
Expected at any time.
Right, then, I'll have a large scotch and a gin and tonic while we're waiting.
Right, love. Who's this that's gone racing?
Oh, better fella in the McDonald's.
Yeah, in his car. I told him Jim might take a leaf out of Doug Murray's book. He'll never see it again.
He doesn't have to. Jim wants to drive my car, he can have it any time.
Hey, did they ever catch that fella?
Murray? Nah, not as far as I know.
Got Mary's nerve, haven't you?
Take one yourself.
You still all right for the party, Elmer?
Oh, yes, fine, darling.
What part?
Great, I'll put you down as 2 ticks.
What do you mean? Jim can drive it any time.
Got you thinking that, innit?
So, did you have to wait long?
No, 10 minutes. Then we were in seeing him 10 minutes, and my mum gave us a lift there, so I had Sarah back at school by dinner time.
Hey, what an efficient hospital that is. You know, must have some cracking staff work there.
Do you remember that girl, Mandy Baker, that died?
Yeah.
Her mother called.
What for?
Wanted to know did I think there was anyone to blame for Mandy's death.
What sort of anyone?
The hospital? Was there any negligence?
Oh.
I had to talk to her, Martin. I mean, I couldn't not after what she'd been through. She just can't understand why, after she was told that it was a routine operation.
Yeah, I know.
There was nothing to worry about.
I know that.
Why Mandy had to die.
Gail. She didn't have to die, she just did. I mean, you know, sometimes they do.
They might sometimes do, Martin. You can't expect the girl's mother to accept that as an answer.
No, I know that. Look, she just wants to be able to blame someone. Now, it's either God or it's us. And seeing as he's not available, it's down to us, isn't it?
She's thinking of making a formal complaint.
Oh, well, if it makes her feel better.
Would that affect you?
Well, not directly, no. Because I didn't nurse Mandy. I just want to talk to those that did.
No, but you did say... Well, I mean, if you didn't say, you certainly gave the impression that she might not have had the attention she needed.
Gail! Now, you didn't say this to her mother, did you?
No.
Good! Because whatever I say to you about work is for your ears only, and that's it.
Was she properly treated or not?
No hospital's perfect.
And what'll happen if she does complain?
Well, they'll listen to her, there'll be an investigation, forms will be filled in, and unless someone says something pretty devastating, that'll be that.
Anyway, listen, so your man sees the flash motor and immediately assumes I've come out of the army and made £1 million. So
You didn't tell him
well,
otherwise.
I was just about to tell
Well, you've got to have a bit of fun.
we're talking. Anyway, at the end, he says to me, Jim, he says it would appear that you've done a hell of a lot better than me since we left the army. So, if anyone comes your way, I'd appreciate it if you passed it on. Gives me his card, you know what I mean? Now, what am I supposed to do with this?
Hey, listen, have you given Mike Bolden his keys back?
I won't do
Hey,
that.
Jim. Hey, Jack. About those tips you gave me.
Charlie, I had second thoughts this morning, but you'd already moved off, you see.
There you are, Michael. And listen, thanks from everyone, but especially from me.
My pleasure.
And we were just saying, you're going to have to let me pay for the petrol.
Oh, no, wouldn't hear of it. It's my treat.
I'm taking him to the doctor tomorrow.
What can I say?
Well, let's say you owe me one, eh?
I certainly do, sir.
So you like driving my car?
Oh, tell you what, I could do with more of that, so I could.
Then you shall have it, my son. Because as from next week, we're starting Baldwin's executive taxi service. Something I've been thinking about for quite a while. Oh, I had the car, that was no problem. No, what I was looking for was the driver.
Done, lad. So we'll start with the Legion and see where we go from there, then, eh?
Yeah. Hey, look, we don't have to chasing women and any of that carry on.
Oh, hey, married.
Yeah, me and I, look. We just start to sink a few pints, right?
Any women start pestering us, we'll run a mile, eh?
Yes, but look, when I was taken on by Baldwin, it was like a mechanic, Jacko. Hey, he never said anything about being a part-time taxi driver.
Yeah, well, I don't think he was serious, else he would have been round today, wouldn't he? Telling you all about it.
Yeah, right enough, that's what I was expecting.
Yeah, I never seen him, no. I think it was just another one of his daft ideas and now he's changed his mind.
Right. Well, no, you could... Oh, look, here, smoke too soon.
Oh, evening, gents. Thought you'd end up here. Couple of pints, please, bet.
2 pints, Cocker.
Cheers.
Well, thanks, Mike.
Listen, Michael, about what you were saying the other night about this here taxi service.
Executive taxi service.
Yes, well, all the same, look, I don't really think it's my cup of tea, mate.
No, and I can't have him swan enough to go chauffeur driving people around when he's supposed to be in the middle of a job.
So we're a kid to fill in, and anyway, it's early days yet. The most important thing is I have got a good car there, as you discovered.
Well, aye, of course.
Aye, and from the people I've been talking to, there's a market ready and waiting for this. I mean, you pick up a customer from the airport, you take a client out to lunch, you want to impress. You don't want your average heap of tin. You want a first-class act that we will be providing.
All right, well, look, can I just say this? I hope to God you're not expecting me to wear a uniform.
Well, have you got a suit? Aye, then wear that. More important, what state's your licence in?
Well, it's cleaner than me suit.
Good, because the police will want to see that before you get your private hire licence.
329.
Oh, Mike, we was hoping to talk about this, but this looks pretty definite.
We are talking about it, aren't we? What do you think we're doing?
You won't mind too much giving this party a miss, will you, love?
Nah.
Only, I don't like asking Betty to come in at night, unless it's a real emergency.
No, it's not that. No, I don't mind at all.
Good girl.
Oh, it's just I've had quite a good day. I thought we might have gone out somewhere, just the two of us.
Oh, no, Derek, it was a definite arrangement. I told you all about it, and you said fine.
Well, couldn't we say something's come up?
No.
Derek, well, what a thing to suggest.
We can't let Emily down, especially not now when she needs the support of her friends.
You've not closed?
No! Oh, you've all of 30 seconds, love. Take your time.
Dessert paper cups, plates, that sort of thing.
Yes, right where you stood.
Oh, that's good, because, Des was supposed to get them, but he forgot. Bye, Rita.
Night, love. Night, Derek. Enjoy your night out.
Yes.
Hey, are you going out?
Oh, just across to Emily's.
Oh, well, don't hurry back, because we're having a party. Might get a bit noisy.
Well, perhaps it's as well if we're not there.
Well, I think so, yeah.
So we're going to spend the whole night at Emily's now, are we?
How many are you expecting?
Ah, Miss Fennick.
What are you doing with those?
Party tonight, actually. Do you want to come?
You have paid for them?
Yeah, of course I have.
Do you think you could take them out through a more discreet route next time? And where's Mr. Watts?
Elaine!
Pardon?
I just said Elaine.
Yes, when what you should have said...
Oh, don't be like that.
When what you should have said is...
Miss Fennick.
About a year ago, when I was still assistant manager here, we stopped a woman for suspected shoplifting. And it turned out you knew her. She'd been your landlady or something.
Mrs. Duckworth.
Right. Well, I've just seen that very same woman walking down the high street, bold as brass, wearing one of our uniforms.
Well, she works here.
What?
Well, I know that might seem odd, but...
Let's go to your office, shall we? And you can tell me all about it.
You're doing a great job. You know that?
This is the easy bit. I have to get myself ready yet.
Well, thanks very much. I really appreciate it.
Well, you're worth it.
No, I'm not. I'm not worth you. So, what time's the shindig start? Nobody's told me.
Well, I've been saying any time after 8 o'clock, but one or two said they won't be able to make it till later. Oh, Tanya told me to tell you that she probably won't be able to come because she's working, but I was to give you a big kiss from her. But to tell you the truth, I'd rather give you from myself.
She shouldn't have been wearing a uniform outside the store. I know that, and I'll tell her that.
But she is employed here.
Yeah.
You employed her?
Yeah.
Despite the fact she was seen shoplifting?
Well, that was never proved.
Never proved because you stepped in quick to get her off the hook.
But that's just your opinion.
Oh, it is my opinion, yes. Don't be in any doubt about that. But I must admit, I never dreamt you'd follow it up by actually employing her. Giving her a job in the very store where we caught her thieving. I mean, what are you trying to do? Make it easier for her? Or is it some kind of new policy we've got where we actually offer employment to shoplifters to try to get them on our side? Come on, Mr. Watts. I'm waiting for an explanation. And it better be a damn good one, otherwise I have to refer the whole thing over to head office.
I love you, do you know that?
I should pretend I didn't hear that.
No, it's true.
I don't want to know. Have you been drinking?
No. Do you want a drink?
What I would like is for us to concentrate on the matter in hand, which is Mrs. Duckworth and why she is employed here. Oh, come on, pull yourself together.
Yes, right, yes.
Why did you employ Mrs. Duckworth after what had happened?
I've no idea.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
No, I do love you. I know you might just think...
Stop it! I'm not listening to any more of this. I'm going to go now, but I'll come back next week and I hope by then you'll have snapped out of this stupid mood you're in. Because please understand, Mr. Watts, this is serious.
No.
I mean... God, you're pathetic. Do you know that?
Come in.
Thank you, Emily.
It's nice to get in the warm.
Yes. Here's just a little something to raise all our spirits.
Oh, thank you. But why don't you hang on to it and I'll give you the bottle?
Why don't I? Yes.
Oh, come on through. All right, thanks. Now, sit down. Thank you. We'll have a little sherry first, shall we?
That would be nice, thanks.
And if you're wondering what I've done with Mr. Sugden, I banished him for the evening.
Not on our account, I hope.
No, more on mine. He's become very tiresome these days. Seems to think that I need looking after like an invalid, just because I happen to have been jilted. Anyway, cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, I'll bring you that bottle opener.
I think she's all right.
Well, how should I know?
Well, she's your friend.
When I say banished, he went willingly enough.
Thank you.
He's gone round to his fiancée's.
Oh, Mrs. Grimes.
Must say, they seem to get on like a house on fire. At least, according to what he tells me.
Not named the happy day yet.
Well, not within my hearing. Just hope they're not putting it off because Mr. Sugden's convinced himself that I can't be left. Whereas, as Bernard demonstrated, I can certainly be left. I can very easily be left.
Yes.
Well, is there anything I can do to help?
No. Everything's under control.
What are you doing this weekend, Ken? Monte Carlo again?
Well, I have a load of ironing to get through first.
Evening.
Hello.
Hello, love.
Can I get you a drink?
White wine and soda, please, Bet.
Right. And then you can both go and sit in one of the alcoves and get cosy. I'll fetch your drink over.
Have orange juice and a pint, please, Tanya.
I didn't know you could just set up a taxi service as easy as that.
No, it's not a taxi service as such. It's not like these where you can flag them down in the street. Private hire, different ball game altogether.
Oh!
Hello, Martin.
Go on then, Kevin. I'll have a pint with you.
Have another pint, Tanya, please.
Are you off to the party tonight, then?
Yeah, I've got to go on first, get my glad rags on, and Install Ivy as babysitter. Who's looking after yours?
Rita.
Oh, you don't fancy a swap, dear? Because she's very good, is Ivy. I mean, she reads them prayers, gets them to read about St. Bernadette.
Yeah, no chance.
Well, I think if nothing else, at least we found out one another's weaknesses.
Have we?
I fly off the handle and I don't like apologising. And you go into a sulk.
Oh, do I?
So if you'll come out of that sulk, then I'll admit this was all my fault in the first place.
Well, I wasn't aware I was in a sulk. I thought I'd been perfectly civil.
Oh, you are.
In a sulky kind of way.
It all stemmed from that phone call. I've a phobia about phone calls, which maybe I'll explain to you one day, but for now, I'm sorry. Really, I am.
Let's just forget it ever happened.
I think perhaps I didn't boil the potatoes for long enough.
No, they're fine.
We don't like all the texture boiled out of them, do we, Derek?
No. What?
Oh, what's the matter? Oh, I'm sorry. It's nothing. It's just that the peas surprised me. I just expected them to be cooked.
Yes, they were a bit of a novelty to me.
They're still frozen.
No, I think mine are thawing out.
No, don't eat any more. Please, don't either of you eat another thing. It's not cooked properly. None of it's cooked properly. I don't know what I've done. To be honest, I can't even remember cooking it at all.
Well, perhaps it just needs warming up. We could put it in the oven.
Emily, are you, are you all right?
Derek?
No, I think it must be said. I mean, the meal was just a symptom, wasn't it? A sign of how upset you are. And am I right in thinking it's because of what's happened between you and Bernard?
Why did he have to do it?
Why?
Give me all that hope. Let me think he was fond of me.
Oh, I'm sure he was fond
No, don't let's fool ourselves, Mavis. He wasn't fond of me. He didn't even want me. What he wanted was somebody who'd look after him in his old age. And if they had some money to make that old age comfortable and a home they could take him into, well then, so much the better.
Derek,
No, maybe she's right. Maybe he was after those things. Aren't most of us?
I had no thoughts of remarriage, no expectations. And then he came along and how could I have been so foolish? How could I have thought that anybody would ever have loved me?
Look, if you want something to eat, go and get it.
What?
Anything as long as you get it before your grandma ever gets here. Starts moaning you go to bed on a full stomach. Oh, very nice.
Well, it'll do.
That's nice. Listen, there's something I meant to tell you.
What?
Mrs. Baker.
Oh.
Yeah, she's filed a complaint accusing the hospital of negligence, so... Well, she'll get her investigation if she gets something else.
Guess who they've called as a witness?
You're joking me.
This came from the hospital at dinner time, asking me if I'd be willing to be interviewed with regard to, well, what you've just been talking about.
I can't believe this. No one's mentioned this to me.
Who said you could have that? Martin.
Look, you don't have to agree to this, you know. You can always write back and say, no, I'm sorry, I won't do it.
We'll talk about it later, eh?
No, I don't think you're right.
I don't think I've been right about anything.
No, I mean, about Bernard. He's not as cynical as you think.
Well, we'll never know, will we?
Well, yes, I think we do know, because I think we know the sort of person he was from the things that he said. And, well, I think he was genuinely fond of you, really fond, but, well, when it came to the marriage, he just couldn't go through with it. I mean, it does happen. It happened to us.
Well, first time.
Yeah, so The important thing is that you feel able to admit what a shock it's been, and well, you know now that you don't have to pretend that it doesn't matter.
I suppose so. And I'm ever so sorry I tried to poison you both.
You didn't try to poison us.
Well, you didn't succeed. That's the main thing.
Oh, not Mr. Sugden, please. Oh, I just couldn't
It's only
face
me.
it.
Oh, Derek, keep him out of here.
How?
Oh, but just take him for a drink. Yes, yes.
Well...
Derek,
Oh, hello, Percy.
Oh, you're still here then?
Yes, Emily's rather upset. I've been getting one or two things off her chest.
Oh, don't worry. I'll deal with it.
No,
I've had
no.
this sort of thing before.
I think they'd rather we stayed out of their way. Why don't we walk round to the Rovers? I'll buy you a drink.
2 pints, please, bet, love. And you're not having bingo in here tonight, are you?
I weren't planning on it. Why do you want some?
We do not know. We just come out leaving to get away from it.
Serves you right for supping in strange places.
Well, of course, I warned her from the start.
What do you have to drink, Percy?
I'll have half a bitter, please.
Or 2 halves of bitter then, Tanya, please.
Okay.
Yeah, but it did no good. She wouldn't listen.
Percy, even you couldn't have known from the start that Bernard would propose to her and then change his mind.
Well, actually, I did, because the first time I heard him open his mouth was to praise a conscientious objector. From then on in, to me, he was a man of straw.
Oh.
But what about this party? I don't want to be spoiling your night.
I don't think anybody will miss me.
Back with Barlow, aren't I?
Excuse me, I don't think that's any of your business. I'll have a half in there, please, Bet, and another spritzer.
Yep.
Just makes me laugh, that's all. I mean, you want to look at me because of my age, and now you're back with Barlow.
Will you please stop it? Will you just leave me alone?
Yeah, I'll leave you alone. I'll leave you well alone. Because you're poison, you. Anybody with any sense would leave you alone.
Go on. Go on.
What was all that about?
No, it's all over. I just think you've had more to drink than's good for him. Go on, sit down.
You're right, love. Been drinking, Annie?
Oh, not a lot. No, did we want me one game back?
No, no. I think we're better off without him in that mood, if you don't mind, Jack.
I'll look after his pipe, love. Don't you worry
Sure
about
you
that.
will. So, look, if this means your night out tonight's fallen through,
All right,
think you could do us a favour, Cop?
happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Happy birthday.
Cheers. This way, food and drink.
Oh, great.
Been the oldest couple here by about 20 years.
Well, I take that as a compliment. It means we've kept our youth.
Oh, Mark, all right?
Yeah, OK.
You're on the cop, have you? Oh, no, you brought your wife.
Oh, hi. Are we going to have a dance later then?
I'd love to, but...
Oh, any excuse?
No, you'd recommend marriage then?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for other people. Well, why should we be the only ones to suffer, eh?
Hey, we were just saying.
What was that?
About marriage being a wonderful thing.
Yeah, don't say it, other people have already said it.
Hey, I know all about marriage, remember. Been there, done all that, right? Oh, excuse me.
See, I know step hurts him. Well, I just hope that one day he'll give somebody the chance to, make it up to him.
Well, where's all the girls from the supermarket? Can't you bring some?
I thought you'd had enough of women from what you were
Yes,
telling
well,
me.
why don't we shut up this way, please?
Oh, all right, Curly, I didn't expect to see you, mate. Knew down Miss Fenwick was in. I thought she'd have chewed you up and spat you out in little pieces.
Yeah, well, that could be a cover, couldn't it?
Cover for what?
Sometimes people are frightened of their own feelings. They tend to hide them behind a display of aggression.
Yeah, then you just get the people who are simply aggressive. Trouble is, sorting out which is which, absolutely.
Right, come on.
So when you were talking with Mrs. Baker, did he say anything indiscreet?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, Kate.
Don't.
You do. You know, we're saying things like, oh, yeah, well, they are short-staffed. Sometimes the junior staff, they've got to be in charge. Sometimes they take shortcuts. You know, anything they might bring up in the sink with.
I only said what I saw for myself when I was on the ward with Sam.
Oh, meaning that you did say something.
Meaning that I don't see why I shouldn't tell the truth just because you work there.
You all right, you two?
Oh, yeah, thank
Just,
you.
help yourself to anything.
We will.
Food, drink. Thanks. Set mine down because it's all mine.
Do you think we can do that? Just go out for a meal? Do you think you'd be safe?
Not safe at all. Which is another reason for doing it, on top of the fact that I'm starving.
So am I. I just feel like I've hijacked you. Yeah, there you were, stood at that bar, quite happy.
I was standing there, resigned, to an uneventful evening.
And now I've picked you up and got you to take me out for a meal.
And I'm loving every minute of it.
Oh, well. Come on, then.
I don't know just how long we're supposed to stay in here.
Well, shall we have the other half then? Same again, Mrs. Gilroy, if you don't mind, please.
I'm relying on you two for my profits tonight. Hey, I thought it were your night off.
It was.
Well, what you stood there for? You told me you were going out with Don.
Yes, and I did, only something happened and Don's gone home and they asked me would I do her a favour and let Tanya have the night off so she could go to Desi's party.
Rumour was that you weren't going to make it this evening.
No, it was me who started the rumour.
Well, I'm glad to see you proved wrong then.
Why then? Because I didn't know whether you'd want me to come.
Yeah, that's what I thought till I saw you. And I knew it was everything I wanted.
Oh, Tanya! Look, Tanya's here!
There's no fooling you, is there?
No, but I'm glad you... Well, we get on all right now, don't we? And we didn't use... Because I thought you were a right cat. Oh! I'm not going to say.
No, don't.
No.
Do you want some food? Get some food, there you go.
Oh, that one. Hey, Lou. Tanya's here, isn't it?
Oh, yes, very nice. Very nice.
Well, I think it is.
Well, he can't expect you to tell lies just because he works there.
Well, that's what I think. And I mean, this woman that's lost her child, I owe it to her to speak up.
Yeah, well, we've done a lot of talking, but she's much calmer now and she's gone to bed.
Oh, you sound like you've done a very good job there, Mrs. William. Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Well, I just think she's been keeping things all bottled up, and tonight they just all came flowing out.
Well, don't worry. I'll see she comes to no harm, and thank you again.
I know you will, Mr. Sutton. Well, I think we'd better be getting home.
Yes, try and ignore that party that's going on next door.
Good night, and thank you again.
Now, there was a time that men held the upper hand, right? Now, not to say that's right. We've had the revolution and things have gone the other way.
You have a better vibe everywhere, haven't they?
Now, women hold the upper hand, and woe betide any man that doesn't dance to their tune.
Yeah.
Right, now, I'm not complaining, because I've had the good years, but it's you young fellas. You're the ones I feel sorry for.
You tired?
I am a bit.
We'll go when you're ready.
Should we go now?
Bird over there really fancies me, mate. I think I might go over and make her wishes come true.
Oh, well, hope she's not disappointed, Steve.
She won't be, mate, she won't be. What are you doing anyway? You waiting for the big bird to fly Amy back in or something?
I'll get lost, will ya?
I intended to, mate. Listen, all I'm saying is stop living in the past. Get in there.
Sorry.
So what do you want to do then? Do you want to have a lie down?
No, I can't. No, it does his part.
No, he won't mind. Not for half an hour.
No, I have to look after things.
Look, come on, let's have a little walk.
Yeah,
Get you
come
some
on.
fresh air.
Up you get.
It's all right, love, I can manage.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm used to it with Mike. Come on, let's go and get some of that fresh air that everybody says is so good for you, right? Excuse me, darling. Thank you.
Come back to my flat. I can't. It's my party.
I'll notice. Oops. Look, take some big deep breaths, eh? Look, I think we'd better go back inside. It's colder out here than I thought.
No, I'm warm.
Well, I'll find you some cool water, then you can have a nice wash, eh?
Oh.
There you go.
She'd probably have seen us if she'd been sober.
Would you have liked that?
It's got to happen sooner or later.
Right.
Yeah.
Why don't you lie in?
Yeah, why don't I? Then in half an hour I can have 2 kids jumping on me while I'm half asleep. Can I get you breakfast?
Guilty conscience.
Nothing to feel guilty about, Martin.
Oh, no, nothing. Every wife should give evidence against her husband and his mates.
All mates together?
No, colleagues. And no thanks. You know, some would call it betrayal.
And some would say you think your job's more important than a child's life.
Oh, for God's sakes, Gail!
Oh, I'm sorry, Martin. I didn't mean it. It was horrible. I take it back.
No, but you said it.
Martin, I didn't mean it!
Hiya.
Bit early, isn't it, Des?
Yeah. Sorry, I had to see you.
Oh, don't apologise. Perfect start to the day. I'll just go and clean my teeth.
Oh, you would.
Oh, don't feel bad. It was my choice.
We said 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I know, but I thought 9 o'clock. I mean, Gail will really want to clean a filthy oven like a hole in the head, so I thought I'd get on with it. Then we can start straight on with the walls and the paintwork. So what are you doing here anyway?
Bacon. Bit of a treat.
Oh, high life in your house there.
I've just been horrible to Martin.
Yeah, well, that's what he's there for. Hey, hey. Do you want a bit of gossip?
No, not really. Not in the mood.
Go on, it's good.
Go on, then.
Des Barnes and Tanya in the garden at his party.
Yeah?
And I nearly brought Raquel right into it. Chew on that on your bacon.
Back at 9.
You said Raquel will find out sooner or later. I know that's true. But it mustn't be like that. She mustn't walk in on us.
And she definitely doesn't know.
She's wary of you. She always has been. She hasn't clocked anything.
Is that because she's thick?
She's not thick. She's innocent.
Oh, I see.
She takes things on face value. Doesn't see the bad in people even when it sticks out a mile.
Oh, almost a saint, really.
Tanya.
Oh, well, come on, Des, she is. I mean, she's got good looks, intelligence, a fantastic sense of humour, a perfect nature and a deep love of mankind. I could marry her myself.
She's got no malice.
There's a lot of things she hasn't got, Des. She's a dumb bimbo with the brains of a polystyrene wig block. I don't know what she does when the lights go out, but it must be fantastic.
No.
So what, then?
I like her.
And don't you like me?
You know I do.
You had to think about that.
Look, Tanya, I do more than just like you.
I know you do, when her back's turned, so come on, then, do it.
I'm going to work.
Oh, so you're going to work? Well, what did you come here for, then?
To say how I feel.
Yeah, and to tell me how wonderful Raquel is. Well, thanks a lot.
Oh, please.
Oh, get out.
So when can we be?
Get out!
Well, a thrusting and dynamic salesman would.
Oh, thank you very much. Implying that I'm not.
If the cap fits.
You're only sour because you'll have to work.
Sour?
I didn't say I wouldn't work on Monday. I said, was there any point with it being a bank holiday? You came straight back with thrusting and dynamic. Yeah, I'd say that was sour.
Oh, do you hear that, Harry? I'm sour just because I'd like a hard-working husband.
You've got a hard-working husband.
Except on bank holidays.
Well, why not? The whole country will be on holiday.
Well, except me.
Exactly. Sour. Well, hard cheese. I'm definitely taking it off.
Don't you worry, Harry. At least we've got one breadwinner in the household.
That was uncalled for.
Good morning.
Are you coming in?
I was just wondering whether you could spare me a moment.
Yes, all the time in the world. Come in, Percy. Let's get the cards out.
It's not a social call as such. No, I was wondering if you were going out for a run this weekend into the country, whether you consider taking Mrs. Bishop along with you.
Oh, well, I'm working, I'm afraid.
Oh, well, it was just a thought, and she needs taking out of herself, does Mrs. Bishop, and I'm afraid I'm not the best one to do it. I only wish I was.
Derek could take her for a run out, though. He was wondering what to do with his bank holiday.
No, I'm afraid I've got to work as well. Life doesn't stop for a bank holiday weekend, you know.
Well, never mind. I hope you don't mind me asking.
Not at all, Mr. Sugden. Just wish everybody was as unselfish. Bye, then.
Well, come on, what would you have done?
Well, the question doesn't arise for me. When I say I'm working, I'm telling the truth.
That's right. Take her side.
Oh, we're closed. We don't open again till Tuesday.
Alma.
Oh. Oh, hi.
Hiya. Everything okay?
Yes, you're fine. How are you?
Fine. Look, about the other night.
Oh, well, that's got nothing to do with me.
Yeah, well, thanks for taking her back inside.
Well, that's the least I could do.
I'm not proud of myself, if that's what you think. And I appreciate it if nobody else would find out.
Oh, of course. Well, what do you take me for?
Well, thanks.
Mm.
Bye, Al.
Bye.
Well, it's a bit of a skive, really. But it's bank holiday on Monday, and I've got loads of study periods next week. And it's Bet's birthday coming up, so I thought I'd stick around till then.
Yeah, I get it. Any excuse.
I quite like school, really.
Wish I could have said that, Vicky. Do you get a lot of poses at your posh school?
It's not that posh. There's 3 or 4 seriously rich kids, and the rest of us are fairly normal.
Don't suppose there's many from backstreet pubs.
Nor am I.
This is your home, isn't it?
It's just not really me, is it?
No.
I mean, I am really grateful to Bet.
But you will leave when you're old enough.
I just know it's not for me.
Because you've seen better.
Well,
It's nothing to be ashamed of, Vicky.
no. I just don't want to say anything that suggests I'm not happy.
Yeah, that's a different thing. We're not talking about happiness.
Okay, then. There is better, isn't there?
Yeah. Definitely. You make sure you find it.
2 conspirators, early morning. What is this?
I'm just plotting your birthday present.
You must not, Vicky. Now, do you hear me? No, 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 no mention, pain of death, and that goes for you and all. You sleep all right, Charlie, love?
Yeah, but you're gonna have to get a longer bed in that spare room.
Planning on stopping?
No. Planning on coming back, though. Well, off to Cali in 10 minutes.
We're not envious, not one little bit. Because there's no place like home, Vicky, love.
If our roles were reversed, you wouldn't dream of it.
Who says I wouldn't?
I do. You value your holidays too much. You're a seething cauldron of jealousy, Mavis.
Rita, now, would you keep me 6 gazettes back, please?
Oh, are you in it?
Well, just a little feature with me and Alpha. You know, a taster for the inauguration. If anybody had told me that I would be Lady Mayoress of all Weatherfield, I'd have said they were balmy.
Just goes to show, doesn't it?
Not that it means much to me, actually. I'm just doing it for Alfie. Though there will be some really important people there.
What, you be nervous?
No, I take it in my stride, Mavis. Now, do you want the money now?
Oh, no, we'll survive till 5.
Right.
So, who will there be, these posh people?
Oh, well, anyone who's anyone in the civic world.
You, Alf, Deputy Head of Sewage.
I'm sorry, Rita, anybody. From the chief executive down. And do you know, his wife has a Pekingese who took the best of breed at Crofts.
I'd hate to be mayor.
Well, you wouldn't be asked. It takes thrust and dynamism.
Alf Roberts.
I'm talking relatively.
Honestly, Mavis.
If you look after the corners, the middle will take care of itself.
Listen to your kids, you hear yourself. Didn't make you squirt.
By the way, Gail, stitching time says 9.
So, Raquel's full of wine and you take her outside?
Yeah, to get some fresh air, because she's fallen over, remember? And there they are, Des and Tanya, huddled in a corner in the garden.
Doing what?
Nothing. They moved away as soon as the door opened. Guilt written all over them. Now, this is secret, because I've already sworn to Des.
Oh, God's honour.
So there am I saying, come on out and we'll get some air. And I see them, and it's, come on back and we'll get some water. Do you know, if she'd been sober, she'd thought I was balmy.
But she didn't see them?
No, she didn't. Oh, poor a cow.
Well, innocence is bliss.
Cleanliness is next to godliness.
Yep, back again. I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm sorry.
And?
And what?
Well, let's see. You're sorry you can't stand feeling like this. You're sorry you hate upsetting me. You're sorry I've been on your mind all morning and you can't think of anything else.
It's true.
Well, you want to know why I'm sorry? You're only bothered about keeping this from Raquel. If you thought she'd found out, you'd ditch me tomorrow.
It's here we go again for me, exactly what I get from Alex.
Look, do me a favour. Don't mention Alex.
Well, it's true, though, Des. I mean, I've stuck around waiting for him, and now I'm stuck waiting for you. Just the same for me. Or it would be if I let it.
We're just getting to know each other, having a bit of fun, aren't we?
Yeah, well, that's what I thought, and then you walked in here with this lecture about how wonderful Raquel is.
I just wanted to say, go easy on her, that's all.
Yeah, well, I don't need it.
I don't want to hurt her. What's so bad about that?
And I don't want to think about her. What's so bad about that?
I won't mention her.
And I won't mention Alex.
You know something? You're really beautiful.
It's so silly. I stick in that little house week in, week out. I'd never have thought of driving out here if you hadn't knocked on my door.
Madness. We sit within 4 walls in a dirty city when half an hour's drive gets us this.
I hope you didn't feel obliged to ferry me out.
No, of course not. I happened to be passing this way to make a couple of calls, and I thought, I wonder if Emily would like a run out. Glad of the company.
I hope I bring you luck.
Thank you.
You mustn't worry about me. I know I must seem rather confused and introverted just now, and I suspect you think I'm in danger of becoming ill again.
Oh.
Please be assured, I'm not. I don't feel wonderfully spirited. Don't suppose I shall until some time has passed. But I'm not under that sort of pressure, in spite of Bernard Morton's assumptions to the contrary. Foolishly, I'd invented a rosy future for myself.
Was it so foolish?
I was just setting myself up for the inevitable letdown.
Inevitable's awfully pessimistic, Emily.
I don't mean to be self-pitying, but in my experience, yes, the letdown is inevitable.
Everyone needs hopes, Emily. We all need dreams.
It's getting a little late now, for either.
Hey, 12:15, look. And no Tanya. Should I give her a ring?
Well, if you want, and if she's poorly, ring Raquel and see how she's fixed.
Poorly? Can't be bothered artist, you mean?
Uncharitable, that, Betsy.
You get like that, you know, when you're on your own. I mean, you're doing all the cooking, all the serving. Excuse me.
Whoops.
What's wrong with her?
I've been doing the books in Betty's eyes, that's skiving. Here, give us your glass.
Oh, only half her outfit. He's got to get her into his robes next week.
Don't talk to daft woman. They're not tight-fitting, you know.
It's the inauguration next week, did you know?
Fancy frock time. I'd heard so much about it.
You'll be coming along.
Look, Bet don't want to be bothered with all that.
Let her speak for herself. When one of her best customers becomes mayor of all Weatherfield, I'd be surprised if she didn't want to be bothered.
I would, Audrey, but, you know, staff problems, you know, it can be very difficult. And where have you been, lady? Betty's gone in for you?
I've just started to realise this job's yet another one. I've made the same mistake as you, Emily. I've had the cheek to imagine a rosy future.
Oh, Derek. I thought things were going really well for you.
It's so frustrating. Time and again, no matter how much effort you put in, you always get exactly the same result. It's got 2 different names. Failure and redundancy. You start a job, you have hopes and dreams. Every time there's that same brick wall. I don't understand it. Am I entirely talentless?
I'm sure you're not.
Oh, sorry, rhetorical question. I want so much to be something in Mavis's eyes. I pretend to be the world's best salesman, the world's best caretaker. The truth always comes crashing in. Actually, I'm a rather small, ordinary man.
Is that such a bad thing to be?
Yes, it's an appalling thing to be. Mavis deserves better than that. She deserves a hero.
She might deserve a hero, Derek. But would she want one?
Wouldn't every woman?
I don't think so.
I should have been a weaver. Oh, to get out of it all, Emily. To spend days at home quietly weaving.
Would Mavis like that?
Mavis is very close to the earth. I think she'd blossom. We both would. But I won't do it, will I? I'll stay in the rat race. Dog eat dog.
One for Mama.
Oh, thank you.
And I bought a special one for you, sweetheart, to put in your scrapbook. Eh? You'll treasure that when you're older, Sarah. Actually, you know, it's not a bad photo in spite of Grandpa's stomach.
You look very nice, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't, not me. Anyway, who's going to notice me? It's Alfie's big day.
Yeah, well, we'll be there, cheering you on.
Yeah.
What about me? You'll be at school.
Oh, that's not fair. Everyone gets to go except me.
Oh, well, he can take an afternoon off school, surely to goodness.
What lessons have you got, Nicky?
Nick, double maths.
Well, then you're not going.
No, games.
Nicky?
Nick, here's games, I promise. I was thinking about something else.
Oh, they are then. It won't hurt if he misses games.
I think I'll make that decision, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm not interfering, though.
I thought you were busy on that day.
Oh?
Yeah, well, I am, but, well, they won't clash. I can go to the hospital in the morning, then I'll go to Alf's in the afternoon.
Now, why are you going to the hospital?
Giving evidence against her husband.
All right, Martin, don't start.
I'll tell you what, I'll take the afternoon off, but I don't have to go to the inauguration, do I?
Nicky.
It was a building site. They were at the plastering stage, so I had a word with the site foreman, and sure enough, they were in need of a new stock of dehumidifiers.
Well, that sounds promising.
We're talking upwards of 20. It's a very good order. You know, I think I might have struck while the iron was hot for once.
Fingers crossed.
Well, I'm not counting any chickens, but, yes, I think Emily might have brought me some luck.
Emily?
Yes.
Why Emily?
Oh, didn't I tell you? I thought it might be rather nice to take Emily out for the day. We drove out of town. I combined it with a bit of doorstepping and, very pleasant day, as it happens.
Derek Wilton, after all you said.
Shall I polish the armour now?
Oh, I'm so proud of you. Did she enjoy herself?
Yes, she did. She seemed to relax, unwind a little, and even unburden herself. By the time I got back, I'll swear she had more colour in her cheeks.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. Ooh, my hero.
You know, Mavis, that's one of the nicest things you've ever said.
Right, she's gone through.
What do you think?
Oh, Vicky, they're lovely. They're very bad.
Yeah, you don't think they're too, you know...
No, they're perfect. But I hate you, because I was going to get her earrings.
Oh, no, you mustn't get her anything, actually.
No, I am a mustard.
No, she was really insistent about it, because she's got this thing about getting old, and she didn't want anyone to know, but I'd already got these, and I can't take them back. But you mustn't get her anything, honest.
Raquel, are we getting any work out of you tonight?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm coming.
I was wondering about June the 4th for the wedding, if your Mrs. Bishop's got her strength back by then.
Oh, no, June the 4th's out. I got a prior engagement June the 4th.
What's her name?
Oh, it's nothing like that. I'll be out of the country.
I beg your pardon?
I shall be in France.
You'll be in France?
Yes. June the 6th is the 50th anniversary of D-Day, and I'll be there for the remembrance celebrations.
We won't be seeing my Des in here tonight.
No?
No. He's staying in, saving himself for later. Hey, he's booked the alcove table in Tokyo Dreams. Oh, he was shattered when he come in, Paolo.
And you didn't think to say?
Well, why should I?
Well, it's not as if it's every day you pop to France.
Well, I think of it as something that doesn't interest women.
D-Day? Well, does it? Do you not think I was part of the war? Or do you think it all went on while I sat with my feet up eating chocolates?
No.
I feel very insulted by that, Percy. D-Day was a very significant moment in my life. Same as it was for every man and woman who saw the war through.
Then I apologise.
Doesn't interest women. What you mean is women don't interest you. Fixed up this lad's outing. All Folly Bergère and Mademoiselle from Armentières.
Nothing like that. One of the most solemn events in my life is this.
So solemn that you didn't think to tell me.
So, any plans for the Perrier for the holiday weekend, eh?
Oh, what do people do on bank holidays? Watch sport, decorate the house, trip out to the country?
Well, I hate sport. I've nothing to decorate. And fresh air makes me sick.
Oh, so it's unlikely.
Oh, no. Listen there, I'm with Denise, so fresh air can be a killer.
Absolutely. No wonder animals don't live long.
Good looking one, Ken, eh?
I think so.
I'll tell you the truth, between you and me, you know, there was a time when I was thinking along those lines myself. But it was all above board, you know. All above board.
All right.
Yeah, I was separated at the time, you know, so, I mean, there was no harm done.
What do you mean, no harm done?
Oh, exactly that. Oh, aye. I mean, she was there and we talked. I mean, I don't know exactly how she felt, but the bottom line for me was always Liz, but she was there for me, so she was.
What's the matter?
I'm going to study when you go to this inquiry.
Anybody'd think you had something to hide.
Oh, don't be stupid.
Have you?
No.
What's the problem?
The problem is, I expect a bit of loyalty. No one expects anyone to die in hospital, least of all a kid. But it happens. And of course people get upset, and people close to the kid are quite likely to go over the top, which needs a rational reaction from those that aren't.
Mrs. Baker asked me to attend the inquiry. Now, what am I supposed to say, Martin? No, your daughter's dead. Forget about it, woman. Of course I can't. I've got to attend.
Look, anything I've said to you, Gail, I've said in confidence. Don't you realise you got this inquiry, you blurt something out, I've said to you, that's it. My job's on the line. You know, 2 years studies down the sink.